First of all, let me apologize. First of all, welcome back. Starting up again. Hope you had a good first weekend back. I do apologize for technical difficulties. This does not happen again. We'll start each time here right at 2 o'clock. We'll see what we can make up for. So we're just going to go ahead and get started. Before I do, are there any questions for me? Okay, not yet. Okay, that's anyway, I'll have a couple of questions for you. Textbook, anybody having a difficulty getting it? You don't have any difficulty getting it, that's great. Not required to bring it, but of course, again, you're required to let it go. It's probably tucked under your pillow right now for safekeeping. But do let me know if there are any problems obtaining the text. Also want to let you know we've got some updates about office hours. Those will get posted probably later today. But Christian will be having his office hours on Thursday, 12:30 to 1:30. Is that correct? 12 to 1? I'll double check. 1 to 2. Okay. Thursday afternoon in the basement, and we'll post the exact room number hopefully by the end of the day today. Okay. What I wanted to do today, and forgive the little gobbledygook up there, it actually means something, but it's not something that we social psychologists pay that much attention to anymore. There's a sort of a deeper meaning here. But what I want to talk about today, sort of getting us started, we talked last time about, well, what is this field of social psychology that we're about to be diving into? And one of the things that makes social psychology unique as a field, unique as a discipline, part of it is what we study, right? But part of it has to do with the kinds of explanations that social psychologists tend to favor that makes us think about human behavior, social behavior, in a different kind of way than is typically done by other psychologists. Okay, so for those of you who have a chance to read the book or think about this a little, what's your guess? What's social psychology's big idea? And yes, there will be quizzes every time. Oh, I heard that here, Jesse.
What was the question again?
What is... Oh, can I unfreeze the screen? Here it is. What's the big idea? What's social psychology's big idea? Yeah.
Just the interactions of people in everyday life.
Well, that's part of the subject matter. Okay, so that's what we study. But what I'm going to argue today, and we will be continuing to talk about throughout, is that social psychology offers a fairly unique perspective, how we think about the meaning of those kinds of interactions, and how those interactions influence how we interpret the behavior of individuals. Yeah.
Kind of along the lines of, what was I going to say? It takes a village to raise a child. Maybe that kind of mentality.
Sure. Yes. I mean, that's certainly compatible with the social psychological perspective, but it's also such a broad statement is that it can be interpreted in a variety of different ways. And social psychologists tend to get a little bit more narrow, a little bit more specific. Yes.
Is it to kind of predict what behavior or what a human is going to do in a social interaction or situation?
Okay, but what predicts what a person will do in those
Experiments and studies.
Those are tools that we use, yes, and that's good. Okay.
Is it that the environment has more of an impact than the person's actual personality?
Okay, that is a very big piece, that the environment, and this goes back to your it takes a village, but can we be more specific about it? That the context, the environment in which behavior takes place.
Cultural capacity.
Cultural capacity is part of it. Cultural is sort of this broad, almost the broadest possible context that we can think of. But even some of the immediate aspects of the social environment can be used to influence a person's behavior or our interpretations of their behaviors. Yes.
Is it the way we construct our reality based on the fact that other people exist and like have influence, like how
This notion of external influence is going to loom large in our explanation. I see one more hand and then we're going to...
Nature versus nurture.
That's a dead debate, by the way. Okay, nature and nurture is both, right? Right? And they're in many ways they're inseparable. Right? Human nature is is social. Human nature is cultural. We can't, and that our cultural experiences, our cultural experiences shape our biological makeup. It shaped our evolution and so on. So we're gonna wrestle with this thing, but we're by trying to. What I want to do today is sort of set the stage. It says, what does it mean to think that we ought to take the environment into account when we're explaining human behavior, and why is that revolutionary? Why is that radically different than the way that most people, including most psychologists, tend to think about human behavior? Okay, now we're gonna spend some time thinking about this, but to get there, we want to sort of think a little bit about sort of a little of the origins of social psychology. I want to clarify a few things that are in the text, but I want to do this really to sort of set the stage for a very different way of thinking about psychology. So Gordon Alport, the same guy who sort of provided us with that handbook definition of what social psychology is about, the same guy who said that social psychology was really the psychology of social influence. When he was a little bit more on years, was sort of writing this retrospective about the field of social psychology that he saw develop. He said that it was an ancient discipline, but also modern, ultra-modern, and exciting. Okay, now, the connotations of what modern meant is different for people who lived through the atomic age in the 1950s, like grandparents and so on, and old guys like this. But it meant something, right? And so when you think about this, right, that people have thought about people since there's been people. Right? And philosophers have philosophized about the nature of human nature. Right? But social psychology as a discipline has really only been around less than 100 years. Right? It really wasn't entirely, some people have argued who had the biggest influence on the rise of social psychology as an academic discipline. And some people don't point to a social psychologist at all. They say it's probably Adolf Hitler. Right? And so concerns about how could people do what they did? How can we resist? Right? How can such racial hatred and racial animosity inspire such cruel and horrific behavior? But when we think about like the history of psychology, right? It's more modern than the light bulb. Right? Developed in the 1980s. It's more modern than the pair of genes. These are apparently the oldest pair of legal-head genes that have been found from 1879, right? The patent for them was 1873. Don't write this stuff down unless you care about this kind of nonsense. Why is 1879 important? The development of the light bulb? James, why is this important for the modern history of psychology? It's the same year that psychology emerged as a discipline, 1879. Right? Big year in the history of stuff. Right? Is that that's when Bill wrote, many sort of points to his is that he was the first person to establish a psychology research laboratory. He was the first person to write a book in which he said in his first line that psychology ought to exist as an independent scientific discipline. He started his own psychology laboratory to do it and trained many of the first psychologists. He was also born right? But there he was. But a few things to point out, right? When psychology got its beginnings, not in a clinic, not in Freud's couch, he wasn't born yet, right? I haven't come up with this crazy ideas, but look, when psychology got its start, there were no light bulbs, no blue jeans, and no social psychology. Right? It emerged as a science, and psychologists started to become interested in social problems, social phenomena, using the tools of this emerging psychological science. Okay? So that's sort of, so when I talk about how did this come about, right, it's natural for people when talking about history to say, oh, this guy started it. And you know what? The textbook that you spent a pretty penny on, right, that I recommended, that I love, right, written by people that are sort of academic heroes to me. They say that one guy started it all. One guy was really influential, but it takes, go back to that, it takes a village, right? There isn't things. So I'm going to tell you about 3 different people, right? Because they're relevant to understanding the social psychological perspective. But there's problems with focusing on select individuals in the past, okay? One of them, right? Anyone want to know, guess what's a problem with focusing on single individuals in the development of a vast academic discipline?
It's fixed information.
Is that?
It's fixed information.
It's fixed information, sure. We might learn new things as time goes on. Unfortunately, when people tell these stories, that tends to fix information. We forget everything else. Right? And so we as social creatures, what do we like to do? We like to talk to each other. We like to tell stories. Simple stories are easy to tell and remember. Okay? And so if you social psychologists have studied things like Boomer and Dawson. And what they tend to find is that as people tell stories and transmit stories, something happens. It's called leveling and sharpening. We simplify our stories. We sharpen the details in terms of what we think is relevant now. And we may forget a lot of what happened in the past. Okay, so that's certainly a problem. What else?
Those individuals were influenced by the society at the time.
Okay, so that's something that we might be forgetting, right? Is this sort of context, right? And so, I think that if we say, focus on, oh look, these people were so influential, it kind of, what brought these people about? Why were these individuals thinking about these problems at this time? People wouldn't have been taking a scientific approach to studying the influence of others on the individual if other scholars hadn't developed research methods to study this kind of impact, right? So, so this is something that kind of misses the point here. Okay. And then the other, right? Especially the problem with dead guys, right? Okay. Is that, and this is just sort of an unfortunate historical truth, right? Okay, this is a famous psychologist, Soviet psychologist, Gerald will come up in a minute. But it's generally the case that women are historically underrepresented, and they're also historically neglected in our history books. Right? So my last job before I was here, I was at Yale University, some fancy pants university on the East Coast, right? Brick buildings and ivy and all that kind of stuff, right? One of the senior faculty who retired when I was there, Bill McGuire, a super famous social psychologist. His wife got a PhD at the same time, but when they were starting their careers, people didn't give jobs to women with PhDs. So she essentially became his secretary. She typed his manuscripts. She cooked faculty dinners, right? So that he could hobnob and stuff like that. She did all the hard and raised their kids. Right? She was brilliant. Right? Could have had a spectacular career on her own, but later in his career, Mr. McGuire, Dr. McGuire, continues to acknowledge the contributions of his wife Claire, and they, later parts of their lives wrote almost all of their papers together, right? So that's sort of a nice touching story. She still didn't have the famous faculty position, right? And he probably rose to prominence with her help. So women were historically underrepresented. This is a little joke here, don't forget me. Have any of you heard of the Zeigarnik effect? Okay, so she was, a student scholar. She ended up studying with a very famous social psychologist we will meet in just a minute. Okay, and he told a story of going out to a restaurant. Right? When you're in social psychology, you can go out, have drinks, and hang out with friends, and have that inspire research ideas. Right? And they were at this busy restaurant, and they were amazed that the waiter was taking an order for an entire busy table and knew exactly, didn't write a thing down. Right? And every course after course, they got exactly what they ordered. It's rare to get service like that these days, I know. Right? Except that In-N-Out nails it every time, but they have to read it back to you, they write it out, stuff like that. This was not like that, right? Everything was enough. They were astounded by it. Right? And so, but then at the end of the meal, the restaurant had quieted down, and they contacted the waiter and said, hey, can you come over here? Your memory is just amazing. It's off the charts. And he said, it is. He couldn't remember. They were done. He had forgotten everything. Right? So what Luma developed, so worked with Luma, with Luma to develop this hypothesis. Right? That when a task is unfinished and it still is kicking around in our minds because we have to work on it, it looms large in memory. Right? As soon as we finish the task, we don't need to worry about it. And it's no longer active in memory and it can fade. It's a very functional form of memory. That was all her. She did that research. Wrote a beautiful paper on it. People call it the Zeigarnik effect. Right? And who knows? If she lived in a more egalitarian time, maybe we would be talking about her as a founding figure of social psychology and not merely famous for one particular event. Okay? Let's bring her work into your life. Okay? We talked a little bit about optimism, right? Some people are optimistic, some people are pessimistic. Okay? I've got your tests right now. You're about to get feedback. How many of you are feeling optimistic? Few of you. Good students, good. Okay? A lot of people get nervous after taking this. I remember when I was a student in social psychology, and I took a social psychology exam. I didn't know I was going to be a social psychologist, but this stuff was pretty cool. Right? And the next day after the next class meeting after the exam, a friend of mine asked me how I did, and I said, I don't know, I thought I bombed. And she just looked at me. She knew me a little. David Armour, have you ever bombed a test in your life? And I said, well, yeah, don't tell, but yes, but and she just wouldn't have it. And if in that situation, I probably didn't fail, but I did worse than I thought. I was convinced of it. Then it turns out that I ended up doing pretty well, better than I thought. Okay, why did I have those moments of doubt? Well, what Luma might suggest, Dr. Zeigarnik might suggest, right, is that when you finish an exam, what's the unfinished business on an exam? The grade is part of it, but it's also those couple of questions that, right? There's always a few questions that we agonize about. Even the really good students, I'm not sure about this. Maybe even especially the good students. There's that one thing that I don't know. It's like, relax, it's just one question, it's okay. Right? Those tend to loom large. But questions that are easy, we answer them, we move on, we don't think about them again. And so what Dr. Zeigarnik would argue is that when we leave an exam, we are left stewing only about the things that we didn't know. And we don't tend to reflect as much on what we completed successfully. And so that aspect of the memory might have been wrong. Interesting. Anyway, so back to this. The point here is that one of this focus on sort of single characters or single individuals in the past isolates the attention on the individual and ignores context, which is what social psychologists ought not do, right? Oftentimes we're ignoring the women that work for them, the women that work with them, who are often contributors. Okay, now, I don't want to say that this, that history is just going to repeat itself, because things are changing, and they're changing really rapidly in psychology. In 1958, okay, so first of all, we had women earning PhDs among the earliest PhDs granted in psychology. Women were earning some of them. By 1958, 18% of all PhDs in psychology were awarded to women. Not all of them got jobs. Those that did tended to go to women's colleges rather than larger research institutions. So their research careers were often shorter, but still about 18%. By 2013, anyone want to guess? This is just 5 years ago. 60%, which is good, more than half.
27?
27%, a little more modest increment. All right, 72%. Okay. Now, this varies a little bit from discipline to discipline, right? More women might tends to go into clinical, maybe fewer into sort of the drier, more abstract areas like cognitive psychology. But in social psychology, about 2/3 of the PhDs that we offer are women. So more women are earning advanced degrees in psychology than men. I'm just going to take a quick tangent here for just a minute, because this is just sort of an interesting set of posts that just came out a couple of days ago, looking at data. The data are from 2016, but the analyses are brand new, from the NSF, it's the National Science Foundation of Earned Doctorates in the United States. And this was written by an economist. Economists tend to think that they're the shit. The queen of the social sciences, right? The most prestigious, right? Presidents have economists on their advisory committees. They don't have as many psychologists on their advisory committees, right? And so they just tend, there are Nobel Prizes in economics. There are no Nobel Prizes in psychology, although one or two psychologists, well, one very prominent psychologist was awarded a Nobel Prize, but in economics for work that he had done in psychology. Right? But this is just looking at women, that psychology issued twice as many doctorates to women, okay, as did any of the other social sciences, sociology, economics, and political science combined, right? So the argument here is that if we look at all of the social sciences, all of our allied disciplines, right, that psychology, and this is psychology writ large, not just social psychology, may be the most diverse social science. This is also true for African Americans, with more than twice as many doctorates awarded to African Americans in psychology than in econ, sociology, and political science combined. And the same thing is true for Latinos. This was all NSF data, so they only counted, I don't know why this graph didn't put it the same way for all of them, but these are all US residents. But again, more diverse in psychology than any other discipline, right? So when we do some of this talking about historical stuff, there's going to be a lot of dead white paths we're going to be talking about, right? But the current status of the field looks a lot different, looks a lot more like you and a lot like me. All right, so let's now, without any further ado, talk about these three guys, some of them better than others. Who can tell me who? Yes. Aristotle. Aristotle, all right. Ding, ding, ding.
Galileo.
All right, we've got a Galileo in the house. All right.
Alport? Is it?
Alport? Oh, good guess. But no? Yeah. No. I'm not showing his ugly mug in this. Unless to mock him, actually, I might show him mock. So this strapping young gentleman is Kurt, okay, who the textbook points out as the founder of social psychology. That's too grandiose a title, but he was influential, and he made some pretty interesting claims. Now, it's curious to think about how these three guys are again. So why Lewin? Right? Now he is so influential, and sort of the big idea that Lewin had, which kind of broadened the umbrella around social psychology. Was he had sort of a peculiar idea in saying that psychology as a discipline needs to stop thinking in a rut like Aristotle and to start thinking about social behavior more like Galileo. What do you think he meant by that? Yes?
Aristotle was more of a philosopher, and as such, his work was more like off the top of the head. This is what I think I'm going to write it down. Whereas Galileo would have been more empirical with his approach, and so we should be more scientific with psychology.
Although to his credit, right? I don't want to knock this guy just because he's dead. Right? He was very much a champion of he learned through experiments, right? Whatever you do. So if you so there was something like that, and there is something more scientific, and I certainly believe that Kurt Lewin would argue quite strongly that we ought to take a more scientific approach, right? And he would do these kind of crazy, audacious experiments, right, that nobody had thought of doing before, where he would basically put people into he'd invade some children's summer camp and say, okay, we're going to do whatever summer camp task that you're going to do, and make lanyards or whatever crafts task that you're going to do. But he'd randomly assign them to either have a democratic leader, an autocratic leader, or a sort of a laissez-faire leader, and he'd measure the output and their satisfaction with it. Right? Kind of a silly, weird study in a summer camp. They're making lanyards. Do we really care about this? What would we care about was that here's a pressing question. There are different models of how societies ought to govern themselves. And we can try to get answers to this question by doing an experiment. That was a fairly revolutionary idea. So that's a good reason to like the telescopes of Galileo rather than the navel gazing of Aristotle. Yes?
Could it also be that Aristotle believed in the geocentric model of the universe where everything revolved around the Earth, and then Galileo proposed that the heliocentric model where everything revolves around the sun and it's more about everything else than about yourself.
Okay, so that's getting closer. We're a lot closer than we were to what was it, to bad spell. Yeah, so that's good. Right. Aristotle, by the way, wasn't impressed, right? So who would believe is Kurt Lewin, right? Galileo probably thought that sounds pretty interesting. Let's see what he has in mind. Okay, so the basic idea here. Okay, so what I want to do is tell you a little bit about Lewin. We'll tell you about his big idea in a second. He had a huge influence on social psychology. He's not the founder, which is what the textbook says. Okay, the textbook says he's also a physicist. He's not a physicist either. Okay, but he used concepts and ideas from physics and thought that they ought to be applied to understanding psychological phenomena. Okay, again, this is some of the lumping and splitting that occurs, right? But he was not just an influential social psychologist. Right? He may be one of the most famous psychologists that you hadn't heard of before coming to this class. And he influenced quite a few people, and his students, some of them had even a larger influence than he did. But he really sort of set the stage for quite a bit to follow. Okay, but his big idea, right, was this idea that psychology should be less Aristotelian and more Galilean. Okay, so remember when Galileo supposedly threw a bowling ball off the Tower of Pisa? Okay, as far as we can tell from the historical records, he never did this. He just proposed it as sort of a thought experiment, right? And the basic idea, was that if you throw a bowling ball, if you place a bowling ball on top of a feather, it's not going to make the bowling ball fall more slowly. Okay, which is at the time kind of a revolutionary idea. Most people at the time, most physics at the time, followed a sort of Aristotle's beliefs. Okay, and Aristotle, and we're going to bring this back to psychology in just a minute. Okay, that from Aristotle's perspective, right? And this sounds fancy if we weren't, set up to comment. Every object tends toward the realization of its own nature. And how much navel-gazing BS follows exactly that script? Find your inner self and follow you wherever you go. And social psychologists are being skeptical of that. Right? So from Aristotle's perspective, and it sounds peculiar now, okay? But the heavy objects are heavy because they contain heaviness that impels them down, right? And that light objects contain levity. That's part of their inherent nature, and that's why they stay aloft. So heavy objects slide downward, light objects don't have those properties. Light objects slide upward. Okay? Why is Sally quiet? Because she's shy. So Lewin said that in many psychologists' own explanations for behavior, people and psychologists tend to focus on internal characteristics of the person. What is it about them that can explain the way they behave? The guy who cuts you off on the freeway is a jerk, or worse. Crazy lunatic driver. We don't not sort of know this is wife pregnant in the passenger seat, you need to get to the hospital. We don't always tend to think car. Right? So Lewin says we think are naturally inclined to think more about the sociable than about people, the way that Aristotle thinks about bowling balls and feathers. Right? And that when we apply some of the insights of Galileo, that the context, the environment, is what influences the speed or things called the environment, the situation that we're in, right? The opposing forces. Air pressure. Somebody actually did do Galileo's famous experiment. They got a giant vacuum and they dropped a bowling ball in a feather and it fell at exactly the same rate in a vacuum. But obviously not right? So with psychology, the fundamental, the big idea that social psychologists have is that behavior is context determined. Right? And that this matters because it matters more than we usually do. A couple of things. What's going on here? Making out. Okay? Maybe rolling around on the beach, in a park, somewhere out of sight. Enjoying each other's company. Having a good time. You never know, right? Sure, you never know. Does she look like she's fighting them off? She's not. Is this the scene you expected? Okay, this is a number of years ago. It's sort of got famous. The photograph went viral, the Vancouver riot kits. Right now, when you see this, out of context, it's like, make an act, right? Two people who feel passionate towards one another. And if you then go here, you might go, wow, they're really into each other, right? Because they're oblivious to what's going on. Or you think, maybe my interpretation of that encounter needs to be updated, needs to change a little bit. Okay, so it turns out that this is Canadians, they like the hockey. I don't think the game went so well in Vancouver at that time. There was a huge riot. I don't actually honestly remember whether it was a riot because they won or a riot because they lost. They either won, right? There was one. She actually got almost trampled and was knocked down. Okay, and her friend was there trying to comfort her, just trying to soothe her to stop her from freaking out, right? So this isn't a passionate embrace, okay? It was simply trying to calm down somebody who was overwhelmed with trauma. Okay? As far as I know, they're still together. They got married. They have this picture hanging over their sofa in the living room, right? You know, so it's a story that ends well. But context matters, okay? And right, so what I think the big lesson of social psychology, like I can show you some examples where it's really obvious, oh yes, the situation changes how we see things. But what we're also going to do is to consider some situations or circumstances where the situation maybe it wouldn't seem to have that much of an effect. Right? And or where there's a natural inclination to think about behavior in different ways. Okay. So let's go back to Lewin for a second, because he sort of formalized his approach. He did more than just say that we should stop thinking just like Aristotle and think a little bit more like Galileo. That, you know, and again, this is where people think, oh my goodness, there's an equation, he must be a physicist. He wasn't, right? He was a psychologist. Okay. Don't worry. This, you know, math is useful for psychology. This is not a math-heavy class, right? All I'm going to say is, you know, is stop the math. Hey, stop the fear, stop the anxiety. I love this one. We hate math, saying 4 and 10, a majority of Americans. Okay, right. So yes, I appreciate the eye rolling there. Okay, and if you can understand why that's absurd, you can understand this equation, right? So this equation, it's an abstract formula. Nobody uses this in calculations. It's impossible to specify exactly. It's an abstract way of thinking about how maybe we ought to think about a person's behavior. So this translated into words is that behavior, that's the B, okay, exists and exhibited as a function of two parameters, two general parameters, right? It's a function of the person, and it's a function of the environment, right? And so from Lewin's perspective, he has to understand both to be able to understand or predict a person's behavior. Okay? And when we think about aspects of the person, you know, we could be thinking about their mental states. We could be thinking about their traits, their dispositions, their aspects of their personality. We could be thinking about their beliefs, their attitudes, their inclinations. Personality psychologists refer to these as traits or dispositions. Social psychologists refer to them as attitudes. But these are aspects of the person, and understanding some things about people will help us understand how they will behave. We know who the social people are. We know who the nerdy people are. Some of our assumptions are stereotypes about them, and they're not completely accurate, right? But we have beliefs about people as people. Okay? But the other part of this equation is that the environment matters as well. Now, the environment can be thought of in a variety of ways, right? It can be, thinking about things like, physical ecology, right? Things to do with the climate, right? Oftentimes, people assume the climate has a bigger effect than it really does. Happy on sunny days, miserable on rainy days. We've got things to worry about on happy days, okay? And things to be happy about on rainy days. right? So it sometimes doesn't have as much of an effect as we think, but sometimes it does, right? People tend to be more inclined to regress on hot days than when it's a little bit cooler, right? You know, that with heat, it becomes easy to get mentally heated, you know, and to get frustrated and to take it out aggressively. So you know, the physical environments can matter, right? But you know, what is especially interesting to social psychology is that aspects of the environment that matter a lot tend to be other people, right? So the sociocultural ecology as well. Okay. And this could be role responsibility, situational demands that influence people's behaviors differently from situation to situation, right? And that we need to understand the situation they're in to understand their behavior. So now to Lewin, you know, he refers to this whole, the whole conjunction of aspects of the individual and their environment as sort of the life space of the individual. He did all kinds of funky drawings like this to try to represent it. That's what the representation was. Okay, this is what he calls topographical psychology, but he's trying to understand individual behaviors based on a variety of pressures. Just as a variety of pressures of forces of gravity, air pressure, wind resistance can influence the behavior of a falling object, or the velocity of a falling object. So too can our needs, our wants, and our desires, and the barriers that impede them, and the forces that can propel them, influence our behavior. And we need to think about this all together. Question? So let's give a sort of a shift gears a little bit and talk about the concrete examples. Right? Some of you mentioned that one of the things that might have made Lewin a fan of Galileo instead of Aristotle was his value of scientific research, empirical research. So what I want to do right now is to tell you about a study. Some data were collected. It's a fairly famous study. But it's also one that, like our lessons about the leaders of our fields, tends to have gotten oversimplified over time. So I want us to think about that and clarify a few issues. Okay. This is a study done by John Darling and Johnson on it's called the Good Samaritan study. Anybody know? The good Sunday school student who knows the parable of the Good Samaritan? Yeah.
A man is on the side of the road and he's passed out, and two different men, I forget, they're like higher standing, and they kind of pass over him because they don't think that it's their place to help this guy out.
Right.
But then this kind of poorer guy comes by and he finally helps him out.
Okay. So two individuals that are very good and very concise telling of that story. I've sometimes asked that, and it's 45-minute lecture later. So I appreciate the concise time. Somebody's in distress, and people ask a priest, a wealthy businessman, I think is the version. People who are on high social stature, and they just walk on by, right? And it's especially troubling. This is a biblical story of part of the moral of the parable is that even someone who is in a social position, so that the wealthy businessman has resources and should be able to operate, but does not. Okay, the priest whose role is to help and provide for other people, especially the poor, also walks on by, but the lowly Samaritan who has fewer resources is willing to stop and get paid. Okay, so Darwin and Batson, they wanted to they were interested in what factors might influence somebody's willingness to help in this situation. Now, they couldn't, say, just hang out on the road from Jerusalem to Jericho and, knock out somebody, and see who comes to their aid, right? There are ethical limitations. do. So in this study, what they did was they got students who were studying at seminary. These were all students who wanted to be priests, who were studying. They were essentially getting a PhD in religion. They had a theological seminary studying, and they were recruited to be participants in the study. So these were all, if not deeply religious, at least sort of knowledgeable about religion. Many of them, not all of them, were in fact deeply religious. Okay, and so as to set the stage, they said, they gave them some questionnaires, and then they had them come in, and they said, okay, thank you so much for participating in the study. As part of the study, we ask you to give a brief lecture. Right? And that's sort of the important part of the study. Here's what you need to know for your lecture. Okay, but what they told them, and they told all of the participants in the study, was that they had to go to a different building. Right? So here we are, and thanks for coming to the communications building. We need to go over to the psychology department. Here's the map. Here's the routes to how to get there. Okay. Now the reason that they did this is because they picked two buildings where there was just one path in between them. It wasn't heavily traveled. And what they did was they got one. So if you've ever worked as a research assistant, right, you can do all kinds of tasks. Usually it's pretty boring, entering data or making copies. If you were in Darlene Batson's research lab, they might say you have to look like you're unconscious, right? So what they did was they had somebody, a person in obvious distress, lying sort of on the path, right near, so that the person in the study, the real participant in the study, shows up. They know they're part of a study, and they're told they have to go give a lecture. They say it's in the next building, and they go on there, and then they're left to go on their own, right? And the question is, do they stop? Okay, and do they stop? So first of all, how many people stop? These are religious students. How many people?
Everyone stop, not everyone else.
Everyone stop, but not everyone else. Okay? Almost. Not quite. The nobody helped. I don't know. It's not that nobody helped. Yes.
Those who weren't as inconvenienced as well.
Okay. So some measure of inconvenience. What would inconvenience somebody? Well, so first of all, one thing is that not everybody stops. Right? This was done at a theological seminary. Religious pro-social students asked to give a lecture, and there is somebody lying on the ground, moaning. You're just yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, only 40% helped or only 40% people stopped?
So that's a good question. So when they to look at helping, what they did was they kind of gave it on a graded scale, right? And zero help was that they didn't even stop, right? And then so to count as helping, are you okay? Right? You range from sort of even just a mild, are you sort of looking at them and are you all right? And all the way up to, offering to help the person up, get them assistance, maybe go make a phone call. Now, this study was done a number of years ago. People didn't have cell phones, right? But there was a variety of different ways in which people could offer help. Some of them took off their coats and put it to the person, called out for others to help. But many of them, 60% of them, walked on as if the person didn't even exist. And so from the perspective of a psychological scientist, that makes it interesting, right? If nobody stopped, then you sort of worry, like, was it obvious that like everybody stopped? They say, okay, great, we're all good people, right? But the fact that some people stopped, but many people didn't help at all, is interesting because then there's this question of, well, why do some of them help? and why do others? Okay. So I'm going to tell you now what I can tell you. This is sort of anticipates how we think about research. Okay. When we're interested in questions like that, we usually are very interested in general questions. Who is it that helps? Right? And then we maybe, well, let's look at those 40%, try to see how they're different. But when you're doing research, you can only look at a few different things, right? Well, what did we measure about these people? What did we notice about these people? All these students were male, so we couldn't look at gender, but they did look at some things, right? So, one of the things that they looked at was that they had, and this they all measured before the study was even taking place, some early questionnaires, and they asked people essentially what their motivations were for attending the seminar, right? And so this was essentially a measure of personality. A lot of the questions were very similar to a variety of personality measures, but were they studying religion as a means to help others to do some kind of social good? Were they studying religion as an end in itself, that was somehow inherently gratifying? Or did they see religion as some kind of personal, individual quest? Right? And you might think that the quest people, maybe they're more self-focused, less concerned about other people. Right? You might think that people who see religion as a means to do social good might be more inclined to that. Right? Okay, so that was one of the variables. How much of an effect do we think that has? Think about it. I want an answer. Do you think about it? Okay. Some of the other variables. The topic of the lecture. Okay. This is something the textbook doesn't mention. The textbook says that some of them were asked to deliver a brief sermon on the parable of the Good Samaritan. So they're thinking about the importance and value of helping others. Right? And the parable of the Good Samaritan is not that you're a priest, you should ignore people with the peace. The priest was a bad guy in this story. Right? And so some thought that focusing on this, that helping might be more activated than mine, they might be more inclined to apply those lessons, right? This is what teachers want, right? Here's your lesson, now go live it. Right? But some of them, they try to not make the lecture relevant. These are jobs for seminary students. They gave them the same amount of information. It was the same challenge to develop a lecture, same kind of things running through their heads as they're running to the next lecture. Okay? So that was something that was manipulated, basically flip of a coin, whether they got one topic or the other. Okay? And then the third variable, I heard a couple of you mention it, was basically, so they said, okay, here's the spiel. They gave me some time to practice. After everybody had a few minutes to practice, the researchers looked at their watch and said, oh, golly, they're expecting you right now. You've got to get over it. Okay, don't want to be late, can't keep them waiting. Or if it came with tails, they said, look, you've got plenty of time. You might as well head on over now. Okay, so this was also something that was manipulated experimentally, and when we talk about sort of the importance of experimentation in social research, we'll understand sort of how. Okay, so the question then is what makes the biggest? What has the biggest? All right, we see that 40% of people help, 60% do not. Where are those 60%? Yes?
The people that thought they were going to be late, so they didn't have time to help them.
What's wrong with you? And you. Listen. Okay. How many people think that being late or on time is a big variable? Am I that good of a teacher? Okay. Listen. So I bring this up because people have done research on this, right? And they've described the study much as I try to describe it. And the results of those studies say that nobody thinks that whether they're in a hurry or not makes a difference, and that everybody thinks about the person. So either you're all really good, intuitive social psychologists, or maybe you've been reading a heavy book, in which case 10 points for Gryffindor. So yeah, no, I didn't mean to say what's wrong with me, right? That's exactly right. But these results, many people do find them to be surprising, right? The sort of the religious motivation, why they study, were they doing it as a personal selfish quest or as a means to help other people? That had how much effect?
Oh, I was going to say something.
Okay, how much effect? None. None at all. Sort of astonishing, okay? Whether the topic of the lecture, right, the textbook doesn't even mention this, right? And what's interesting about this is that it actually has an effect. It's small, okay? So half the people who gave a Good Samaritan lecture stopped to help, and less than a third of the people who gave the other one stopped. So it's a difference, right? It's not a big effect, and it turns out when you analyze the data, it's not a statistically significant difference. And that matters, and that's relevant. And Darling and Batson were right to say if it's not significant, we shouldn't make too much of it. Okay? But it's still there, there's still a trend. And a different way of analyzing the data suggests that is more consistent with an effect than not an effect. But here's the big thing that this apparently it surprises everybody but the few of you who raised your hands. Okay, so now, so I don't know how many of you thought that being late is going to have all of the effect, but when people were in no rush, they just had a leisurely time, almost 2 out of 3 stopped and gave some kind of aid, but if they were in just a bit of a hurry, only about 10%, 1 out of 10. Okay? So this effect is huge. Okay, now, I don't know. Right? And this is one of the tricks of psychology, right? I don't know if I set you up to demand and think about situational explanation. Right? It's possible that if we hadn't had that same preamble, that many of you might have been thinking more naturally about personality. That's possible. We live in a different time in which some of these measures are. Maybe students today are very mindful of the fact that, yeah, when I'm in a rush, I don't notice anything. Okay? We do know that people who are in a hurry tend to help each other less. There's actually some clever studies that people did just at intersections. And in low traffic times of day, if somebody comes up to an intersection, car comes up to an intersection, and they drop their bags or something like that, they might roll down the window, hey, you okay? You need some help there? But in rush hour, it's like, yeah, those bags are your problem. I'm on my way. Right? Who helps the old lady in distress? Right? They've staged those kinds of things too. We're more likely to help other people when we're not in a hurry than when we are. Okay. Now, the part of the crux here, right, and some of the arguments is that many people, and maybe not you in this classroom, but many people, when they try to understand somebody's behavior, it's like, so these theology students didn't stop to help when they were going to give a lecture on the Good Samaritan. Half of them didn't help. That must be a really lousy theology seminar, or bad students. Right? And so one of the lessons of social psychology is that we are often quick to judge, quick to blame, and slow to consider mitigating circumstances. And that the environmental perspective is that other seemingly incidental factors, whether we're late or in a hurry, can have okay? So what Lewin proposed this general equation, right? That we ought to focus on people and the environment in which their behavior takes place. Social psychologists tends to focus mostly on the environmental side. Social psychologists really took his argument that we should be more Galilean to heart. That the environment has at least as much of an influence on understanding behavior as anything that we can do. So let's talk about, so we'll just sort of set the stage for something we'll continue to talk about next time, but I really want to tell you about one more, even more famous, more dramatic study. This is Milgram's studies of obedience. Some of you might have heard about this just from other people, from other classes. It's been argued to be among the most famous experiments in the history of psychology, not just social psychology, but in all of psychology, maybe even all of the social sciences. It's been made into a major motion picture, right? I don't know how many experiments in other fields have been turned into major motion pictures. Social psychology has at least a few. Okay, but some of the background I'm trying to understand is really, a lot of people are tempted to say, oh, that what Milgram was trying to do is to understand what happened in the rise of Nazism in Germany, and were the German individuals just following orders, and what was interesting is at the time, one of Hitler's final executioners was, who had been hiding, escaping trials for crimes against humanity for many, many years. He was finally caught, apprehended, brought to trial. Right? What was staggering about this was that everybody was going to assume that Hitler's right-hand man must be a monster, because only monsters could do bad things. Only monsters could send people to their deaths. But the creepy thing, what made it worse, was that he wasn't a monster. He looked like the guy who did your taxes. He looked like an accountant. And he was just saying, yeah, all I did, I would do. His excuse, I was just following orders. Sure, those orders meant separating people from their families, sentencing people to death. I kept track of the watches to make sure that they didn't melt. Right? So he was just going about this, and some of the discussion at the time talked about the banality of evil, and it just made it creepy. If you think that only monsters do monstrous things, then it can be deeply unsettling when monstrous behaviors are exhibited by people that seem more like us, more like us, right? And so we'll get into more of that. So Milgram's study, right, was actually had slightly different motivations. We'll talk about that when we get to the obedience part in a second. But I just want to sort of talk about this in terms of the context of powerless motivation, right? And what Milgram did was devise a seemingly straightforward, if maybe sadistic experiment, okay, where he was describing the study as the effect of punishment on learning. Okay? Now, this was, at the time that these studies were done, parents still spanked their children. Nuns still rapped the knuckles of bad behaving school children with a ruler. Right? It was understood that corporal punishment was an effective part, or thought to be an effective part of parenting with discipline. Right? And so what Milgram said is that, we need to understand this. The reality is that psychologists by that time knew that punishment is a terrible way of getting people to do what they want them to do. It's to be better off by doing what? Rewarding the behavior you want. If you say don't do something, the person, whoever you're talking to, doesn't know what to do. All they know to do is to not do that. Right? And then what happens, right? You get gang right, they refer to this as the ironic process of thought control. I can't do that. Oh shit, I just did it. Right? When you think so hard about not doing something, you sometimes go in the wrong direction. Right? It's much easier to reinforce the behavior that you want. That teaches the child or the individual what to do, and goes there. But that's the cover story, right? So the idea here is this ruse, right? People came in, there's this very formal laboratory, a lot of electronic equipment, right? And people thought they were coming in pairs, right? And they were going to be randomly assigned to be either the learner or the teacher, the employee of Stanley Milgram, at the university was going to be the experimenter, right? The learner and the teacher drew lots to see who was going to be the learner and who was the teacher. That drawing was rigged, right? One of the Confederate, the person who was the employee, picked it up and said, oh, both of the slips of paper said that they were going to be the teacher, but the person who was the actor in the situation pulled it out and said, oh, it looks like I'm the learner. Okay, and the idea was that they were going to be given these sets of word lists, paired associates, to remember. And anytime they got it right, they went on to the next round. Anytime they got it wrong, they'd get an electric shock. Sound like fun? No, no, right? Horrifying. The shocks sort of started out mild. They give everybody a sample shock, right? And they go, oh, that kind of hurts a bit. And they say, oh, no, that's an extremely mild shock. They'll get much more intense, right? And it's insane. We will see archival footage of this, right? Right. So the whole thing was made to be extremely realistic. This is the guy that played the role of the victim. He was strapped into a chair, and they roll on his sleeves and put on electrode paste to make sure that there was a good contact between the shock plate and his arm, right? And he just could move his fingers to indicate his answers. And then the teacher was brought out, and there's this imposing-looking shock generator, right? And they're supposed to give increasingly painful electric shocks each time they got a wrong answer, okay? So no shocks were actually given. What that device did, right, is it was hooked up to recordings. And so if they put a shock, there was a recording of the appropriate response, right? And as the shocks went up, it started to, ow, and got more and more intense. At 150 volts, started pounding on the wall, and the experimenter refused to continue. I've got a heart condition, my heart's starting to bother me now. Right? The screams get more and more blood pumping by 300 volts. There's this final scream, and then silence. Right? The experimenter, just as they're commonly said, is take a non-response as a wrong answer and administer the next level. When people interviewed the participants after this, and they thought, what do you think happened when he stopped responding? Most of them thought he was either unconscious or dead. What was the cover story? Punishment on learning. How much can you learn when you're dead? Okay? So the question was, just like the bystander, the Good Samaritan study, what would people do? Right? Okay? Most so there were, Milgram did variants of them, and we'll study many of them. Okay, most of the participants, shocked learner, past the point of protest, past the point of them saying, I refuse to go on, get me out of here. Okay, many, almost 2/3 of them, went to past the point where the person scried on the page and then stopped responding altogether, all the way up to the danger, severe shock. There was the next level actually just said XXX. Right? And then went all the way. 62%. Okay? Nobody expected this. Okay? But many people, their first reaction is, who were these horrible people? Or they take a different kind of approach. Has humanity fallen so far? Right? But both of those explanations miss the point. That Milgram carefully crafted the situation, right? And so the situation was created in such a way where, in his words, it carried its own momentum. That people started with little shocks, right? Those are that doesn't so bad, but the next one's more, right? And if you feel bad about that next one, then that implies that the one that came before was probably bad too. And so you have to justify your behavior to yourself, and so you keep going on. You get stuck in these ruts. Right? And that's what a situational analysis is. Nobody expected this. Psychologists, Milgram polled, before he did this study, he polled 40 psychiatrists and psychologists, how many people is it? Less than 1%. All right, the situation is powerful. Okay, so when we think about what's social psychology's big ideas is, think about this. So I'll leave you with this. I'll close with this. Most social acts have to be understood in their setting. Use the human life to. Okay. We're going to be continue to talk about some of the core ideas, core concepts, foundational ideas in social psychology. Right? So we talked about a little bit about the legacy of Kurt Lewin, some of his big ideas and how they shifted the way that social psychologists think about social needs and social phenomena. And what I want to do today is just, again, to continue this discussion, think about some of the big themes and the big ideas that you will see throughout the semester as we talk about various topics. Now, before I do this, I do want to just give one quick shout out to somebody who's not here. That's my son, this is Max. So it's his birthday today.
It's so cute. Oh my god, he's nice. So cute.
So, kids, right? And, and with my wife and I, we said, yeah, 2 more years. We said that for years and years and years, But when you find the right time, you find the right person, you can have kids. They're fantastic. He was born 9 years ago today. This picture is actually just from this last weekend. He is at State Cup. Just 9 years old, 8 then. Playing in a big soccer tournament representing Southern California. He's been playing soccer. This is him when he was 3 years old. He took to it, he's taught me the sport. Now he's at, and this is where he goes to the club. This is maybe a couple of years ago when he joined this club. Pretty excited little kid. And here's his team. They made it through the group stage of their tournament last weekend, going to the knockout stage right now. So, this weekend. So anyway, I just sort of want to, Max, and I know he's busy in 3rd grade, learning 3rd grade stuff, but I want to give a big shout out to him and wish him a happy birthday. Yes.
What are you doing to celebrate?
What are we doing? So, you know what? We got a call from Coach. This guy this morning saying it's raining tomorrow. That's when we normally schedule. So he's going to soccer practice tonight. No, but I do most of the cooking in our family. My wife's got many skills. She can make toast. She packs the kids' lunches. Does a lot of other things. I'm terrible at laundry. She does the laundry. We just divided the labor. So spent the day yesterday. I got made his favorite dinner. Got that all ready to go. Baked the cake. So we'll the whole big pile of it. So yeah, we're gonna have some fun. But anyway, again, once again, happy birthday. All right. So again, the ideas that we want to talk about are some of the big ideas. And last time we were asking about what are some of the social psychology's big ideas and how do they explain behavior. And we wanted, what's the gist? What was the main thing that we talked about last time? Yeah.
External factors play a huge role in some kind of individual.
Okay, so really last time we talked about a couple of different things, and we'll just sort of review them here. One is that if one wants to understand an individual person's behavior, what they will do in a particular situation, right, that it's helpful to understand not just characteristics of that individual, their personal histories, their relationships with their parents, their past experiences, but to know what their immediate circumstances are like. Right? And so that's a big thing. And Kurt Lewin gave us this sort of broad, abstract equation arguing that behavior, the individual's behavior, it could be also their thoughts, their feelings, what we're interested in is best be understood as a function of both characteristics of the person and the environment, right? So that's sort of the broad framework. This Lewin's equation as a general framework to think about things, I think it's a very useful one to be rooted in. But we also talked about how what social psychology's particular emphasis is on the environmental side of things, right? And even though Lewin's equation sort of is broad and encompasses both features of the person and features of the environment, social psychology tends to focus more on the environmental or situational side of things. And so we talked last time about a couple of studies, right? There's a Good Samaritan study where these were religious students who, as a part of the study, stumbled across somebody who was lying in distress and in need for help, and despite the fact that these were very thought of as very pro-social individuals dedicated to helping other people. Many did not stop, and even though the researchers tried to study various aspects of what made each participant different from one another, what their religious motives were, and so on, that didn't seem to have that big of an effect. The aspects of the person didn't seem to have an effect, but aspects of the situation, whether they were kind of in a rush or not in a rush, had a big influence on their behavior. Let me give you sort of this has nothing to do with helping a person in distress, except that it does. It was involved helping one of my graduate students. All right, he had a very simple, short questionnaire for people to fill out. This was back when I was at Yale University. We didn't have a very large subject pool, and so what he did is he went out on campus and tries to recruit people. He set up this table on one of the busiest parts of campus, right? And it was sort of this big sort of round room that students would walk through. There were marble steps. It's Yale, so it's fancy. And these were hundreds of years old, but the steps had been worn down over time because of the thousands of students and the thousands of footsteps that had gone through there. Well, he set up this table and said, "Will you please fill out this questionnaire? I'll get you." He had like a whole cooler full of Snapples. It was pretty hot. It's ridiculously hot in Connecticut. He offered them that. But what he found was when he was out there that a lot of people, you couldn't see it if you were coming to him head on because there was a crowd of people. But the people who had the best chance to see it were the ones coming from behind him. And they would sort of come in the door and they would be walking by a table, right? And they'd be walking by and sort of see it, but their momentum carried them forward. And by the time they sort of saw what was going on, they were all acting up. Right? And so almost nobody stopped. So he came to my office. He said, "I'm not going to get my dissertation collected this way." And he didn't tell me about it. What we did, all we did was a simple intervention. On the door, right, that people walked through right before seeing that table, we said, "Free Snapple," and we put a little turret on it. Okay, that way, so, the first people without the sign, they have to recognize, identify the situation. Oh, look, there's something that's good. It's a free drink, that sounds good. But their momentum is already carrying them through, right? The people who are primed to think about it, say, "Wait a minute, free drink, free drink, free drink." That's the free drink. Heck of class, I'll be a minute late. That can do. I'll do anything for a hot, cool beverage on a hot day. Right? So the environment, and here what we did was we manipulated a situation. We didn't manipulate everybody, was kind of in a rush. All we did was we made it for some people a little easier to recognize the situation that they're in. Here's a situation where they could get something for free. Right? And we had dozens, hundreds of people stuck. Now, we also very briefly at the end of the class talked about Milgram's famous studies of obedience to authority, right? And we will have much more to say about these studies. The basic idea here was that Milgram put his participants into a very awkward situation, and that situation itself carried its own momentum. Right, where people started, it's a study on the effect of punishment on learning. That sounds reasonable enough. Maybe that's an important question to answer. But people are just the participants were just trying to figure out what they're being asked to do. It's a complicated setup. Okay, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? At some point, as they're doing it, they realize, wait a minute, what I might be doing is wrong. But nothing in the situation supported their concerns. Right? And what do we do? This is something that social psychology refers to, that people often refer to social reality to make sense of the situation. Right? And so if everybody in that experiment is proceeding as if everything is perfectly normal, everything is perfectly routine, the subject, the learner is in the other room screaming, right? But the experimenter doesn't seem moved at all. Because he has heard it all before, because these are recorded messages. Right? And so the participant in this study is confused because we've put them in a very unrealistic situation. Right? Where normally, many people might recognize that what's going on is wrong. And we could think it doesn't have to take a big imagination to imagine you in political context, right? And with political partisans. We see the world this way. Right? And there may be distortions going on, there may be mutual influence going on. And people start conforming, they start doing what in their group do, and not questioning this outside of it. Right? So studies like these, right? And social psychologists have done hundreds of thousands of them. Not as many of them as dramatic, any of them really as dramatic as those experiments. But showing that the situation has a strong influence on behavior. In Milgram's studies, first of all, Milgram didn't do just one study. He did a lot of different variations of them. And the variations were important because they started showing, well, what aspects of the situation make people more likely to comply, and what aspects of the situations make people more likely to disobey. Right? And so he was interested in the conditions that leads to obedience, and the conditions that might lead people to not administer these shocks. Right? And so that was sort of some of the experimental side. But in the basic demonstration, what was we presented people with this task, and we found that most people continued to administer shocks to something that they thought was another participant who was protesting in pain, wanting to leave the experiment, demanding that they be set free, and 80% of people, 4 out of 5, right, continues to administer shocks past this point, and almost 2 out of 3, 62%, continues to administer shocks to the full extent possible, right? And to past the point where people thought that the learner reasonably expects even conscious or living, right? And so Milgram and most of us take these data. We find that people are doing things that we might not expect them to do. That seems to go against their wishes, their wants, their desires. Right? And nobody in these studies would gleefully saying, "Oh, thank you for this opportunity for me to be the ruthless bastard that I've always wanted to be." Right? People were trying to protest. They were trying to get out of the situation. Right? And as we will cover, all Milgram told his experimenters to do was to say no. The experiment must go on 4 times. Right? And if somebody protested a 5th time, that was it. The experiment was done. Now, that sounds easy. Just say, no, I'm not going to do it 5 times in a row. But we're not used to having to fight so much. Right? And so somebody might protest once or twice or 3 times. And the experimenter's just sitting there saying the experiment must continue. Please go on. But are kind of torture. And the very suffering of the participants in this study obviously raises ethical questions. We don't do these studies today. Yes.
Were there any like consistent factors amongst the 20% that didn't administer the
So,
drugs?
okay, good. And right. So, no. The question is, so the 20% who didn't, who stopped right away, or much earlier, was there any, what we look for, right? This was like, who were these people? Right? And is there anything specific about these people? Focusing on these individual differences. And Milgram looked, and lots of other people have looked. And they weren't able to discern any specific quality that differentiated those who were able to disobey early and those who didn't. And my own take, and we'll review plenty of evidence that will allow you to evaluate this, is that the people who were able to get out kind of got lucky, right? You will see, somebody was saying like, no, I can't do this. This is wrong, and then they'll click on something like, aha, it's like I refuse to take responsibility for this person's health, right? And then the experiment says I'm responsible, and you can see the tension in these poor participants. Like, I thought I had a way out. It's like, I don't want to be responsible. That's my trump card. And then that asshole experimenter just says, I'll take responsibility. And they're like, I don't know what to say. Right? And so, it really seems to be, and this is what, to me, makes the evidence that it's something about the situation and not something about the person, is partly because, in the many studies that have been done, people have looked for what are these people like, right? And they haven't been able to find a particular type of person. Right? And so, and historically, right, some of the context for this, right? In the immediate aftermath of World War II, right, psychologists in the United States were concerned with, well, gee, what happened in Nazi Germany was terrifying. And is there something about the German people that led them to be susceptible to mass influence and persuasion and to commit the atrocities that were committed under the Third Reich? Is there something about them? Right, and so there was a development of a psychological concept, the authoritarian personality. But you know what? That never was able to differentiate between who would become a fascist and who wouldn't. Right, and so Milgram's results were kind of consistent with this, and it doesn't seem, and it, what's interesting but also kind of scary about this, right, is that there's an easy, so finding something about the person, right, either allows us to celebrate the heroic few, and we're going to be like that. So to avoid it, it gives us a model to emulate, a hero, or it demonizes the people who did follow the way. Say, oh, those are bad people. Only bad people do bad things. But what Milgram's social psychological analysis suggests is that even good people in a bad situation can do bad things. Another question. I'm actually trying to glad for some questions about these interpreters that are there, and we will talk about them in more detail later on this semester. But it's worth addressing questions. Yeah.
How did Milgram give participants for a study?
Okay, so Milgram, these participants, right? Again, the natural. Who were these people? 60% of who? 80% of who? Right? And were they? Did he? It would be bad for him to say, look, we're recruiting people. Well, my grandfather, when when I was getting my PhD, I came down to the Department of Psychology for graduation, and I remember him wandering down the halls, and he was just really tickled by the anxiety lab, was looking for people who were afraid of either spiders or snakes to participate in their study. And the reason they wanted to was they thought that they had developed a technique for treating people with those phobias. But he just thought, afraid of spiders or snakes, who's going to sign up for that stuff? Right? It's like, I'm too, the people they wanted to target would probably say, spider snakes, thank you very much, I'm going to stay away. Right? And so if Milgram said, I'm, conducting a study on the darkest aspect of human nature, or I'm conducting a study on the administration of electric shocks, then you might get a particular group of people, right? And the results might be limited. This is a generalizability issue to that particular subset of people. So that was one of Milgram's first concerns. The participants in this study they weren't recruited. It wasn't like, oh, hooray, I'm in a Psych 101 psychology class, and this is what I'm going to do for my extra credit assignment. Now, what he did is he put an advertisement out in community newspapers, right, and said that they were doing a research study and come participate, and then you get a few dollars, and then they would. So just imagine it coming in for like $20 or $50 to do this. And then before they could come in, they had to be screened to make sure that they didn't have a history of psychopathology, a history of violence. He actually made sure that his participants were well representative of the broader community, and that they were well adjusted. Right? So these weren't pathological people. He targeted adults 18 to 50 from a wide variety of occupations and backgrounds. People have done similar studies. So, when social psychologists talk about findings like these, social psychologists often refer to as the power of the situation. Now, if social psychology had a motto or a slogan or a rallying cry, this would be it. And social psychologists are often fond of talking about the impact of the situation, the power of the situation on human behavior. Now, fewer people refer to, you can take this to kind of an absolute degree, right? And to do so, it becomes almost doctrinaire. The doctrine of situations, and what taken at an absolute level. The idea is that the situation is all powerful and personality matters little, if none at all. And I think that takes it too far. So I prefer this term, the power of the situation. And simply stated, it just says that the immediate situations, the immediate context that people are in, can and often do have a powerful effect on their immediate behavior. My students, participants, whether or not they stopped to get a free drink, didn't depend on how hot they were, or how thirsty they were, how interested they were in psychological research, how pro-social they were, how selfish or greedy they were. What mattered was whether they were given sufficient tools to process their opportunities when they encountered them. Right? So, and the situation can influence them. Now, in some respects, this argument is almost just obvious to the point of being ridiculous, right? So here's a ridiculous example, right? Study shows that dolphins are not so intelligent on land, right? Right? Obviously, fish out of water is going to have a hard time. This is obviously not a scientific paper. It's from The Onion. But it sort of pokes fun at an obvious point that our context can matter a lot. Right? That we might say something under duress, when we're stressed, that we don't get. If you ever uttered the phrase that I'm sorry, I wasn't myself. Like, of course you were yourself. right? But you were stressed, you were tired, you were sleepy, you were distracted, right? And these things can influence what you say or what you do, right? And Milgram's experiments don't show that people are necessarily cruel and punitive or even inclined to punish. What they show is that under the right set or wrong set of circumstances, people can be induced to do things that they might not think that they were capable of doing. Okay? What makes the power of the situation interesting is not just that situations can and do influence our behaviors, that they often do not realize how powerful those situations can be. Most students, when reviewing studies like the Darling Good Samaritan study, most people want to know, well, something about the seminarians. How helpful are they? Maybe religious students aren't to be trusted anymore, right? Right? And there were some concerns on that. Now, some of you in class mentioned, are they stressed? Are they in a rush? And that can be a factor. That's something that our research says that most people don't think about. Maybe as students, you're a little bit more stressed and rushed than students were back in the time we students, so that might be more salient, more available in your mind. But the general thing, right? If we look at this across a variety of different situations, is that most people tend to not think that situations will matter as much as they do. They look at something like the Milgram experiment. It's an artificial laboratory task. They're doing a learning experiment. They're doing something that seems to be causing us a great amount of pain. Why can't they just say no? Why can't they just stop? It seems easy from an outsider's perspective. Okay? And so many times our own intuitions can't really be trusted about how powerful these situations can be. Okay? Now this is something that it's kind of the flip side of the power of the situation, if you will, and it gets its own name. We refer to this as the fundamental error of attribution. Right? And the idea here is that when people tend to describe the behavior of people, right? So when everyday people try to do what psychologists do, which is to explain somebody else's behavior, they tend to explain behavior in terms of dispositions or person variables and ignore situations. And to the extent this is true, to the extent that individuals have a tendency to explain the behavior of others in terms of their underlying personality and ignore the social situation, it makes the domain of social psychology all the more important to help us sort of correct that and understand and identify the situation. Now, another thing that we've learned from this research is that people's underlying personality doesn't really predict their behavior in social situations as well as people think. Right? So people tend to overestimate the influence of personality and underestimate the role of the environment or circumstance. Yes?
This is just an idea I have. Do you think it makes sense to put together personality and social scenario by saying that a single person can have, let's say, 10 different personalities? The personality, well, stressed out is like this. The personality, well, angry is like this. So there is a personality, it's just not one like we usually think.
Yeah. So we'll talk about this a little bit when we talk about the self-concept, right? So the self-concept is a core area of research and it's so similar. So Hazel Marcus and some of her students have argued for this idea of what she calls the working self-concept. And it's kind of this idea that we might have a variety of different ways of thinking, ways of being, ways of doing. that are different from situation to situation, but there's some core identity that underlies them all, right? And so the question, though, is, what's reality, right? How if we behave differently in different situations, are we putting on a mask? Oh, I'm going to my job interview, I'm going to put on my professional self. Sometimes we can kind of control that, right? We know maybe that to modify our dress, become a little bit more formal in how we present ourselves, right? Going on a first date, these kinds of things. Sometimes it's deliberate, but sometimes our behavior is influenced in ways that we don't perceive, we don't recognize. And those are some of the questions that we will explore. And so, I think that these are important points, and we don't have final answers on them, right? Are there, and so this is actually an interesting question because it's this huge challenge. In personality research, some personality researchers, and this is one of the reasons why I'm not a personality psychologist, right? Suddenly they spent their years doing their dissertation reading dictionaries. Let's find all the different terms that people use to describe people, right? Thousands of different traits. And then they give people, these thousands of trait terms and say, which ones do you use? Right? So they're bored and their participants are bored, right? But what they do is they find that in general, people to use 5, sometimes 6, but mainly 5 fundamental dimensions of personality to evaluate. Okay? That's a contribution that personality psychologists have made. We have not been able to find what are the 5 most important situations, right? Situations are so varied that we haven't found yet like their core underlying structure. And I think it's an interesting challenge, right? But what you're arguing is to kind of unify, as Lewin suggested we should, the personal side of the individual. Okay. So we'll have more to say about this in chapter 5. We are, if you're keeping track of what we're going to be covering, chapters 1 through 5 before our first exam. So this is something that you'll be seeing again before too long. So that introduction in our first chapter just set the stage for that. Now, just sort of as a kind of caveat here, the doctrine of situations, says situations are all that matter. And there are some social psychologists out there who deny the reality of personality. And I was probably one of them. I mean, I really was sold with this power of the situation thing. But social psychologists, some social psychologists say I've been tempted by the dark side, I'm not sure. Some personality psychologists might say I'm starting to see the light. But I'm going to say that no personality is not a myth, right? That there are meaningful and important, important and non-important ways in which people differ. Okay? Let me just give you a simple example, right? Can you hit 100-mile-per-hour fastball? Maybe, right? Yeah. For most of you, no, right? And so and maybe those who say maybe, probably not consistent. Okay. Now, so one of the things, and this I just learned sort of a little bit ago, right? Well, what's the difference between people who can hit 100 miles per hour fastball, right? So if we think that of the doctrine of situationism as kind of like being with a blank slate, all of us are born with infinite potential, right? And if we just practice the right things or exposed to the right environments, any one of us can do anything, right? And some of the early behaviorists, John Watson, made these kind of bold claims. Give me, 9 healthy infants in the environments of my choosing, and I can turn any one of them at my choice to be a banker or a thief, right? He really believed that context influenced everything. Well, turns out practice matters if you want to get into the major leagues. Okay? But it's not everything. Right? People who can hit 100-mile-per-hour fastball can see things that we can't see. That most people can see. Okay, what's normal vision? 20/20. What does that mean?
Something at 20 feet away.
Something at 22 away, yeah.
You can see 20 size font.
Ooh, that's interesting. I don't know if that's true, but it sounds good. And maybe that's where they came up with the idea. What 20/20 vision means is that you're normal.
I was going to say at 20 feet, you can see what the average person sees at 20 feet.
That's right. That's PVD. Okay, we got that's what it is. It's a description of normality. You know, so can you see at 20 feet what other people can see at 20 feet, right? And most people who need corrective lenses, right, might be 20/30, which means that they can see at 20 feet what other people can see at 30 feet. All right? Okay, so that's why, right, and by the way, when I was in your seats, I didn't need these glasses, right? Graduate school did this to me. You know? Seriously, I remember going into my eye exam, right, and I could see things about this far away perfectly fine, but I couldn't identify my friends walking down the hall. Or I would be sitting at a top, and I can't read their slides, and people would be saying, like, what are you talking about? It's pretty clear. I said, no, the font's too small, right? And then hand me their glasses, I'm like, oh shit, right? But yeah, anyway, so that's what it is. Baseball players are not 20/30, they're not 20/20. 20/10. So major league ball players, and especially those who have sort of better than average batting averages, they're freaks because they can see things. And this is not something that you can train your eyes to do. They were born with unusually acute vision. Right? So major league ball players have some of the best vision recorded in human populations. They're extremely rare and unusual. Right? So and it's interesting. I got my son. He's playing soccer. I don't know what the special. You like baseball, fine, right? But the idea is, right, that ball players can see things before the ball leaves hand. They can watch the rotation of the ball. Right? There's an old joke about an old ball player who could, this is back in the day of records rather than digital music, but they could see what the record was across the room while it was spinning. Right? That's something that normal people can't do. And so personality psychologists, they care about. So, by the way, so this is the eyesight exam that many of you take to see whether your vision is normal. Okay, that's not detailed enough, right? So a major league ball player would be able to read at twice the distance, the hardest line with no problems, right? And so they had to develop, even more insane tests where you say, where's the little gap, right? And they can see things that most people aren't able to see. It's like, I see a series of dots. And they say, no, those dots are missing regions. Okay? So, if you care about how people differ from one another, personality psychology is an important reviewing area for you. Right? And these differences can matter. Right? If you want to know whether your child or friend is cut out for major leagues, give them an eye exam, and not the one you do at the DMV. Right? Social psychologists, we just tends to have a different focus where we look at it and say, well, what are similarities rather than slightly different. Right? So now I'm going to be a little cheap here. But some of the crowning achievements of research on individual differences are tests that most people don't like. Okay? Intelligence tests. We wouldn't have departments of psychology today if it wasn't for the intelligence test. Right? Psychology as a science was sort of this floundering discipline. And then World War I happened. The Army recruited psychologists to devise a test to see who was maybe cut out for being officer material. Okay? The first intelligence test that psychologists developed wasn't very good, but the Army thought it was good. And so the government started funding universities to have departments of psychology. Okay? So the psychology clinic helped people spell. Psychology departments today exist because early psychologists were interested in cognitive testing. Now, so IQ tests do a much better job. So this is sort of this interesting thing. What I told you is that most people believe that personality tells us a lot about what a person will do. At the same time, we're also revolted, many, by the idea that we can be reduced to a number. Right? For those of you thinking going on to graduate school, you should take the graduate record exam, GRE. Right? But many people, myself included, didn't feel like those numbers actively reflected who I was or my aptitude. Turns out they do a better, those tests do a pretty good job of predicting how well people do. They're the single best predictor. Right? Social psychologists are more inclined to say, how does something like a person's mood or their level of stress influence their performance on the exam? Personality psychologists don't care about the situation. They say, what's that person's score? And we're going to assume that it does a good enough job predicting what people do. Okay, so social psychologists and personality psychologists both neglect important aspects of the story, but it's instead of I'm not going to say one is right or the other is wrong, right? What I'm going to say is that it's just a different emphasis. That it's as if within psychology, within the domain of understanding sort of normal human behavior, there have emerged two distinct subcultures, with personality psychology focusing on meaningful ways in which people differ, and social psychologists emphasizing the ways that even different people will respond similarly depending on context. So again, in terms of Lewin's famous equation, social psychology emphasizes the power of situations. Personality psychology focuses on individual differences. Now, my own take, right? So if you look at Lewin's equation, right? Kurt Lewin very ambiguously puts a comma between the person and the environment. He offers no suggestion. He said it's a function, behavior is a function of these two things, right? But he's not clear at all about, how they should be combined. The way I tend to think of it, right, is that to fully understand behavior, it ought to be necessary to think about both, right? And so, what happens when you multiply something by 0? 0. Okay? So, if somebody knows everything about a person's personality, but nothing about the situation that they're in, the implication of this as a multiplicative formula is that we won't really be able to tell how they will behave because we don't know the situation. And conversely, if we know a lot about the environment, but nothing about the individual, we'll still be in a bit of a lurch. Both sides may be necessary for a full, complete understanding of behavior. And Lewin simply reminds us that it's useful to think about. Questions? Yeah.
You said for personality psychology, did you mean personality psychology, or is it, how would you define it?
So personality psychology, and there's a course on personality psychology. Personality psychologists and social psychologists, since about the 1960s, have been throwing sticks and stones at each other. Verbal attacks, and sort of saying, at UCLA, social psychologists won. We dissolved our area of personality. Right?
So, could you make a simple definition of it?
So personality psychology is the study of individual differences. Right? this will work well on personality psychology. So the psychology of personality, right? The psychological study of personality focuses on finding meaningful ways in which individuals differ from one another, right? So they're going to study things like intelligence. They're going to study things like whether somebody's an introvert and shy and not a people person, or outgoing and extroverts, open to experience or closed mind. Yeah.
You mentioned that the GRE is one of the best predictors of how people use graduate school. Is that just general or specific to psychology? Because I was told that the joint doctoral, like UCC, FCSC psych program, found one of the only correlations to how well students did was actually the psychology GRE and not the actual math.
Yeah, so the psych subjects, our social psych area doesn't even look at the psych subjects in GRE, and it does do a good job predicting. All of the scores do predict, right? So in the joint doctoral program, we've got a rigorous stats program. Your quantitative score is going to predict how well you can do in sort of quantitatively oriented statistics process, right? But the psych subject test, I took that test. It's an absurd, silly test, right? Most of which is not really relevant, but it does do a good job of predicting success in graduate school. Now, what's interesting about this, right, is I've actually just gotten in arguments with educators, right? There's a parent in my kid's school, and they're worried about teachers teaching to the test. At my kid's school, they actually don't teach to the test, although I teach the test. And this other parent is a high school teacher, and he said, tests don't tell me how hard somebody works. The reality is, yes, it actually does tell you how hard-working students tend to score better on those tests. It might not look like what we want it to test, right? And it's so. I mean, this is part of Walt Whitman said, "I am large, I contain multitudes." We all like to think of ourselves as complex, multifaceted beings that can't be reduced to a number, right? Which makes understanding these kinds of associations difficult, right? But it's not. So there's two sides of it, right? One, so when people are applying to graduate programs, for example, in clinical psychology, the single best predictor, is GRE. It's better than their GPA, right? It's better than letters of recommendation. It's better than an evaluation of their personal state. All important things, right? Now, there's two ways of looking at that. It's like, one is, wow, it's a pretty good test, which is true, but it also means that, wow, we're really bad at giving people grades, and we're really bad at measuring their, their dedication and aptitude. Right? Measuring things is hard. Right? The GRE is rooted in test theory that dates back to the development of intelligence tests, and measuring academic aptitude is a hard task we've gotten pretty good at. That doesn't mean that it's a perfect predictor. And it certainly means that it doesn't mean that you should ignore everything else and only focus on that, because admissions decisions aren't based exclusively on it. Right? Admissions decisions for graduate programs are: does this person look like they can advance my career? Yes or no? That's all it is. Right? They're looking for two things: are you confident, and do you fit? That's what I'm happy to talk about that stuff. All right. Okay. So we spent a lot of time talking about power of the situation, right, and the behaving function of the personal environment. These are important things. There are other sort of core ideas in social psychology that we're working on. Okay. One thing that's worth thinking about is that when we think about aspects of a person, right, some of who a person is can be defined in terms of their underlying dispositions, their underlying character or personality. Okay? But also, there are other aspects of the person that may be less stable over time, their moods, right? Their personal states, but also things that maybe people, individuals kind of share, how they interpret or make sense of the world. Right? And so another core concept of social psychology, it has to do with this idea of subjective construal. Construal is one of these, only social psychologists talk about construal, and not even all of them do, but it's a worthwhile concept. So when we talk about construal, we're really talking about mental representation. How does a person think about the situation that they're in? Right? And the idea here is that social psychologists aren't just purely behaviorists. It's not like, the social psychologists don't think that individuals are mindless automatons that just respond without thinking to their environmental circumstances, right? So to the social psychologist, the individual interacts with their social environment, right? Tries to make sense of their social environment. And the sense they make of their social environment is what is the proximal predictor of behavior. Okay? Right? So when we talk about behavior as being a function of the person and the environment, right? The environment is represented mentally, right? How does the person interpret or make sense of the situation they're in? So it's the psychological situation that's more influential than the physical situation.
Would you say it's like perspective?
Yeah, sure. I mean, perspective implies that each person has their own, their own vantage, their own point of view on an issue. And so that when you're talking about perspective, it implies that if we understood more about the person, we would be able to predict how they perceive or interpret the situation. But what construal does is that in any moment in time, something might tip or shape how we interpret a situation, right? And so it's kind of like a perspective. But I think how does a person interpret a situation? Because our interpretations can change, right? You get new information. Oh, that changes the way I see things. Right? But perspective is not a time, right? So I mean, the idea here is, the way of thinking about this, reality is what the person perceives and believes, and this is a subjective reality. The subjective reality matters. All right. So Kurt Lewin got his start sort of studying with Gestalt psychologists who tended to do the whole is more than the sum of the parts. Right? And so they were fascinated, the early psychologists were fascinated by visual illusions like this. There's nothing social about this. Okay? How many of you see a triangle? Right. Okay. Who cares about individual differences? You all see the triangle. A couple of you might be asleep, whatever. Right? There's no triangle there. There are 3 circles with little wedges cut out, and they imply a triangle. The triangle doesn't exist. The triangle and your recognition of a triangle is psychological. It's your mind filling in pieces that don't exist. There's no triangle in this physical world. Yes?
Couldn't you technically say that there are no circles with cut out pieces?
Okay,
But the mind just puts the two together.
The mind has to respond to stimuli in the outside world, right? So a purely subjectivist perspective, right, is that, how can I trust that you're not figments of my imagination, right? And boy, you can get stoned and really think deep thoughts about that, right? We're going to assume that a physical reality exists, okay? That there is a physical reality, right? And the fact that if there were no circles with triangles cut out of it, how could you account for the fact that everybody in this room said, yes, I see a triangle?
Well, I just mean that the circles can be said to be just as real as the triangle. Like, I'm not saying they're not really there, but they can be just as real, right?
Again, real psychologically. Okay, there's we can't, if you divide a triangle into something with 3 sides, there is no side length, right? That side, this line, is implied, doesn't exist. Yes.
I think what he was alluding to is like, why do we see like a triangle on top of circles? Why don't we just see Pac-Man? Like, our brain also connects.
Because our mind, so this is something that psychologists have learned, right? That we are good at seeking out patterns, even when things don't exist, which is problematic when we see patterns in social behavior that don't exist. That's where stereotypes come from. Yes.
Could we just say that possibly we perceive the absence of a triangle, and that fills our ideology
We can
that
say
it is
that,
a triangle.
but
It's like the absence of a triangle.
we can say that because we have a mind and a perceptual apparatus that is filling in information that doesn't exist. Right? A computer can't do that. A computer doesn't know that there ought to be a triangle. Right? Okay? So here's another example. There are not 2 triangles here, right? Although we can see them, or maybe a star. There is no sphere. Okay? So, right? Remember the dress that melted the internet? Right? People freaked out about this when I put. Oh, okay. It's a little bit hard to see this light, right? I think like Taylor Swift tweeted this and says, this is totally freaking me out, right? Because that people could see the same image and see it in 2 ways. This is psychology. Not any of that Freudian bullshit, by the way. Right? This is simple perception. Right? That when we see things, our mind makes inferences, adjusts based on features of the stimuli. We adjust for the fact that it's right behind it. Right? Just as a camera, our fancy cameras in our phones do, it adjusts contrast, and that leads the mind to see it either as yellow, gold and white, or blue and black. We can't tell ourselves to see it one way or the other. That's an adjustment that our minds make. So it's a representation of a physical reality. Okay? And so again, the extremists would say that there is no objective reality. Another way of saying is that objective reality doesn't matter as much as our subjective interpretation. Okay. Now, let me give you, I'm going to try to run through. I'm going to do a very brief version of this, okay? This is something, okay. There's a kind of complicated but classic economic game that these social psychologists use. And the basic idea here was that the way that the game was set up, you could either cooperate with the other player, or you could compete. And the fact that it's right, it was modeled after two criminals get busted, and the police don't have all the information, but the criminals don't know that, and the police don't have enough information. If they both stay mum, if they both just don't admit to anything, okay, then the police don't have a case, and they both get out free. That's the best outcome. Okay, but the way that the situation is set up, if one of them says, yeah, the other person did it, or we did it together, this is how, gives the relevant details, then they get off free, and the other person, right, they get everything, right, while the other person goes to jail, right? And so that's a good situation. But the trick is that if they both defect, if they both are rat the other out, then they have confessions from both of them. Both of them spend some time in jail, but they get off easier. They've got their nine hidden, and so they're able to get some of that back. So it's a complicated kind of game. Participants are presented with this. They're trying to figure out what to do. Should they trust of another person that they're playing with, or should they compete? The best outcome they can do is if they both cooperate with one another. Okay? But if you don't know what the other person is going to do, there's some advantage to the defecting, right? Because on average you would gain more if you defected, right? And so the question is, do people compete or do they defect? Okay? And so it's a complicated game. It's described in the textbook, right? So that's the basic idea. Now, so this is the people who did this were social psychologists. They were trying to decide, well, okay, they went to dormitories, university dormitories, and they said, after people have been living together for almost a full year, and said, okay, great, we're doing this study, and we want you to nominate the people in this dorm who you think are the most likely to be self-interested and the most likely to be competitive, to defect, and to try to claim all the money for themselves and to rat out their opponent. Right? And then they were also asked to identify who are the people who are the most pro-social, the most likely to cooperate. Right? And they invited those people into the study, the most cooperative and the most competitive people. Right? We all know people who we think of as very cooperative. Oh, yep, she trusts everybody. That's going to be her downfall, but somebody's going to take advantage of her. Or this person's ruthlessly competitive, right? Always looking out for herself. And so we have to be worried about it, right? We know those kinds of people. But now, so that was the differences in the kind of people were. But then the researchers, when they described the game, they described it in one of two ways, and they were very subtle about it, right? So, what they did, like, they didn't want to be too heavy-handed about this because they thought that might give it away. So they said, the game we're going to play today is called. And then they pause for a second. And usually the participants in the study would kind of like look up, what's going on, might even be pretty quick. And then they would either describe it as the community game, or they would describe it as the Wall Street game. Right? And it was a flip of a coin. Right? So cooperative and competitive people were brought in to play a game that was either called the community game or the Wall Street game. The idea here is that if you evoke Wall Street, you're evoking sort of a ruthless, competitive thing. If you're talking about sort of community, you're thinking about people working together, right? And so the question is, and so what this does, right? The objective situation of the game is the same. It's the same kind of payoff matrix. It's the same advantages and disadvantages of competing or cooperating. All that was changed was how the game was described. Right? And so here are the results. Right? So, and we're going to be looking at lots of bar charts like this because it's going to be used to get. So there were two different kinds of people in this study. The black bars represent the choices of people who are most likely to cooperate, and the lighter bars were the responses of people who are most likely to defect and to compete, right? And what they looked at was what they did in this first round. How likely were they to cooperate? And the kind of person didn't make a difference at all. But when it was described as a community game, over 70% of people in this study said, they cooperated, they didn't defect, they didn't rat the other person out, and they chose the option that would get the best mutual outcome. Right? But when it was described as the Wall Street game, very few people did. Right? Just over 30%, so that means that more than 2/3 tend to choose the more competitive option. Right? So it's the interpretation of the situation, not the kind of person that people are. Yeah.
When they determine who is most likely to defect or cooperate, is that based on some sort of like self-reporting?
Okay, so that's a good question, right? And in this study, it was socially nominated, right? So I mean, it would be interesting to do the study a different way, where you get people to actually describe their own behavior. But what they did was they contacted every floor of the dormitory had a sort of a resident RA who got to know everybody, and they basically did a panel of the whole floor. Who on this floor they described the game? Who's more likely to compete? Who's more likely to cooperate? Right? And it was sort of this, and it was people who were nominated multiple times. right, who had this reputation, right? And so in some ways, you might think that that could be even a better indicator, right? Because people could lie, you know, or when they're describing themselves, but it was relied on their social reputation. And reputation didn't predict what people did in this situation, right? Which again is kind of surprising, but the interpretation of the situation did seem to happen. Okay. All right. So when we talk about these core ideas, the power of the situation, powerful, right? Individual differences, not always as powerful as we expect, right? Not to say that they don't exist, but not as powerful as people expect, right? And then, but then this third one, right, is that in school, it's our interpretation of the situation, right? It's the power of the situation, the way that that situation is interpreted. Okay, I just want to talk about sort of another core idea that's going to be manifesting itself throughout the semester. Another idea. This one kind of thinking. I'm not going to claim that social psychologists discovered the unconscious, right? But psychologists have thought about sort of conscious and non-conscious processing for many, many years, dating back to before when Freud was born, and continuing to the present day. And so when we think about these different modes of thinking, right? One, you think about it as sort of conscious or unconscious. But we also can think about it in some slightly different ways. And I want to sort of do this mostly by illustrating. So this is not the, we've got 10 minutes left, let's take a nap. I'm going to just try to turn these lights down just a little bit. Okay? So I'm going to show you some words on the screen. I don't want you to read the words, I simply want you to tell me the colors that the words are printed. Okay, we got that? Let me hear you. Red, green, yellow, red, green, blue, yellow, red, green, blue, red, blue, yellow, red, blue, green, yellow. Okay, pretty good. Right? Not so hard as a few. Okay. I'm giving you a test at the end of the class. It's kind of tough. Okay, but now we've practiced. We're going to do it one more time. Okay? Again, just identify the colors. Okay, ready? Yellow, blue, green, yellow, red, green, blue, red, yellow, green, blue, green, yellow, red. That's the first time that's not worked. Did you miss it? It's okay. The last time I did this, about a year ago, somebody in the class said, Professor, that's a drinking. I was like, what's okay. This is something called the Stroop interference task. Most people, usually when I do this, right, the first time through with the congruent words, people, so you guys are either just unnaturally psychologically sophisticated. I don't know. So you might as well all just get 100% on my exams, right? You're matching stuff. But usually when so the idea is that usually when people are given this task where the words are actually spell out the colors that they're doing, and people are very, very good at it, right? And can do it really quickly. But then when they do this and then the task needs to say what's the color, we automatically read the words, and since the words are different, that that's red, green, yellow, we automatically read it and we can't undo it. So if you've been taught the trick, there is a trick to it. If you're told to ignore the words, you look at the end of the word, right? But you guys did great. Usually what happens is that people speed through this list, okay? And then when they're going through this one, and you guys are kind of creeping me out here. Okay? So when they go through this, they get about 2 or 3 words down, and then and then people sort of laugh, and they go, okay, yeah, we can't do that, right? So I don't know who you are and where you came from. Right, but this is something like these are the distributions of times, right? So given to people, when there's the first list, most people do it in very few seconds. There's a tight distribution, right? And most people can do a long list in not that many seconds. when you shuffle up the color and the words, it takes people a lot longer on average. I've done this study, I've done this as a class demonstration, I've never had it not work, so you've got me in a little bit of a Twilight Zone moment, but that's okay. The point here is that the psychologists have discovered, right, and maybe you can master that difference, right, that some processes are more or less controlled, we do them deliberately, and some are more automatic, that happens quickly outside of our awareness or control. We can't, you can train yourself to not be words if you know the trick, but we often can't do that, right? So the control processes require and demand attention. Automatic processes can happen without thinking, right? So I mean, I remember buddies of mine and I, back in graduate school, were watching a basketball game, and the television commentator said, talking about somebody who's getting a hot hand and hitting off this, they said, he's unconscious, right? And we all laughed, right? Because if he was literally unconscious, he'd be lying on the floor taking a nap. That's not what they meant. They meant that he wasn't distracted by actively thinking, he was doing without thinking. Having things happen out of the, and when you become practiced at a skill, part of that practice is speed at completing tasks, right? So there's a variety of implications of this, but what's interesting is that when we think about much of our social thinking, right, the judgments that we make about other people, right, we may reason thoughtfully about what a person is like, but we can't stop ourselves from thinking about ingrained stereotypes, automatic associations that we might disagree with if we were to stop and think about it, but that have been ingrained upon us by a prejudicial society, by a society that makes certain assumptions. If this is part of what we've learned, we have to actively, deliberately, painstakingly try to correct for or adjust for automatic kinds of conclusions that we can draw. So we'll be spending, so this has implications for a lot of things about judgments about the self, judgments about other people, attitudes and attitude change, stereotyping and discrimination and so on. So that distinction is an important one. So the final one is that, right, it's hard to be aware of all of the factors that influence us that have been revealed by social psychology experiments, right? So we're not always aware of how situations influence ourselves because we're never in a situation and not in that situation at the same time, right? We should, the life doesn't give us a control, right? Are you happy being a psychology major? Well, compared to what? Do you know what your life would be like if you weren't a psychology major? We have some basis for comparison, but not complete information, right? We often aren't always aware that when we are usually, so we're not aware of that when we are interpreting the world, that what we're doing is offering an interpretation, right? That when we see the dresses, white and gold or blue and black, we don't think of that as an interpretation. We think that what we see is reality. And so when someone else sees reality differently, it's disconcerting, right? And we don't realize how much of our perceptions, how much of our understanding of the social world is an interpretation, an individual's interpretation of the world from a particular time and location. If I can just, we're almost out of time, so I'll get you in a second, right? We're also often not aware of, if we can't control our automatic mind from proceeding automatically, we're not going to necessarily be aware of its operation. Right? Things that happen automatically outside of conscious awareness, by definition, are outside of the domain of what we can think about or reflect. Right? And so, the punchline here is that this is why, when we think about social behavior, right? If we don't always recognize the influence of situations, if we don't always recognize how strong our interpretations, our construals, our representations of a social event can influence our evaluation of that event. If we're not aware of how these automatic impressions can shape our conscious conclusions, we may be missing a lot of human psychology. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we need a science research foundation for answering these questions. Thank you. When you are looking at the textbook, right, what I would ask you to do with the textbook is don't worry about memorizing everything. Okay? Because all that's going to do is freak you out. Right? Don't freak out. If I had to sit and read this textbook and try to memorize it, there's too much stuff. But what I ask you to do instead will help you memorize everything without even trying. Okay? Which is when you're going through the chapters or you're going through the textbook, instead of reading it like it's a movie that you're going to get engrossed in or a novel, right? And sometimes we get absorbed in our work. When I was an undergraduate working on my honors thesis, I remember working in a coffee shop, and at some point several hours had gone by, and I'm sitting there, we're working, and I go, oh shit, where am I? What have I been doing for the last couple of hours, right? I just completely lost myself in my work. Let alone, coffee's getting cold, the world is going by, and stuff like that. And sometimes that can be good. But for a textbook, and for the textbook in this class, what I want you to do really is to sort of engage with it. So when you sit there, what is this chapter about? Right? And then when you're reading it, instead of, so what a lot of people do with textbooks, right, is people will try to keep up with the reading, they'll sort of go through the reading, but they're barely paying attention. And they absorb about 1% of it, maybe 0, right? And then right before the exams, they go, oh crap, I've got to go back there. And maybe they look at anything that they highlighted or things like that. That's not a very efficient way of learning. And there's actually been studies designed to test this. I don't have slides on for this lecture, but it would be appropriate for this lecture. Okay? The most efficient way is to sort of test yourself as you go. If you've read, anytime you're reading the textbook, there's going to be headings, and there's only so many headings in each chapter. But when you get to a new heading, stop, close the book and say, okay, what did I just read? Okay? And if you're like most people who go, I have no idea what I just read. There were a bunch of words. Right? But then you kind of look and you go, oh yeah. And you remind yourself. That process of quizzing yourself, testing yourself, is going to cement it into memory. Right? But if you don't know I just read a whole bunch of things, you don't know what's important, you don't know what's to study. Right? And if I give you a list of things to study, you're not going to know what they all mean. You're just going to go and look for some little definitions. And I've already promised you that I'm not going to give you a dictionary text. I'm not saying study the glossary. I'm saying read the chapters. And if you can understand what the chapters are about, what the main points that they're trying to say, and if the chapter goes and gives some examples, and you can understand, how is that an example of the point that they're trying to make? If you can do that, even if you can't remember every single detail, you're probably going to do pretty well, maybe even very well on the test. Okay? Now, sometimes to understand material, you'll have to remember something. Okay? So all of this sort of goes together. So, I'm not saying all of this to torture you, but what I'm saying is that this is a good strategy for integrating and making sense of the material in the text, to not be overwhelmed by the theory. Because there's a lot of stuff in there. I go through the chapters and I go, how am I going to convey, in an hour and 15 minutes, half or all of the content of this particular lecture? I focus on the important things, right? And you can do some of that too. If you have questions, specific questions about the text, I'm more than happy to answer. Any questions? All right. So last week we spent the whole week talking about sort of the basic ideas, the core principles of social psychology. And today we're going to talk about really the science of social psychology and what's that all about. And I'm going to start with this. This is one of those things I will post. I am not asking you to memorize this. Okay? Right? Carl Sagan, he was the popular scientist, right? He was before Bill Nye was the science guy, before William deGrasse Tyson was out there saying, bold things. Carl Sagan was out there wearing turtlenecks, talking about millions of stars and promoting the spread of science. But what he argues, and I think is one of the most important things to think about is that when we think about research or science or the science of social psychology, we're not talking about an established set of facts. Right? This is what social psychologists say, and it's going to be true today, and it was true yesterday. What science is a process, right? That allows us to make sense of complicated information, to try to suggest conclusions, in our case, about the social world that have some basis in observation and experiment. Where there's a way of thinking about understanding human behavior. And it's an unnatural way of thinking about human behavior. This is why we teach classes on statistics, and this is why nobody understands the logic of the null hypothesis significance test until the third or fourth time you've taken it in a class, right? It just takes a while to understand. So it's not just a body of knowledge, it's a way of thinking. The science invites us to let the facts in, okay, even when they don't conform to our preconceptions, okay? But in psychology, in social psychology, we're studying people. We have preconceptions about people. Other people, right? And if you don't think you do, think about everybody else in the world, right? That's also a tendency, right? The people that, I'm rational, I'm reasonable. They're, biased, unreasonable, stereotypical, and so on. Right? It's something that I in my own doctoral dissertation used to call it the illusion of objectivity, where people believe that they're alone in sort of seeing the complexity of the world, and that other people are beset by biases. Right? But so what the science does is it encourages us, counsels us to carry alternative hypotheses, okay, in our heads, and to see which are the best ones, not just the facts. Being a good scientist is kind of like being a good poker player, right? And this is going to be relevant to the 2 or 3 of you who still spend your time playing poker. How many poker players do you have? Few. Okay. Are you a better poker player if you know what hands can beat you? Yeah. Okay, right? So it's a betting game. You know what's in your hands. You don't have perfect knowledge of what's in your opponent's hand. But if you know the universe, the variety of possible hands that can beat you, you can make some guesses about what that other person is doing. That might influence your own behavior. When you're evaluating a scientific hypothesis, we never, ever have all the information available to us. But what a scientific education encourages us to do is to think about what are reasonable alternative explanations. And to the extent that we can think about and maybe rule out those reasonable alternative explanations, we can be more confident in a particular conclusion that the data might suggest. Right? And if there are lots of alternative explanations and we can't be sure if our preferred one is superior to the alternatives, then we should say that we just don't know. Right? Okay, so we want to see which one's the fact. And so the scientific approach encourages us to be open to new ideas, no matter how heretical, but also to be skeptical of everything. Right? And this is something that I'm going to ask of you. Right? If you complete this class and say, how do we know that people will obey authority? Right? When we think about the numbers of the experiment, right? I will have failed you if you say, I know so because Professor Harmer said so, or because the textbook said so. Right? That's relying on one person's expert judgment, one person's read of the evidence. Right? What I want to do in this class is present you with the evidence. This is how you know. Right? And why we think about studying research methods is to be more thoughtful about what kinds of evidence are permissible, what kinds of evidence provide alternative explanations, and how do our designs help us figure these things out. And the idea is that it works, right? But it's a process. It's not, it's not that it has worked. We know all the answers. We're figuring things out. Okay. Let's say the same thing in a different way. Okay? Does anyone want to know who this fine gentleman is?
No.
Who's that?
No.
No, you don't. Okay. He is a philosopher, yes. Okay, so he's not a psychologist. This is Harry Frankfurt. All right. He has a PhD in philosophy. He's an emeritus professor at Princeton University. And he's famous for writing this little book. And he's famous for other books. Okay? Right? Here it is. So you see. He literally wrote the book on bullshit. Okay? Now, why is this important? Why do we talk about bullshit in a class that's supposed to be on the side? He says something very provocative on, page 61 of this slender little volume. Okay? Which is that bullshit, in his mind, is the greater enemy of the truth than lies are. Bullshit is a greater enemy of the truth. We're going to take bullshit seriously for a minute. All right? Welcome to social psychology, right? Why do you think that bullshit would be a greater enemy to the truth than a lie? I see your hand, but let's see it. Yeah.
Kind of cheating because I read the book and.
Well, then you're cheating. Okay. I appreciate your honesty. Okay. Also read the book? No. Okay. Then go.
Well, it's in bullshit masquerades as truth, and in that way it's more effective than convincing people to do the wrong thing, whereas lies are more transparent. I don't know, like it's easier to detect them, I suppose.
Well, okay, that would be a certain threat, right? If it was easier to detect bullshit, or easier to detect lies from bullshit, that would require, right? So we have a poet, not a psychologist, but Edgar Allan Poe talking about the telltale heart, right? That liars sort of reveal something, about the lies when they tell it, right? That they can't track hold it in. It turns out that's not true. Lie detectors don't work. All these other things in psychology, right? So that's not the problem. Right? It's not that one is easier to detect than another. Both are misrepresentations of the truth. Why might this be? All right. Young man who's read on bullshit. Yeah.
Can you repeat the question?
All
right, we're still, okay.
Yes.
So bullshit it defies the convention of conversation, which the convention of conversation is that when you enter a conversation with somebody, you assume that they're going to be telling you the truth, and that you assume that everything they say, they assume to be true as well. And bullshit is what can defy that, where a lie, if they're lying and blatantly lying, that doesn't break the conventional conversation because you know it's a lie. Where bullshit, like with your friends, for example, you can spit bullshit with your friends. Right? He says, just differentiates in the book where, if I say something that would be hurtful to somebody else, my friend might not take it that way, and that's the conventional conversation between me and that person, and bullshit is what breaks that conventional conversation.
So maybe the friends sort of know when we're just bullshitting or not. Look, so what I'm going to focus on here is that what differentiates lies from bullshit is caring about the truth. Right? So a liar must be aware of the truth in order to misrepresent it. You cannot tell a lie if you do not know or care about the truth. Right? And a bullshitter has no judgment. They don't care if they're right or wrong. So the bullshitter doesn't care. When somebody is spinning bullshit, maybe they're telling the truth. maybe they're not, they don't even care. So, right? The concern about fake news is that some people are misrepresenting the truth, that they're lying or distorting things. But a potentially greater concern is when people are engaging in bullshit, when they're stating something as truth, and they don't know and they don't care whether what they say is true or not. Okay? So it's this problem, and it's fairly pervasive. A lot of claims that are made, and especially a lot of claims that are made, not just in psychology, but in social psychology, are made without regard to whether those claims are true or not. Right? There's this, should have taken a picture about this. I was in a fancy sort of grocery store, like a Whole Foods. I think they actually have a whole line of books on this, right? Where there's a series of books, and they're advertised as books that sound true. Like, where are the books that are actually true? I don't want to get something that sounds true, right? But bullshitters are concerned with the sound of truth, not actual truth. Okay, now we might think that this is splitting hairs. He's a philosopher, right? He cares about this, but we all ought to care about this, right? In part because bullshit is everywhere, right? So, okay, let me give you, this is a research study, okay? But I'm going to bring this back to our own backyard section, right? So this is a research study that Gordon did a while ago, where he would give people a series of statements, right? So, and he gave them without attribution. But this was probably one of those books that sounds true. It was written by this guy, Deepak Chopra, right? He was a sort of a New Age spiritualist. He sells billions of books, and he's written hundreds of them, right? That's a lot of books to write. Okay, but people would take these statements, they're given these statements without attribution, right? So there's no fame associated with it, and just ask, well, how deep? Is this a deep thought? How deep or profound is this? Attention and inattention are the mechanics of manifestations. Okay, that sounds fancy. Sounds like bullshit to me, right? But a lot of people are kind of buy his books and are sort of persuaded by it. Well, okay, but
He
people.
looks like a bullshitter.
What's that?
He looks like a bullshitter.
He looks like a bullshitter? Okay, not even well. A lot of people go, he looks like he has some deep knowledge. Check out that funny t-shirt and those right. But yeah, okay, and sure. There may be a curse of knowledge effect going here. That's something too. Right? So, but let's pair this with a different statement, right? We are in the midst of a self-aware blossoming of being that will align us with the nexus itself. All right, some of you might, so that also sounds like bullshit. I'm fine with bullshit, so we're thinking about bullshit, but this is explicitly bullshit. This was actually created by the New Age Bullshit Generator, which is a website. If you want to go to it, you can. But basically what they did was they took all the fancy-sounding words out of Chopra's writings, and they put them in a random generator, right? And the only constraint was that this random generator is that they had to make some kind of syntactic sense, right? That they had to, it actually had to form a sentence. But then many people they look and his kook. He is a little bit kook. He's a funny guy. He's Canadian, but so he asked participants. He gave them all these statements and to rate them in terms of how deep or profound they were, and people saw these sentences. This is, by definition, either it's different than gibberish, right? Because you can make some sense out of it, but it's definitionally bullshit because it was the statement was generated at random. A random generator can't have insight into the truth. Maybe Deepak Chopra can, maybe not. But people found these statements to be fairly insightful, deep, and profound. Okay. Now, let's bring this closer to home, because I'm going to start pointing fingers, not at you, but maybe at us. Okay, for those of you who recognize the Department of Psychology and Life Sciences, if you walk in here, there's some moldy plants and stuff for the Department of Biology right there. But then psychology has its part of the space. Right? We have pictures of our graduate students. What else do we have? We offer a wall full of quotations. Fucking Hallmark card shop, or this Department of Science and Psychology, right? So idiocy. We have Henry Ford is not a psychologist, right? But oh, it's this feeling of quotation. Whether you think you can or you can't, you are usually right. Okay, now, is it true? Maybe. Right, that ought to be, maybe. We don't know. We don't know if it's bullshit either. Right? But, I mean, what this boils down to is a sensible psychological hypothesis, right? And people talk about self-fulfilling prophecies. If you believe something, maybe you can help bring that about. I've actually done research on this. They don't quote me. Right? Not that I'm bitter, okay? So people worry about unrealistic optimism, right? That people come in with overly high expectations. So some schools, right? Welcome to the state, right? You got great grades to get in here. Welcome to state. Your GPA is going to go down by a full point, right? Hold on a second, excuse me, right? And so I was wondering, well, what's the effect of those interventions? You can reduce people's optimism, but you know what? You reduce optimism. You tell people who thought that they were going to get A's that no, you're going to get a B, and oh, maybe I'm going to get a B. They end up getting a C. Right? Expectations can influence behavior, and we know because psychologists have done experiments to test this hypothesis. Right? But we don't, we're not as poetic, maybe, as this. We didn't, but our expertise is associated with the fact that we did experimental research. Not that we invented the automobile. Yeah, question?
The way I see it is, I don't think that the realm of science and the realm of like poetry and art necessarily have to contradict, but that quotes and poems aren't necessarily meant to convey the truth, but they're meant to convey our conscious experience, like our human experience. Like this quote isn't necessarily trying to say something that's true, universally, but it's something that we can understand and empathize with.
Sure, but should we empathize with it, right? And shouldn't the Department of Psychology, I'm not, you're teasing, I'm teasing the Department of Psychology. Sure, right? But, there's I remember, quotes sort of have, a certain amount of gravity to them, something like that, and sometimes it's fun. We'll see scientists who will start a paper with some, big quote like this that's attention grabbing, seems to capture some experience. But what we ought to be concerned with is whether these statements are true, right? Because there are plenty of aspects of human experience that might be demonstrably false, or that might lead to wishful thinking, that can lead to, people think that, if only I think the right things, I can do anything I want. There are constraints on what people are capable of doing. And as a department of science, we ought to be aware of these things, right? So there's plenty of examples of this. And by bringing these up, I'm not saying they are false. But simply having a famous person say them is not sufficient evidence that they are true. If anything, having a famous name behind them creates the illusion of truth. It might persuade us to believe something that might not actually be true. We don't know just because somebody said these things whether they're true or not. And as students of psychology, we ought to care whether these statements have been supported by data, supported by experiment, or whether they are, to use a crude term, just bullshit. Yes?
Someone who's kind of famous for quotes similar to these, Yogi Berra.
Sure. I quoted him, I totally quoted him, so yeah, sure.
Yeah, he's got some like this where he was notorious for coming up with things and saying things that were so, the words were so twisted and it was so blatantly obvious. He's the one that ain't over till it's over. If you come to a fork in the road, take it. You can observe a lot by simply watching. All these things, people were like, oh wow, that's really profound. And he was saying you can observe something by watching. Thank you.
There's a certain amount of he also said I didn't really say everything I said. Which again, it's a perfect Yogi Berra, but it means I probably didn't say all the things that were attributed to me. Right? So yeah, but one of the things I misplaced the slide on this, but there's been research out there. People find statements that rhyme to be more believable, more persuadable than statements that don't rhyme. Right? An apple a day keeps the doctor away is more persuasive than an apple a day keeps you healthy. Right? The rhyme is people see statements written in clear, black, easy to read font as being more truthful than statements that are written in a font that's hard to read. Right? That seems silly, but what do people do when it's hard to read? They squint. And what are they going to go? I'm squinting, I'm making a face, it must not be true because otherwise my body is telling me it's not true. That's interesting, but it shows that we are influenced by things that are independent of the truth. We might be influenced by the fame of people, whether a statement, rhymes, whether it is a clever turn of phrase. Right? And I don't know that we fully understood the psychology of the profound, right? What makes us think that these simple statements are going to have the secret deep meaning. The point is that when we are trying to decide whether something is true, we shouldn't just, does it sound right? Does it feel right? Is it consistent with what I already want to believe? Okay? Because if that's what we're doing, all we're doing is reinforcing our preconceived notions. We're not being open to new information. We're not being open to new ways of thinking about things. We're simply seeking out information that we think is going to confirm our preconceived notions. Right? So when we look at this, when we look at statements like this, we rarely think, how do we know that's true? What we typically do is something that research psychologists call the confirmation bias. We try to think of, when you think you can or you can't, you're usually right. Self-fulfilling prophecy. There's been times where I really, I stuck with it. Right? 2 teams just played a Super Bowl. Right? I think that the team that lost wanted it just as much as the team that won. But the team that won says, I think we wanted it a little bit more. Right? The team that lost probably wanted it just as much. Right? But it's an easy kind of explanation. And so what we're trying to do with using the big thing, all we're trying to do when we do research in psychology is to not get sucked into the trap of the easy way. And to try to figure out, to basically not be bullshitting about human psychology, but instead to care about the truth. That doesn't mean that we're guaranteed to get there. But if you care about it, we can think more carefully about what evidence we want, what evidence we need. Okay? So this is the moral of this class, right? Is that we are going to try to make claims about human behavior for which people have spouted opinions since the dawn of people. Okay? But what we're going to try to do is to compare those opinions, right? To what extent does somebody's opinions or somebody's belief or somebody's characterization can that be phrased in terms of a falsifiable hypothesis, something that we can test and observe in the artificial confines of a social psychology research lab, right? And those predictions ought to lead to the expectations of certain kinds of behavior. And we can see whether those predictions are confirmed or disconfirmed. That's all we're doing. All right, so we're going to be talking about research in psychology, right? It's not rocket science per se, right? This is one thing I can promise you that we can't do, right? Physicists have landed spacecraft on comets. That's crazy. We can't do that in psychology. We can't I can't say, take any one of you and say, this is what you're going to do tomorrow. Okay? I can look at the group of you and say, most of you are going to be here in this room 48 hours from old prediction that, I know. Right? Right? That's predicting your behavior 48 hours in the future. Not bad. Okay? But the basics of research in psychology is fairly simple. Okay? It's also complicated, but it boils down to the first principle, the first observation, or the first principle in the science of psychology is that we ought to observe the objects of our study carefully and describe them creatively, right? So basically what we want to be able to do is to make observations and to be clear about how we're making those observations, right? We want to measure things, assessment, right? There's entire courses on the psychology of assessment, right? Like if we want to know something about a person or a behavior in a particular situation, we need to know that we are measuring things well. And how do we know that we're measuring things well? That's part of it, sure. Right? So if you collect the data that is completely random and unrelated to anything else, you don't know what you've got. But if you think you've got a measure of intelligence, right? And there's this calling of a friend of mine might make me look at, he's a peculiar guy. He designed what he calls a 3-item intelligence test. Sure, I hate thinking it makes a key on these kind of thing, but dang, that 3-item test, it takes a few minutes to complete. It predicts GPA, it predicts salary, it predicts a whole bunch of different kinds of businesses and things like that. So it might not look like or feel like nobody's measuring what you think that it's measuring, but it has something to complete, right? So the basics of measurement are really similar. There's two key things. There's reliability and validity, right? So reliability, these are basic criteria for measurement. If I'm trying to measure something about you, right, and what social psychologists try to measure are not always obvious or easy things to measure. What's your self-esteem? What are your attitudes towards women? What are your attitudes towards homosexuality? What are your attitudes towards the religious right? We have a variety of these things. Maybe you'll tell us, maybe you won't, right? But the first principle of whether we're measuring something well is, do we get consistent results when we ask people across different occasions or when different observers make the same thing? Are the measures reliable? Right? And reliability is one of these things that we talk about in the context of measurement or psychometrics. Those are fancy words, but the basic thing is a measure reliable? Can we depend on it? Right? If you jump on a bathroom scale and it says something and you say that can't be right, you step off and you jump on it again and it's 70 pounds different than what it said the first time, right? And you get off and get it again and it's 130 pounds different than what it said the first time. Right? That instrument isn't giving you a reliable measure. Right? But if you go into, you step on a scale, it says I'm 13 pounds. That can't be right. You get off, you get on it again, it says I'm 13 pounds. You get off, you get on, you get 13 pounds. It's giving a consistent answer. It's not necessarily the right one, but it's giving a consistent one. So you put on a backpack, and now it says you're 14 pounds. It sets it into something. Right? But it may not be measuring in the units that you know. Maybe it's not pounds, maybe it's not all the units of weight that you have to consider, right? So when we think about what makes a good observation, right, it should be something that will yield consistent responses. That's reliability. And it should be measuring what we think we're measuring. Right? When we think about constructs like intelligence, and we're not going to talk a lot about intelligence because it's a useful example, right? Or aptitude tests. A lot of people are concerned that these tests are gender biased, or racially biased, or social class biased. Right? And what that means is that scores can be predicted by things that the test isn't designed to measure. It's not a measure of gender, it's not a measure of ethnic background, it's not a measure of socioeconomic status. It's supposed to be a measure of cognitive aptitude. Right? And so to the extent that it correlates with things that it's not supposed to correlate with, we would say that it's limited in validity, lacks validity. But to the extent extent that it does measure what we think that it's supposed to measure, it's a valid measure. Now, the trick in psychology, is the only way to measure some of the things that we're doing are using constant measures, right? So there's a actual validity, and we can validate them by the responses on other measures. But that's the first principle, right? The first principle of science is to observe. Okay? The challenges are with that, right? Is that anytime we observe, we might influence the object that we're judging, right? I'm doing research this semester. My research space is in the basement of the North Life Sciences building. I'm worried that I'm freaking out my research participants before they even arrive. First of all, hello, I'm an introductory psychology student. You're asking me to participate in an experiment. What are they going to do to me, right? So I'm already freaking them out. Then they go, oh, I have to go to the psych department. There's a whole bunch of people who are going to be trying to analyze me there. I don't know how to do that. Then you're asking me to go down to the freaking basement, right? What's going to happen down there, right? So the simple act of observation, right, changes the nature of what we're trying to observe. So we have to be careful to make to eliminate some of those kinds of effective reactions. Okay. Now the other piece, right, and this is something that we even emphasize a lot in social psychology, which is part of what we do, is the value of experimentation. Right now, experimentation may seem unnatural, and it is, and we need it to be. But what we are doing when we're doing an experiment is we are making a manipulation. We are changing the world and seeing how people respond to it. Right, so there's a philosopher of science who has this lovely phrase right here. You're going to twist the lion's tail and see what happens while you're lion's dinner or lunch or something like that. If you do that, right, that's the bold prediction that you can see. But but basically what you're doing is the value of doing an experiment, right, is under controlled conditions. You can see how different groups of people respond under different treatment conditions, right? In medicine, we think about this all the time. You have a randomized clinical trial. How is a new intervention compared to a control intervention? Okay? That's how we know certain medical treatments work. If you look at the history of the randomized clinical trial, they didn't start in medicine, they started in psychology. Doctors got those ideas from us. They're less good experimentalists than we. Right? These are ideas that we design. And with experiments, the criteria for evaluating are the same. We can think about the reliability of an experiment, right? How consistently we get those results. How repeatable. If we do the experiment again and we don't get the same results, we can't be so confident in the results we got the first time. Right? And when we talk about the statistical significance of a research result, that's what we're talking about. Right? Is how confident we can be that the result really occurred, and it just didn't happen just sort of by chance. And when we talk about the validity of an experiment, right? In the context of measurement, validity, we talk about are we measuring what we think that we're measuring. And in the experiment, when we're talking about validity, we're essentially talking about did the experiment do what we thought it was doing? And there's sort of two ways that we can think about this, right? We could think about something called internal validity. Right? So within the context of the experiment, did the manipulation cause the effect that we observed? Or was it something else? Was it the fact that the experimenter was looking on? Okay, so when we talk about research design, right, the big idea, what we're really trying to do is to rule out alternative explanations. Can we be confident that the thing we manipulated is what led to the outcome, not anything else? So we refer to this as internal validity. We're also, when we talk about research, interested in something that we call external validity, right? And that's a different way of thinking about whether the experiment is doing what we think it is. Right? Because most experiments that we're going to read about are artificial. The experiments that I do in my research lab are done in the basement of your life sciences building. Right? That's an artificial environment. Right? What we're interested in is whether those results generalize. Would we expect similar results outside of that context, outside of the lab, with real people that we care about? Right? And that's generalizability. Right? And these are all things that research scientists, social psychologists, spend years of training in graduate school figuring out how to better do experiments, better do research. Right? And so there's years and years of stuff we can talk about here, but this is the gist. Right? It's not that complicated. Measure well, that has its own challenges. Do an experiment when you can, if you care about cause and effect. And oftentimes we do care about cause and effect relationship. All right, so enough knocking on psychology. Oh, gee, it's not rocket science, right? It's not, and, people oftentimes put like sort of this hierarchy of the sciences where usually physics is on top, and then, chemistry is applied physics, right? And biology is just applied chemistry, psychology is applied biology, sociology is applied psychology, blah, 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 blah. Right? And so physicists put themselves, oh yeah, we're the pure hard science, right? And mathematicians are kind of going, what are you doing over there? But what I'm going to argue, right, is that in some ways, what we're doing in the Department of Psychology in some ways is the hardest science, right? So forget this whole hard science, soft science stuff, right? That you can say, well, who has the fancier lab equipment or where's the wider lab coats? That's not what makes something science. What makes something scientific is, do we systematize our observations? Right? Do we achieve reasonable reliability and validity of our measures? Are we able to do clean experiments and draw causal inferences? Those are the goals of science, and those goals are the same regardless of discipline. What makes psychology different, and what I will argue what makes psychology harder than any other science, is that the subject matter is much more complex. Right? That psychology is complicated, right? Because people are more complicated than rockets. Rockets are fairly straightforward. People, not so much. Yeah.
When you say hard science, you know the most difficult science?
I'm playing with words here a little bit, right? I'm giving us all, right? The class that comes in after, I don't know what it is, physics or math or something like that, he kind of scoffs a little bit and says, oh, you soft psychologists, right? He's like, yeah, you try studying the complexities of human behavior. They wouldn't even know where to begin. Yeah? Or it seems impossible to study systems that are that complex. Okay? But psychology is also complicated, okay, because scientists are people, right? And we're studying ourselves, right? And we have preconceived notions about the way the world works. We might think that Yogi Berra is pretty darn insightful, even though what he's saying is kind of a redundancy. Right? We're persuaded by bullshit. We believe in things because they're printed in clear ink or because they are. Right? People, scientists are people and people are biased. Right? Their prior beliefs and expectations influence what they see. Okay? People tends to be overconfident, right? Where they are more confident. If you have people go through an exam and say, okay, circle all the questions you know you got right. You're 100% sure you got right. You might get 80% of those correct. Right? What are the ones that you're 50-50 about? You might get 20% of those right. Right? People tend to be overconfident about what they know, right? Which is kind of useful, right? Because you've got to get the answer, right? And it keeps us from guessing, but it leads to overconfidence, right? And that can be dangerous when we're scientists thinking about our understandings of human behavior. We can get attached to our theories, attached to our ideas, right? People tend to be prone to seek confirmation. There's something we can talk about already, confirmation bias. People tend to seek, even when designing experiments, tend to seek out information that confirms our preconceived notions, that confirms our hypotheses. And so if we are hypothesizing about the social nature of humanity, and we have preconceived notions about the way people operate, that's going to lead to the collection of data that would be consistent with those notions, right? And the history of psychology is littered with a lot of bad ideas. There's a lot of sort of racism built into some of the early intelligence testing. There's a lot of assumptions about inherent differences between people based on race, ethnicity, on gender, and so on. Okay? And so another issue, and this is an important one, right? And I'm giving this to you, right, also as this is why statistics classes are hard. Right? It's not because the math is all that complicated. It's not. Right? Anything you cover in the first year or two of statistics, you probably got by sophomore year of high school, maybe junior. Right? What's hard about statistics is that our statistical procedures require us to think about inference in ways that we're not used to thinking about. Right? And that's what makes it critical. Right? So statistics is kind of unnatural. All right, so this is sort of an interesting old, tone before my time, but used to be sort of bandied about in philosophy, science, circles. But this is still you can find it in old bookshops, coffee houses, Zen in the art of motorcycle maintenance. Right? It's basically a guy riding around the country on his motorcycle, fixing it. But he's also musing on the philosophy of science and the nature of being. It's more interesting than it sounds, but that's what it is. But in there, he argues that the real purpose, and when we use it in scientific method, is to make sure, okay, that nature, our own natural human inclinations, haven't misled us into thinking we know something that we don't actually know. Right? This is why bullshit is so prevalent. Right? It's because we can be seduced by information that sounds, and we're not used to thinking about if it's true, when is it false, or what information would disconfirm those particular items. All right, so let's just give a couple of examples. So I want to talk a little bit about the importance of comparison in making scientific conclusions. Okay, here is a cure for the common cold, right? So we're going to give 100 people our new treatment, 85% improve, 15% don't improve. Is our treatment effective? Why not? What are we missing? Okay, so first of all, well done. A lot of people will look at this and say, what do you mean, 85%? Most information that we're provided with, is like, oh look, 4 out of 5 dentists prefer Wrigley's gum for their patients who chew them, right? So what? But lots of information that we're given is this kind of information. Oh look, these are people who took my new weight loss program and lost weight. These are people who read my study guide and did well on the exam, right? And so on. But you are right. What we need is a control group. We need to know how people who are not treated do as well. Okay, so if this is the kind of the data, how effective is our treatment? I know we're running towards the end of the class and we're getting tired. It's a long, hot, stuffy day. How effective is the treatment? Not at all. Okay, very good. Right? We should use the looking at like this. What about now? Our treatment was harmful. Wait, you laugh? Lots of treatments are either not effective or it can be harmful. Right? There's something I wish I could find the press release. There was a company up in Northern California. It spent millions of dollars to devising this new drink that was going to help evolve us. Right? They spent a lot of money testing it. They brought in people to actually do a randomized trial. This drink cost more than $50 a serving. Right? But lots of people up in the Silicon Valley were saying, this is going to make me more productive. And so they bought it. Okay? In a randomized control trial, it was less effective than a cup of coffee. Okay?
Bullshit.
What's that?
Bullshit.
It's bullshit, right? But at least the company, they believed it, and at least they cared enough about the truth to test it, right? And oops, we don't want to let that information get out there, right? Yeah.
Sorry, maybe I'm missing it, but did you say this proves that it was harmful?
It doesn't prove anything. There's no random assignment. But look, so okay, what I showed before, and this is where the pitch, right? Numbers are changing. So here, people who are treated, 85 improve, 15 don't. Those who don't get treated, 85 improve. So treatment or not doesn't make any difference. You're still getting it. But if it changes, these numbers change, in the untreated group, those who don't get treated, nobody chooses. So in the untreated group, right, nobody improves, and 100% improve are unimproved, right? Then that makes our treatment look effective. If I said whatever, this is the scary bit, right? There you go. Did I say something without regards to what was actually on the slide? Unintentional, not intentional bullshit, right? Okay, so it moves, right? Okay, but yeah, here, this makes it look better, right? So if untreated, everybody gets better, nobody is unimproved, then it looks like our treatment is actually making a difference. Now, this seems obvious when it's pointed out and when we talk about the heading of the slide is the importance of comparison. People miss this stuff all the time. Okay. Okay. How many of you, so, show of hands here, how many of you declared your major in psychology at SJSU because you wanted to be a social psychologist? Great. Okay. How many of you declared a major in social psychology, declared a major in psychology because you have some thought about helping other people, it means sort of the helping professions, clinical psychology, that kind of thing. Most of them. Okay? Maybe not all, but most of them. This is relevant to you and to everybody else because you're going to talk to those people who are interested in helping other people. Okay, these are data. Kids who've been brought to community mental health centers in Los Angeles, the greater Los Angeles area, okay, who went to community mental health clinics to help them with their depression, right? And so this depression C-score, what it is sort of a standardized indicator of how severe their symptoms are. Those are high symptoms that made them eligible to be in this study, okay? But after 10 to 12 months of community therapy, they had fewer symptoms. They looked better. Now, how confident can we be that it was the treatment that they received in these clinics that was responsible for their improvement? Not at all. Why not? This community clinic, people spent their entire lives, their education, they went in debt, right? They're still paying off their student loans. You don't think that they're doing anything?
Could be, but we need to see people who didn't go to the clinic over the same time period.
And you need to know people who didn't go to that clinic, right? Okay. What's that?
We need a comparison.
You do need a comparison, right? And we can't evaluate these data. Now, most of the time, most clinics will say, look, our clients got better, right? And they will say, we have a comparison. Here they are at intake, they're suffering from depression, and then at the end of a year of intensive treatment, lots of inconvenience, they're doing better. Right? Good thing I got my side B and got myself $40, $80, $120,000 in debt. Right? There's no control. We can't know. Right? So these days are kind of fun, right? So any of you who are taking PSY340 on Tuesday and Thursday, that's Dr. Weirson, lead author of this study. So she and her advisor were collecting this data for a good period of time. And after a while, not yet to Dr. Weirson said, oh snap, we don't have control. Right? So what she did was she did essentially a little meta-analysis. She said, well, how do kids do who are suffering the same level of depression in randomized clinical trials? Right? In clinical trials where people are randomly assigned to either get an active treatment or they're assigned to usually a control group, and usually that's a wait list, right? And the reality is, right, you can't withhold treatment, so most of these clinics, most of these programs already have an extended wait list, and so what they do is if they're willing to participate in the study, they have a 50-50 chance of skipping that wait list and going straight into therapy. What I'm going to show you now is important, right? Here are the people who are receiving cognitive behavioral therapy and research trials. Did they also get better by the end of the study? Yeah. Okay. Is their trajectory the same or different? Right? They're getting better quickly. And they stay better. Now here's the kicker. Research studies have control conditions. People who are on the wait list. These data are going to be hard to see. There they are, right? Gone. There they are. Right? So, we have this nice pink pen to point this line out. This is it. So most people were only kept on a waiting list for 1 to 3 months, right? Because they realized that after 3 months, people receiving CBT got better and stayed better, and people who were in the control conditions weren't. That's a big difference. And so they ended the study, gave everybody CBT. But what you can see is there's one that's down here, but most of the points, right, of these isolated control group communities follow exactly the same trajectory as people who are receiving community treatment. So what together these data suggest is that the people going to community clinics, right, taken by parents or relatives or caretakers who care about them deeply and care about their work, take them to therapists who spent their education studying psychotherapy and got a career dedicated to improving the lives of young children who might be suffering from depression. The treatments that they were delivering, no more effective than the passage of time. Yikes. Yes, yikes. So for the 90% of you who raise your hand saying, yeah, I want to go into psychology, make sure that the psychology you're learning is empirically supported, empirically validated. Because most of it isn't. And most of the care that people receive is no more effective than the passage of time. Yes, you have the right to be mortified.
What's the difference between control conditions for research and simulated control conditions?
Okay, so what this green line up here represents, and those 2 points, those are the average of more than a dozen different research studies. Okay, most of them have only maintained the control group for this short period of time. A few isolated single studies held out to 6 months, 9 months, or 12 months. Those are single studies. Right? We have more confidence about that first line, which follows the exact same trajectory. Yeah.
Could it be possible, because a lot of times when a study says, like it's been proven that this medication helps 99% of people, then I always wonder about the other 1%. So maybe community therapy is not effective for the majority of people, but maybe for 1% it's really, really good, and we just need to find that 1%.
Maybe, but we don't know. The problem is that community mental health services, the way they are practiced, we can't tell. Right? We don't know. Right? And maybe the most successful cases would have gotten better on their own. Right? We knew that when locked up. But that also raises a very important point. Right? And when we talk about research, when we talk about experiments, right? People are randomly assigned to an experimental treatment or a control condition. What this shows, right, is that people on average are free of symptoms. Right? That doesn't mean that some people still might be symptomatic and some people aren't. Right? No treatment that we know of is effective for 100% of patients. Right? And there are people, some of the work that Dr. Wissing, another one of her collaborators, Dr. David Brent, he has an entire clinic that focuses on treating people who are resistant to most conventional forms of therapy. How do you help those? But the way you can figure out how to target that 1% is by, you need to do the research studies. You can't just make uncontrolled observations. Right? I know this isn't a very social psychological example, okay, but it's important because a lot of what we do in psychology, we care about and treatment of other people. If you care, right? If you or anybody you know is suffering from depression or anxiety, a phobia, right? Stress, eating disorders, there are treatments that have been shown to be effective. Most people don't receive those treatments. And there's nothing, right? So Dr. Wissing, I have the great fortune to be married to, right? She starts a lot of her talks. She was starting out, it's like that we ought to be as confident when we take our child to a psychologist or a community clinic, for stress or anxiety or depression. We ought to be as confident as we would be when taking them, to the doctor for a broken arm, or a cold, or the flu. Right? And the reality is that we can't do that, right? Because most people, right, the people in community clinics, it's not like they're uneducated, and it's not like they don't care. They do care, and they will point to their trajectories, right, as evidence that what they're doing is working. But they don't have the necessary control.
So CBT is a better treatment than community therapy. It has such a drastic effect.
Why didn't everybody do it?
I could hold that away from patients that could benefit.
I agree. It should be criminal, but we don't regulate. It should be criminal.
I myself have been in CBT.
What's that?
I myself have been in CBT.
Yeah.
And I can tell you the intensive teachings, it works.
And we have data, thankfully, to say that it didn't just work for you,
Right.
but it works for a lot of people, right? Medical doctors can be sued for malpractice, right? If you take there actually are psychotherapies that that actually can be counterproductive, and some of them can be free. You take Dr. Wissing's class and right, so yeah. Yes.
Is it because we just don't have resources for all these people with professionals to do the CBT?
It's because psychologists are governed by a guild of people who aren't trained in science. Right? There are people in this department, not just the ones who put fun quotes on the walls, but I say, oh no, there are psychologists who think that they sound like the people in the occult or who believe in ESP. Oh, if you measure it, it's going to tamper or dampen the patient therapist, the patient therapist interaction. Not true. But yeah, if you go. Forgive me for those of you saying, let's go back to the social psychology. This is an important soapbox moment for me, right? And this is why my wife's doing God's work, and I just come around the perimeter saying, let's talk about fun social psychology stuff, obedience and discrimination. She's helping us, or teaching people how. It should be criminal, right? If we know this is true, to not be certified in therapists that know are going to be effective. Our insurance companies should only reimburse treatments that have been shown to be effective, but most people don't. Right? The best place to get them, if you or people that you know are suffering from anything, the university mental health services are often the forefront of this kind of research, these kinds of treatments, because you have psychologists in these departments who are studying what makes them effective, right? And so, if you're struggling with anxiety or depression, there are world experts, not just regional experts, world experts who are training their students how to do these kinds of treatments, and you can get those treatments free of charge by going down to the psychology clinic in Colorado. Or you can get pretty, also excellent care at the student mental health services, right? Because the university settings are more aware than the general public about these issues. So, comparisons are important, right? And the reason why that particular experiment, these randomized clinical trials are so important, is because what you've done is you've carefully created the environments, the situations that people are in, and where you take a group of participants, right? And then within that group, you randomly assign some of them to get a particular treatment and others to the control condition. And what it does is it provides a basis for comparison that real life does not often provide. Right? So this is an old classic novel full of sex and intrigue and affairs and all kinds of saucy things. But one of the protagonists, right, engages in these various affairs because he says, look, life doesn't give me control, so I'm going to do whatever I want, right? But to the other says, we can never know, we can't even know what's to want, because living only one life, we can neither compare it with our previous lives, nor perfect it in our lives to come, right? I'm pretty happy, extremely happy being married, right? I don't have a control of the father, thank you. That's sort of even weird to think about, right? How happy are you being a psychology major? Well, maybe if you change the majors, you can say I'm happier than I was before, right? You don't really know how happy you would still be in that other major because maybe things have changed. Life doesn't provide us with a control group, right? And so this is sort of really a key issue, and the not exactly rocket science of the psychology experiment is that what an experiment is designed to do is to provide and set up useful comparisons. Right? Take two groups of people. Right? Some people who are suffering from depression are going to get better. Right? Depression has, just like a common cold, not exactly like a common cold, but we recover from the common cold. Depression tends to be cyclical. Right? And so if left untreated, people will sort of be emerged, but, and this is where that graph is useful, having previous bouts of depression predicts future bouts of depression. If you can treat it, kill it, you're less likely to remit. Right? And randomized experiments will allow you to do it. Okay. So when we think about research, really what we're thinking about is plausibility analysis, right? How likely is the results to have happened because of our intervention or something else. Let me race through one particular example. I'll post this for you. I just want to share with you the very first experiment ever done in social psychology is a study of social influence, right? It has sort of this funny title, the dynamic gene factors in case making and competition, right? But the basic idea was that bicycling, there's an observation, as Almond Triplet made, that bicyclists riding in competition with one another rode faster than bicyclists racing the same distance against the car. Right? Okay, and so cyclists race faster in competition than alone. Okay? And we can think of a variety of reasons for that, right? Right? Maybe different riders. Maybe only the best riders are going to engage in the public races, whereas more novice riders might in time trials, right? That would be something that would be referred to as selection effect. Maybe there's different incentives. Maybe the glory of beating somebody, head to head in a race is more satisfying than beating the clock, right? Another possibility, right, is that when you're racing against another rider, right, you can conserve resources by sort of being in their wind shadow, right, and sort of what we now call grappling, right, and conserve energy so we have more energy for the final sprint. Right? Triplet considers something called the brain worry hypothesis, right? That when you're racing by yourself, you don't know how to pace yourself. When you're racing against other people, you're just trying to beat somebody that simplifies the task, right? There's a variety of hypnotic suggestions. You're watching somebody else cycling, you should get in this mode of cycling too. The problem is, all of these are possible explanations for the observation. It doesn't matter how careful those observations are made. All of these are possible explanations for why people riding faster in competition than alone. Okay? Right? So, what Triplet did was he devised an experiment, an artificial, weird, silly experiment that helped rule out all these alternative explanations. Okay, a single experiment that was done. I've run you out of time. We'll finish that up on Wednesday. For those of you keeping score at home who's following the syllabus, we are over here through the semester. We've got, I know we're still getting settled, still trying to remember where our weird classes are and so on. We talked about sort of some introductory matters in this class. We talked about research methods, which we talked about last time. We still talked about some of that today. But the goal is to be moving on to be starting to think about the self and self-concept from a social psychological perspective. That's chapter 3 of the textbook, and by chapter 3 you're going to be more than halfway to your first midterm. The first midterm is just in a couple of weeks. It covers the first 5 chapters of the textbook. So want to make sure that we cover all our ground. And so what we'll do today is still spending a bulk of time talking about the self-concept, but I also want to make sure that we cover some important ground, some of which familiar, some of which may be new, when we talk about research methods. Okay, any questions before we begin? Okay. All right. So last time we were talking about sort of the importance of a comparison. So when you make comparisons, you can't make proper conclusions, and how experimental methods are useful because they create an opportunity for us to set up experiences in a particular way that allow us to test key causal hypotheses, right? And the lives of individuals are difficult, right? Because individual lives, individual perspectives don't provide the necessary comparisons. What our lives would be like if we had lived things differently, if we had made different decisions, if we had been in a different environment. And so there's a need for experiments to do that. Right? And so the whole logic of experimental research, and really any kind of research in psychology, or anything else, is that especially in psychology, is that it allows us to implement, from a research perspective, some control over people's experiences so we can monitor their effects. And I want to just talk about some implications of that, just give some kind of silly examples, but important ones, right? So this is something that's called the swimmer's body illusion. Nobody really talks about this too much, but the basic idea, is here it's like you're a little out of shape, you're a little bit, chubby, whatever. Just throw on some water wings, teach yourself to swim, and what you're going to do is to develop this physique, right? And so just a couple laps, and you look like this. All right? Do we buy it? No. Okay, more than a few laps, right? Okay. But what's the problem with the conclusion? Why can't we make a why does swimming leads to those outcomes? Yes.
There's other factors like
Okay, so sure. So eventually you can think about, well, okay, so you feel okay, I'm going to take the swimmer's diet. Is that sufficient? Yeah.
no, I guess you can determine on your physical body type.
Okay, body type could be there as well. Right, so the trick here, right, is that when people see, oh, look, swimmers look like this, they swim, therefore it must be those activities that lead to the outcomes, people are making causal inferences. They're saying that swimming like this causes physiques like that, right? Or they're saying maybe it's something about their diet or their regimen, right? But it's also possible that the causal direction could go the other way around. Right? The swimmer's body makes the assumption that a certain kind of physical activity leads to a certain physique, right? But it's also possible, especially when you look at elite athletes, that they weren't born exactly like this, but they had to put in a freakish number of hours in the pool, right? But most Olympic swimmers have absurdly long arms and kind of silly, useless legs, especially distance swimmers. You don't really need legs for swimming. Okay, and so Michael Phelps had an abnormal lung capacity, right? And that allows him to hold his breath longer, right? Get more oxygen out of each breath that he takes, which allows him which gives him an incremental edge. Okay, now I'm not saying that his efforts weren't important. Okay, training certainly helps. Okay, but when you think about this methodologically, you would think that it'd be part of the flaw of drawing a causal inference here is that we've got some selection effects here, that maybe the elite athletes are different on average than people who don't reach elite levels. And we talked about that a couple of weeks ago, a week or so ago, when we were talking about if you want to hit a fastball in Major League Baseball, you better have way better than average, not just dexterity, not just speed of reflexes, you better have better visual acuity, better than normal visual acuity to be able to do that. Some people not measuring. So that's why if we want to know, well, what's the effect? Is swimming good for you? Will swimming improve your physique? Right? That's a testable question, but we can't just look at swimmers and non-swimmers and make a comparison. Right? It's an inadequate comparison. We would need. This is why we need experiments. We need to be able to randomly assign people to conditions. Good? Good. Let's ask an obvious question. Right? I'm not including any images for this. You can supply your own. Please don't look them up now. Right? Mental images are fine. Does sex make people happy? Right? What do we think? Come on, yes or no?
Yes.
Right, okay, let's constrain this, right, just make sure it's consensual, right? I don't need to be white of non-consensual sex, right? But this is a seemingly obvious, no-brainer. It's tricky, right? How would we know? Okay, well, there have actually been a lot of studies showing a strong positive link between the frequency of sexual experiences and people's happiness. Does that seal the deal? No, why not?
Maybe happy people have more sex.
Maybe happy people have more sex, right? Right? People who aren't so happy don't get out very much. Might not initiate sexual activity. That's one of the hard things for those who suffer from depression, right? They're kind of hard to be around, right? And they, in some ways, may drive off the very helpless social support that they need. Okay? So now, there's been many large studies and many people who claim there have been books that have sex every day, increasing, but we don't know. Okay, there's large studies. The details of these don't matter. But some of them were thousands and thousands of adults. It's done cross-culturally. All seem to show this basic strong association. There's some caveats. I looked at, this was a fairly recent study saying maybe the amount of sex doesn't matter as much as what you do after. Right? And so sort of, just, right? But the problem with these studies, okay, with as many participants as they have, right, the generalizability, all of this is important, okay? But, and they do yield some interesting conclusions, right? One study found that most people would trade increasing their sexual activity from once a month to once a week. They said, yeah, that would be worth an extra $50,000 a year. Right? They would forego a $50,000 raise to just get lucky a little bit more action, right? A little bit more time. So, right? So we can learn things from this, right? And that the association seems to be just as strong for men as for women. It seems to be holds true for heterosexual couples as well as same-sex couples, right? So interesting data, but they don't show anything about what causes what. We don't know if it's, that's the problem, right? And we know, and you all know, probably since your introductory psychology class, if not before, that correlation does not imply causation, right? And this is, most psychology students know this in the abstract. Okay. The trick is that when confronted with real data, real examples, okay, many times, many people actually forget, right? And I've seen smart people forget, journalists forget. There will be headlines that will come out, right? One was showed that there's something that was reported in the New York Times, and there was a correlation between physical activity, not sex, but physical activity, walking around, and health and well-being and happiness, right? And so the ardent belief was you should get out and walk more. The data on correlation, we don't know what causes what, right? So these kinds of decisions are easy to make, right? And this is why any scientifically oriented psych class that you're going to take is going to hit you with this message. Yes, you've been hearing this in introductory psych, but we make these mistakes all the time. People do. Right? And so it's just a reminder to keep that causal arrow going, right? So why not? Why does correlation do not imply causation? You all know this. Yes?
Because it's not, there's no independent coefficient to it. You can't manipulate something in a correlation. You can't manipulate something in a causation.
Okay, so there's no experimental manipulation, right? That's one of the limitations of a correlational study, right? So if we observe, right, a positive correlation between the amount of sex that somebody has, right, and their reported feelings of happiness, people have done this, right? And they ask these kinds of questions, find a positive correlation. We don't know. It's possible, right? Is it possible that sex makes people happy? Yeah, sure, right? That may be the reason why some people do it, right? But is it possible? Right? We have a suggestion of reverse causality. Maybe happy people are more likely or more eager to engage in sexual activities. Is that possible? It's possible, and it's a possible interpretation of the same data, right? So those data are interesting, but they don't tell which direction it goes. Right? And if we want to know that kind of question, which direction the causal direction lies, the data are useless, right? Almost, right? If there is no causal link, okay, then the correlation would probably be zero, right? So if there's no correlation, there's probably no causation, but the presence of a correlation does not imply the presence of causation. Right? What else is wrong? What else is missing? Yes.
Other variables?
Other variables, right? This is huge, right? So if this was all that was going on, we couldn't figure out, whether the chicken caused the egg or the egg caused the chicken, then there's only two possibilities that we have to worry about. But the problem here is that there are third variables, other variables that might cause this association. Okay? So what is let's just give one example. What's a third variable that could lead to this association between sex and happiness? Yeah. Okay. People who are in relationships probably have more and actually do have more sex and are happier than people who don't. Okay. So just simply being in there's opportunity for sexual activity, and other people are the source of misery, but also the source of happiness. Right. So that's important. Right. So that could be an important third variable. What else? Yeah. Young. Okay. Maybe younger people are happier and more sexually active. That's possible. Okay, what else? Yeah, well, okay. I actually looked into that. So certainly, maybe wealthy people, are more attractive and sort of more have more sexual activities and they're happier. Wealth is only modestly associated with happiness. Actually, sometimes the desire for wealth makes people chronically unhappy. But what the data suggests from these correlational studies is that wealth is not associated with sexual activity, right? So there's no correlation between wealth and the amount of sex people have, right? So money can't, right? That old punchline on our old song, money can't buy you love, supported by data. So wealth is a possible variable. Turns out that it's one that people looked at and ruled out. Yes. Attractiveness could be there. Sure. What else?
Like moving closer to family or getting a job.
Okay, so just physics or like getting sort of getting a new job or moving to a familiar environment, right? Leads to happiness. Reacquaint you with old friends, you feel more comfortable, become more sexually active. This is possible. What else? We could do this all day. Right? The number of third variables is potentially infinite. Okay? So we, maybe some of these correlational studies, 1,600 people, they looked at whether they were in a relationship or not. They looked at how their income, wealth, things like that. And they could look at them, but they didn't look at the infinite number of things that they could have looked at. Right? Maybe the health. The people who are generally healthy are more capable and more happy because of their health as well. Right? The problem with correlational designs is they tell us whether there's an association, right? Sometimes associations are important. But if we want to understand what to do with this information, should we therefore become more sexually active? Right? If our goal is to increase happiness, right? The data are perfectly ambiguous, right? So when we ask this question, why not? Right? We don't know about the causal sequence. We don't have one cause is not prior to the others, right? So reverse causality is possible, and there's no independence of causality, which was mentioned as well, right? That there could be third variables that could provide alternate explanation. Okay, so to be able to evaluate causal hypotheses in a satisfying way, we have to do an experimental design, right? And experimental designs are weird. They're unnatural. We're doing things to people. It's kind of fun, right? But we have to manipulate their behavior to observe the consequences. That's why an experiment is so useful. All right? So we can do things, right? And what an experiment does is it establishes causal priority. If we twist the lion's tail, we can observe the effect of our twist on the lion's behavior. Right? If we change some aspect, and only one aspect of someone's behavior, or their circumstance, we can observe the downstream effects. That's the benefit of manipulation. Okay? But what we also have to do, and the even harder part of the experimental design, is to also maintain the independence of that manipulation. Right? And so in experimental design, when we talk about independent variables, Those are the variables that we manipulate, and we do our best to manipulate them independent of other potential causes. And so sometimes, right, experiments will intend to manipulate one thing, but they accidentally, inadvertently manipulate several things at once. Right? And those other things might lead to a confounded experiment is still better than a correlational design, right? Because in the correlational design, the number of unmeasured third variables is potentially infinite. Right? The number of potential confounding variables in the experiment is probably infinite. Yes.
What are confounding variables?
Confounded, okay. Questions about any of the terminology, it is in the textbook. I didn't give examples there, but a confounded variable, if you want the sort of method, it's any variable that systematically co-varies with the independent variable. So if you manipulated something along with the independent variable, right, then it's not just that variable to manipulate something else, right? So if you want to try to manipulate somebody's mood, right? You might do something that's nice to someone's mood. You might give them a gift, right? Maybe that elevates their mood, but it also changes your relationship to them, right? Now they owe you something because you've given them something, right? And so you can't be sure as an experimentalist whether it was the alteration of mood that made a difference or the receipt of a gift that made a difference, right? And so in that case, those two, that one manipulation could have a variety of effects, right? And we're usually interested. Okay. But it's an important source of bias or error in the So we got the whole correlation thing, right? So so here's your test, right? You can think that correlation by causation and so on the top don't. Sounds like the class helped. Oh, maybe. Why is that funny? Some of you are looking at it and say it's not stupid, but okay. Why is that funny? Yes?
She's assuming that class cause, like that you learned that.
Okay, and do we know that taking social psychology caused that? Why not? It's only correlational, right? There's no control group. Okay? If you don't think it's this side-splittingly humorous, funny, if you don't think it's that, then review correlation and causation, right? But it's hilarious, trust me. Okay. All right. So let's finish the punchline, right? Is consensual sex making people happy? You know what? Somebody at Carnegie Mellon has actually done an experiment to test it. Okay? And so, right, this is weird, right? All of the details don't matter. There's 128 couples, but you'll note this is 128 couples. It's not 16,000 individuals, right? If you're going to do a study where you're manipulating how much sex people have, right? You're not going to do that with 16,000 people, right? They follow these. So first of all, they make sure that they're all adults, right? They can't encourage individuals to engage in sexual activity, right? That would be unethical. I think that their ethics review board made sure that they required people to be legally married. That means that it was restricted to, at the time the study was done, it was restricted to this is just a couple of years old, so maybe they could have done, but they focused on heterosexual couples who were sexually active, right? They also excluded people who were sexually, there were difficulties associated with sex and so on. But they did something that was highly unnatural. They monitored it, right? They weren't in the bedroom. That would be creepy and weird, right? Honey, we're going to have, I signed us up for this experiment. There's going to be a researcher in our bedroom for the next 3 months. They weren't asked to do anything like that, but they did fill out daily questionnaires. They were supposed to log in before noon every day and fill out questionnaires. Each time they did so, they were compensated. say, right? So this is an expensive study to run, monitored for 3 months. But the key thing about this was that there was an experimental manipulation, right? And so what they did was that they had, and they used random assignment, right? If you could imagine saying, okay, so who wants to increase your sexual activity, right? Some people, oh yeah, that sounds good. I say, okay, great. They may be different than people who say, nah, I think I'm having too much already, right? Those might be different kinds of people. So this thing with an experimental manipulation is that participants be randomly assigned. This is what gets away from some what we call selection effects, where you have different kinds of participants in different conditions of the study. Right? Half were asked to engage in their normal sexual activities, right? And that's the control group. Okay? Right? And it's important to have a group like this, right? Because they were in some ways treated very differently, right? They were still asked on a daily basis, gee, how are you feeling? And what did you and your partner do last night in terms of sexual activities and so on, right? So everybody were given those tasks, but the experimental group, right, were asked to basically go home and have twice as much sex as you want to do, right? So whatever your line is, right, double, right, for the next 3 months. Okay, and people weren't, their participation wasn't, they couldn't force them to do this, right? But they did ask. And what they found is, right, so actually people were able to double the amount of sexual activity that they engage in. On average, people increased it by almost half. Right? So they are engaging in significantly more sexual activity. And, right? And that, again, the key thing for this study wasn't whether they actually doubled it. What they needed to do was they needed to say, okay, we need to have 2 groups that are the same at the beginning of the study. And we know they're the same because they're all from one group. They fill out a bunch of baseline measures, and then they were randomly assigned to 1 or 2 different positions. And in one position, they were supposed to engage in more sex, and they engaged in more sexual activity. All right? How many of you think that sex increases happiness? Okay, come on, you're a psychology major. Okay, how many of you think that sex is completely unrelated to happiness? Right? How many people think that sex is going to make people unhappy? Okay, right now, 80 to 90% of you aren't willing to make a hypothesis. Okay? I only saw 2 hands up, and I'm going to shame you publicly for that. Right? You are psychology majors. Right? If you can't make informed predictions about what people ought to do, we've been wasting your time. Right? And you're not going to learn much if you're going to say, show me the results, and then I'll say why that's true. That's cheating in experimental research, right? We need to make predictions, think about what the data are going to look like ahead of time, right? And then see whether our hypotheses are confirmed or falsified, right? People who just look at data and then try to see what patterns exist are making stuff up, right? That's cheating. So anyway, so I won't make you publicly say it, right? But think about whether you think it should increase or decrease. You think about your own experience. You think about what you know. You can draw on whatever, right? But here I'm going to show you the data. Yes.
If the drug addict starts doubling the use of drugs for 3 months, they may feel a lot happier at first. I'm not saying that this analogy is necessarily true. I'm just saying it could be true. But eventually that's going to deteriorate their happiness later on.
Yeah. Okay. So there could be, right? They could get exhausted, double it again. Yeah. So sure. These are part of the puzzles of doing research, right? This is why they monitor them daily for 3 months, right? You can see whether it has a sort of local benefit or a decline. Turns out it did not have a different trajectories, right? But what the results suggested was that it made people report slightly lower mood. In the experiment, those who were induced to have more sex reported lower mood overall. Now, part of that is because a component of mood is how much energy you have, right? And they might be a little more sleepy, right? They might be a little more tired the next day, right? And so that was part of it. That didn't explain all of it. But the other thing is that if you encourage people to engage in more sex than they would normally engage in, they ultimately reported lesser sexual enjoyment and lesser sexual desire, right? So again, this does not mean, right? I'm not to say, look, if you enjoy sex, you're deceiving yourself, you're really feeling worse, right? That's not the implication of this at all, right? But what this is, and I see your hands, right? What this is an attempt, right? To answer like a question that seems so absurdly self-evident. That sure, sexual activity should increase happiness, therefore, and there are, you go to the self-help aisles and there's books, increase your happiness through increasing sexual activity, right? There's a quote, it borrows the Nike slogan, just do it, right? And these days, suggest that increasing your sexual activity will not necessarily increase people's happiness. Yes?
So maybe there's a threshold for which sex makes you happier. For example, the people who are already having sex once a week, if they doubled it, it wouldn't make them happier.
Yeah.
But if they're already having it once a week, then maybe they would do better.
Right, and so that's possible, right? But it's hard to dig too deep because you only have 128 couples in this study. The larger correlational studies suggest that the benefits of an increased sexual activity and the big studies they focused on I think, bladder, but it tends to taper off after once per week, right? So there may be some diminishing returns, right? Yes?
I feel like it's slightly problematic to experiment because, like, the whole, like, intrinsic motivation, like, I feel like a lot of, like, sex is, like, you don't want to be like, oh, yeah, like, we're doing this because, like, we're going to get money for this experiment. Like, that's not, like, sexy. Like, you know what I mean?
Sure, yeah.
And so it just seems kind of, and then also it's like, what if they're like, well, if I'm supposed to have 50% more sex, like, they're comparing it to, like, oh, so, like, are my sexual habits, like, not good in the first place? Like, why are they making me increase my sexual? So it's like, is the sex even good in this situation?
Right. So and they measured sort of people's enjoyment went down, right? When they increased it, right? So these are good points. Okay. Now, but when you think about issues like that, and I see your hands, and I want to get there, right? One of the things you mentioned, like this sort of the intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. Well, if that's true, right? Still, there are people who look at those correlations and say, and there are therapists who say people should get busy a little bit more action, and that will be a source of happiness. Maybe that's not good advice, right? And maybe it would be better if it was coming from a therapist than a random researcher at Carnegie Mellon University. So the reasons behind it might matter. But another way of thinking about it is that maybe one of those third variables that we talked about, none of you mentioned being in love, right? Somebody said being in a relationship, but maybe wanting to be sexually active and succeeding at it is the source of happiness rather than just sex per se, right? And so the question is, if we take something like this, oh gee, does sex make people happy? Sometimes people will say, why are you even talking about that? Is this all that psychology does, right? Is answer an obvious question. It's not an obvious question. It doesn't have an obvious answer. Right? It's a little bit more complicated. I'll get you in a second. Yes?
What if they reverse the experiment and ask them to have twice as less, but they much more unhappy?
Right? So, I think that part of that's an interesting question. I don't know how many people they were worried about people dropping out of the study, right? And so, but yes, that's an interesting question. They haven't done it, right? The fact is, people spent lots of money doing studies like this. They're all in correlational. This is the first, and as far as I'm aware, the only experimental study, right, where people actually try to manipulate it. And you can imagine trying to manipulate things in other ways. Right, but again, most of the data are correlational, right? And most unhappy people cite sort of the lack of sexual intimacy as a contributing factor. But this, they may be unhappy for other reasons.
Could it be more useful to do experiments where you actually look at the brain and see what's going on else?
You could also say that, like, because they're being monitored every single day, they're kind of motivated to have sex to get that money. And if they're having a bad day or something like that, obviously you don't want to have sex, but they're still doing it for that compensation.
Yeah, okay, so I mean, all of these kinds of things are what it boils down to, this is a simple study, right? Some people just go on with their day-to-day sex lives, and other people do it twice as much, right? That's very, very simple, but enacting it is very, very complicated, right? Now, so it's critical, right, that they didn't turn people into prostitutes and say, okay, we're going to pay you as a function of how much sex you have. Like whether or not they had any sexual activity, whether or not they increased their sexual activity wasn't a source of payment, right? They didn't want to feel coerced. They wanted people to do it because they wanted to, right? But they also, the monitoring, they monitored both groups equally, right? Because just monitoring somebody's behavior could change their behavior on its own, right? And it could change. Yes.
You said the third variable was being in love. How do psychologists measure being in love?
The same way that you can ask
so many
people.
different definitions of it.
Sure. Right. Yes. Right. And there are lots of so the same thing is true for a variety of emotional experiences. The same thing is true for happiness. Right. And so but yeah, and love is one of these. When we talk about emotions, right? Some emotions get what's called hypercontact. Right? So future is like, oh, I love you, I don't love you. Right? You can think that the same word can have different kinds of meanings, right? And there are different ways of being in love, right? This is what makes psychology the hardest science, right? Because the concepts that we're interested in, love, emotion, happiness, these aren't as easy. We can't put people on a scale, have them stand on it, look down, and get their love read. And we'll talk a little bit about that when we talk about self-esteem. Okay. Other question. So the point of this, right, is that this study, right, is not central to social psychology by any stretch, but it talks about it highlights the strengths and limitations of different kinds of research design, right? This study is small. It doesn't have, we can't be sure that the results would apply to everyone, right? That it's artificial, it's weird, it's atypical. Okay? And yet what it does is it allows us to answer a very specific question. And most research studies that we're going to look at answer those specific questions. Right? And but they don't answer all of them. Right? They don't consider maybe a different manipulation or a different time course or different motivations. Right? There may be different ways of getting at this that would give different insights. All of that is relevant. Right? The fact that on average there's a decrease in mood and a decrease in sexual enjoyment and desire. That's what's happening on average, right? Some people might, some people might have done the manipulations and been much better off, right? Some people might have been miserable. Individual mileage may vary, right? But what an experiment does is allows us to see what happens on average, right? And in some ways, that's going to be unsatisfying. Right? Because you might think, well, gee, maybe I wouldn't behave this way, or maybe my partner wouldn't behave this way, right? Or whatever it may be. You might think about, people certainly have all kinds of stories where they've done things to create a spark in their love lives and report, positive effects. Well, maybe it's the things they did to leave the spark rather than the sexual activities that those consequences, right? But the fact that individual responses may differ doesn't eliminate the effect that this is what happens to people on average. So when you induce people to increase their sexual activity, the typical common response is, and again, these decreases were large, right? Right? But they weren't the large gains There was not a 40% gain in positive mood that you might expect. Okay, so when we were talking last time, we kind of wrapped up on a particular example that I want to get some closure on. But basically, we were arguing that with research design, what we're trying to do is evaluate different hypotheses, right? And to see how plausible they are in light of the data, right? So the sex experiment, right? What's interesting about it, to me at least, is that somebody bothered to do it, right? And they had to monitor these people for 3 months, right? They had to pay them to log on every day. They got both members of the couple. They had to see whether people agreed or disagreed about what they did, right? It took a lot of work to do this, to answer one specific question, right? It doesn't rule out the possibility that people may gain enjoyment from sex, right? That, in some ways, it's almost absurd to say this means that sexual activity leads to bad outcomes. It means increasing it. It gives a specific answer to a specific question, right? And so what we're doing when we do research designs is we're trying to limit the number of alternative explanations for a particular hypothesis, right? And that's why we go through the whole rigmarole of randomly assigning participants to conditions, doing manipulations, and measuring outcomes to the All right, so last time we talked about, I did something that I probably otherwise, I was, we have 3 minutes left, let's see if I can talk about the super famous study in social psychology, but I did it. I might do it again. I want to make sure we get some food on it, right? This was was one of the first, this is a study that's been cited, been credited, identified as the very first experiment ever done in social psychology, where well before there were social psychologists. It's also been described as the first experiment, the first formal study really in sports psychology as well. So it's a very famous study. It was published in 1898. I think the study itself was done in 1895. The idea was, right, is that the student who has done this was also a project done as a master's thesis, right, for a young master's degree in psychology. Right? So for those of you interested in graduate work, maybe you'll be credited in creating 1 or 2 entire fields 100 years later. Right? What Triplett discovered was that people raced faster in the presence of others than when they were competing, also trying to race as fast as they could on time trials where they raced alone. Right? And so we talked about all different kinds of explanations, all of which are possible. Right? The different riders might race engage in competitive races versus time trials. This is what we call selection, right? If different riders select themselves into different conditions, then maybe that would be the comparison, right? There could be different incentives, right? We talk about drafting, what ought to give Norman Triplett credit for being the first social psychologist is he came up with all kinds of goofy ideas, or names for his hypotheses, something that social psychologists like to do. Right? So we call it the brain worry theory. You sort of just think about it as sort of anxiety, or when you're racing by yourself, you don't know how to pace yourself. Right? You don't know the optimal strategy, right? Other than maybe going all out, but how much you conserve resources. But if you're racing against another person, all you know is you need to finish faster than them. And so other people can do a lot of the thinking for you. Right? The idea of hypnotic suggestions, now we might call it timing, right? You're sitting and you're riding a bicycle and other people are cycling near you. You can see them pedaling and you can pedal at the same time, right? And so the idea is, Triplett thought that maybe you get almost like a hypnotic trance, right? But what he was, so all of these, what's interesting when we think about this study in the history of science, right, is that all of these seemed like possible explanations, but Triplett wasn't interested in any of them, right? He could have done experiments to say, he could have, done experiments to manipulate incentives. He could have seen if there was something different about the different kinds of riders. He could have done races where drafting was possible or not possible. He could have studied the effects of anxiety. He could have studied sort of this hypnotic trance or not. He didn't. What he was interested in was a social phenomenon, right? So this was a part of the time when people started learning about, they were thinking about the influence of others. And is it just the presence of other people that influence the speed with which people complete a race, right? And so that was what he was interested in, but he knew from his correlational data that all of these possibilities, and maybe many others, could explain the difference that he observed, right? And he wanted to know whether, what he called encouragement theory, what we now call the theory of social facilitation, was right. So what Triplett did, right, was in some ways a very bizarre study, right? He didn't have people ride bicycles, right? Because he figured that people had different kinds of experiences and randomly assigning them to these different kinds of races would be strange, right? So he did an experiment, an artificial experiment, where he manipulated whether people performed either alone or in competition, right? And what he did, he wanted to have something that sort of mimics some of the kinds of behavior of a cyclist, right? Some spinning things, but I don't know, it's funny. I've seen various textbooks say it's wheeling and fishing. He actually constructed an entire device, right, where basically at the end of what he calls a competition mean, it was basically just a fishing wheel, and it had this line on it that went down to a drum on the other side that recorded the speed at which people spun the reels. And all they were asked to do was to turn that reel as fast as they could. And participants went through a whole series of trials, half of which they did it by themselves, and half of which they did it against another person. Right? Okay, so it's different than riding a bike, right? But it allows them to test the core social facilitation hypothesis. Now, if you look at this whole list of different possible explanations, right, what the experiment does, right, so research is experience carefully planned. He designed the experiment to rule out as many of these explanations as possible, right? So the idea of different riders, he randomly assigned people to either be to do this alone or in competition. And what he actually did was he ran participants in both conditions. So randomly assigning them to half the time they would by themselves, half the time they would in competition with other people. Right? It's using within summary design, but still random assignment. Right? The incentives were held constant. Okay? Drafting wasn't possible. You're just doing the wheel. There's no pacing to worry about. Right? Because it was just a short, simple task. He made sure that the other person couldn't watch what the other was doing. Right? There was this competition machine. They were blinded to what the other person. They knew the other person was there, right? But they couldn't observe them, right? And so, if there were differences, and there were, you could say that it was the mere presence of other people which influenced their outcome. So again, the experiment is in some ways a bit of a remove from the kinds of experiences, right, that he originally observed. He was a cyclist interested in the behavior of cyclists, but to study this, he needed to design an experiment, and he wanted to design an experiment, right? If he used real cyclists, right, drafting, right, could be an explanation, right? Some of these, it was too complicated a task, and so he had to create this simplified hypothesis. Okay? And so, what he ended up with, he doesn't say that any of these other alternate explanations, they could still be influential causes in the bicycling world. But what he did do was he found support for a particular hypothesis. Right? And it launched an entire line of research, and we'll have more to say about that a little later. Okay? So, question.
I just have a quick question. I work in a gym right now, and I'm just thinking as applicable to like when people are working out together as a group, as opposed to if you go to 24-hour fitness where people are working out, but not against you.
Sure.
So I wonder if that, you know,
I mean, it's an interesting question, right? Do people, right? And people have talked about this, right? So some people, have a gym at their home, right? They invest a lot, okay? But many of them will say they never go, right? Or they don't do it. It's harder to do it. And so people, anecdotally, they say that the value of going to a gym is that there are other people, right? And that kind of can encourage you. That would fit with the social facilitation idea.
But I mean, the difference between being in a class setting
Right.
versus like going to a gym where there are people where it's not class-based and you're really doing your own thing.
Right. So those could be, again, those are interesting questions, right? But if there are different outcomes for those different groups, we would be worried about selection effects, right? People who choose to take classes, are they different? Are they more social? Are they more inclined to benefit than people who do it individually, right? Or people who do it individually, maybe they're more sort of hardcore and individually focused. To be able to see whether that has a consequence, if that's what you're interested in, you would want to be able to say, like you could say, we're giving a, Department of Psychology is funding 2,000 free gym memberships, right? And for 1,000 or 200, right? For 100 of them, you get a free membership for all of these classes, and the others you get free memberships for free use of the gym. And then C, right? And then you randomly assign people to these different conditions, right? And if you do that, and you can see who renews their membership, how often you can go, what's their health at the end of 3 months versus the beginning. But you would have to. But the logic of the experiment is that if you just let people choose, right, then you can have selection effects. But if you really want to see what's the benefit of these different types of classes, you want to randomly assign people to these different conditions. Right? If you have you're proposing a cure to a common cold, if somebody tells you recommendations for how to study, right? Spotify will sell you these study lists, music lists that you can listen to while studying that they claim has all these effects. Right? Okay? Somebody will sell you a $50 mind-wear drink. Luminosity, right? It's this web-based application that's supposed to make you smarter. It doesn't make you smarter. Right? Because people made a lot of money, and then somebody studied. And you randomly assign people to play Luminosity games for a bunch of time, and others not. No difference. Right? But you can only know whether something has an effect or whether something doesn't have an effect by doing an experiment. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why experimental design is so important. And it's especially important in social psychology, right? Because social psychology is concerned with us, with people, with how and why we behave the way that we do, right? And everybody has their own ideas about why we do what we do, right? Some of them might be right, some of them might be wrong, but if we don't care about testing those ideas, all we're doing is spinning bullshit, right? If we don't care about whether our statements are true, it's just bullshit, right? And if we want to know whether our statements are true, we have to, if we're making causal claims, we have to have experimental data to back them up. Right? That's why the science is so important. All right. So the triplet study is a sort of cumulative old study done more than 100 years ago, right? But this might win you some trivia contests, right? It was the first ever experiment done in social psychology, also the first sports study ever done. But the broader point, right, is that our methods, our procedures help rule out an alternative explanation, right? And the goal of research is to rule out as many alternative explanations as possible. Right? Correlational studies, if we're interested in, if we're interested in whether taking classes at a gym is better than going to the gym by yourself, right? You could measure what people do, You could measure their health outcomes, their satisfaction, their likelihood of life, but if you don't manipulate it, right, there's an infinite number of third variable explanations that could account for any possible relationship you observe. Okay? And another thing, and this is important to keep in mind as well, even artificial experiments can inform real-world hypotheses. Right? And so as we read and learn about experiments in social psychology, some of them are going to seem strange, weird, atypical. These are not the kinds of experiences that we encounter in our day-to-day life, right? Because in our day-to-day life, we are outside of the psychology lab, we're not inside, right? But nonetheless, these experiments can still inform hypotheses that might generalize. And this is sort of the important thing, right? That even if our experimental settings, our experimental situations, our experimental manipulations might not represent one-to-one what the social world looks like, our hypotheses about what might happen in those settings may well generalize, right? So even artificial experiments can inform the world. Question? Thomas, next up I get to a little bit quicker, but that was good. That was fun. Good time. Okay. Let's all take a deep breath. And what we're going to do now is sort of shift gears. And we're going to talk about what social psychological research tells us about self-concept. I know nobody uses actual cameras, right, for taking selfies in the mirror. None of us are actually very good either. We all use our cameras for cell phone calls. Okay. So what I want the main thing that I want to talk about today to sort of get us started thinking about the self-concept and what it means when we talk about the is the first thing I want to say is why I'm talking about this in the context of social psychology, right? And a lot of you, when you were thinking about what social psychology might be about, like social interactions, like how people get along with each other, how they persuade or influence each other. We talked earlier today how having sex with each other may or may not influence our well-being and mood, right? But what I want to argue in the last 19 minutes we have together is that our very and the core of our each of our own individual identity is intimately tied to our social experience, right? So when we think about what makes the self social, it's our very social nature that helps us define and identify who we are. And this is just to anticipate a little bit. We learn who we are from other people. Right? So this is a number of theorists. George Cooley, one of the earliest theorists, argued that the looking glass self, right? That we learn about ourselves from other people. Obviously, our caretakers. We be concerned about the messages we may be sending our children because they may criticize them, they may take those criticisms to heart and feel that they're less people of work, but other people can have a pretty strong effect on how we think and feel about ourselves. Right? And so we learn about who we are with other people. There's a theory called social comparison theory. We'll talk about that hopefully if we have time. It's also found in the textbook. But the basic idea is that in addition to learning directly or indirectly from other people, we also learn about ourselves, right? By comparing ourselves to other people. Right? You get an exam back on after you're taking the test. Some people will just sit there and stew, but most people we'll find a friend, and how'd you do it? Right? Because the interpretation of an individual score makes more sense when we think about it in comparison to other people, right? So I've heard lots of popular psych advice, oh, don't worry about comparisons, don't worry about it. And I tell my son this all the time, don't worry about how he's doing compared to other kids on his team, work on becoming a better player. But it's natural for people to think about their own skills and abilities by how they compare us. Right? The self is social because the individual, the groups to which we identify, the families that we come from, the friends that we have, the groups that we belong to, these are an important part of who we are. This is an important social identity theory that we're thinking about. Right? What other people think about us, right? Right? Other people's opinions, other people's beliefs can shape what we think, what we feel, even if we reject those conclusions, right? So there's concerns that people who are fear that they've been judged negatively because of the groups or the beliefs, the groups that they belong to, the beliefs that they hold, or their appearance, preferences, but it can nonetheless be influenced by the judgments of others, and also by people's beliefs about what they think of you. And in fact, that turns out to have a bigger impact. And so other people move on. Right? Culture, our culture groups, can have a very profound effect not only on how we think about ourselves, but what it means to be a person, right? And how we think about the individual self and the other people. Right? So all of these things come to play. So, to sort of the foundation of this, we got to think about, well, what is it that we were talking about when we talk about ourselves, right? This is something that William James refers to as the singular datum in psychology. That when we think about an individual's experience, one of the more powerful things that people think about, right, is that there are thoughts that exist, or that there are experiences that are had, so that they have thoughts, they have experiences, right? And so each of us, scientists and the rest of us, when we interact with the world, we interact with the world mediated through our own personal experience, right? Our own personal understanding. So each of us, first and foremost, has a conception of who we are, right? And that shapes our conceptions of just about everything else, right? Right. So when we think about what the self is, right? There is, we don't need to get too metaphysical right here. The self is rooted in, tied to our physical substance, right? Our bodies and our brains, right? And there's despite speculation about multiple personalities and so on, there's one self to the customer, right? And one body to the self, right? And who we are is what makes each of us unique, distinct, and different. Is tied in part to the distinct physical configurations of who we are, our configuration, of course, by heritage and so on. Okay? But a lot of when we think about the self, we're not just thinking about our physical manifestations, right? We also think about we have lots of thoughts about who we are, what we are, right? And use of exercise that you can do. If you haven't had a chance to start reading the chapter yourself, take a moment or a few moments to write down who you are. Right? Somebody said, gee, love would be hard to define. Well, define yourself, that's hard to do. Right? I think that when we do that, we kind of probably think about a variety of characteristics or qualities, a variety of experiences that we've had. Right? I think few people would say that they are content to think of themselves merely as a physical being, right? We are also an experiential being. right? But we also tend to think of ourselves as more than just, you know, a collection of experiences, more than just a collection of memories. Right? We are also beings that interpret and make sense of the experience. I remember when I was in college, one of my roommates one year was a political scientist, and he and his political science friends, they thought that they were the shit, they were super smart, right? And it was fun to poke fun of them. I remember, you know, a couple of them were, you know, over and, you know, having dinner, and they were talking about this one professor's, you know, book, and he's been working on it for 8 years. You know, it's like, wow, it's going to be so amazing when it comes out. And then, you know, I just poked the hole and said, yeah, these psychologists, we don't write books because, you know, by the time the book's published, it's already empty, and they just like their jobs, just hit the floor, right? The speed of science moves a lot more quickly in experimental sciences than buildings. Okay, so that was one bubble that I burst. But the other bubble that I burst about the same professor, right? Is, you know, he sort of said, oh, you know, if you really want to understand an author, if he really wants to understand Shakespeare, for example, you have to have read every book that Shakespeare wrote. And again, these political scientists were in awe of this. It's like, oh, and that sounds hard. Shakespeare read a limited number of books, right? Maybe a lot, right? But simply reading everything that an author, you know, even if we keep it within the domain of literature, you read everybody, you don't read it under the same candlelight that he read it. You don't read it in the same conditions. You don't read it necessarily in the same sequence. You don't have necessarily the same thoughts. Shakespeare had his own self that shaped how he interpreted everything he encountered. And part of that is what makes who we are. Right? And so that is different. So when we think about, you know, this experiential being, we also have conceptions of who we are, ideas about ourselves. Right? Now, some philosophers and some psychologists might even dispute what, you know, the self might be an illusion. Right? We tend to think of ourselves as coherent, sensible, stable, unitary beings. Right? But this is an idea. It's a representation that we have about ourselves. Right? And we form those ideas about ourselves the way that we form ideas about many other objects. But here's a bit of a puzzle, right? Because when we think about ourselves, yes, we have a physical body, we have ideas about who we are, we have memories, okay? But who is it that has these thoughts and has these memories? Right? And so this is sort of an important and fundamental distinction that is useful to make, which is, right, is that we also have, we also have to have the capacity to take ourselves as an object of our own attention. Right, so this is over. Now, before you jot this down, let me add a sort of a caveat here, right? When we talk about the conception of who we are, right? We know a lot about how people form concepts and categories, right? And so, even if we think about the conceptual side of who we are, it's clear that not all that we know about ourselves is going to be in our conscious awareness in the conscious. You may encounter a new experience that reminds you of an old experience that you wouldn't have thought about otherwise. Right? You have those experiences, right? So you've taken courses in cognitive psychology and memory. There's a lot of information that we have in our long-term memory that we don't always keep actively in mind. What we are thinking about at any one moment of time is usually referred to as working memory. And so we can think about the working self-concept as how we think about ourselves in the moment, at the moment. Okay? And what this is it's a subset of all the things that we can think about. Right? And this is a useful way of thinking about the organization of self-knowledge. Right? Because who we are can shift from day to day, setting to setting. how you think about yourselves, right? And, and many of you, some of you might be contemplating who you are at the moment. Some of you are trying to make sense of my lecture and not thinking about yourself much at all, right? But how you think about yourselves now might be different than how you think about yourselves with your friends, outside the class, or how you think about yourselves, when you're visiting family, or you're older relative, right? You might, or at work, you might comport yourself differently, right? And so this is a way that even though we might think of ourselves differently, there's still an underlying notion that we have the same underlying self. That underlying self provides this universe of self-conceptions. Each of the said, right, I am large, I can take multitudes. We have these multitudes of self-conceptions that are united at any point by this idea of working self-concept. Right? And then, so this final piece to it is this idea that there has to be some aspect of who you are that has the capacity to take itself as the object of its own attention. Right? And so when we think about what makes social psychology different from other areas of psychology that we're thinking about people, when we think about social cognition as opposed to non-social cognition. In non-social cognition, right, there's a perceiver, there's a knower that can perceive some kind of external object. But in social cognition, right, and for self-awareness to be even possible, the individual has to be able to take itself as an object of his or her own attention. That's to reflect on himself. That may be something that we take for given. We shouldn't. It's a fairly rare capacity in the animal world. You know that? What is that? I think, therefore I am. I have this equal that's thinker, right? And so, in one way, it's how do you know? And so Descartes, how do you know? How did he know that he existed, and that he wasn't a figment of some of these imaginations? And well, it was essentially, I have thoughts, I'm aware of having thoughts, there must be an I to have those thoughts, therefore I am. Right? Now the full quote, which most people don't know, has an extra little word in there. You know that one too? No. Okay, good. All right, well then only half credit for you. But besides, does anyone know? Yeah.
So I doubt.
Yes. Right. I doubt. Therefore I think. Therefore I am. If I can doubt my existence, right, the capacity to doubt requires the capacity to think, to self-reflect, which requires the necessity of existence. Right. So that's sort of the big idea here. Now this is William James. How many of you have heard of William James? This is maybe. I remember when I first heard about it, it was like, oh, America's most famous or most influential psychologist. He made psychology flourish in America because of this guy, the dawn of this one, right? We talked about Wilhelm Wundt's psychology laboratory. James went there, was bored to death, right? And came to the United States and started doing interesting psychology. But for a time, the new dawn of the new discipline, William James and Wilhelm Wundt were regarded as the twin posts of psychology, right? But James is influenced. Nobody reads Wundt anymore. Everybody, not everybody, but many people, we still get ideas out of James today, right? So he sort of was a founding American psychologist that had a lot to say about the self-concept, right? And he's also, William James, American badass, right? He didn't originally, I think he was going into psychology, but his parents wanted him to go into medicine. Medicine made him miserable, so he took like an extended spring break to Brazil, came back, founded the department of psychology, and not, he's not related to, anyway, that's all coincidental. But by the way, founded the first psychology laboratory in the United States. At Harvard, first Department of Psychology, the psychology department is in William James College, named after this cool degree, right? So anyway, the distinction that James made with this, right, is that there's when you think about, when you take yourself as the object of attention, the knower, he made a distinction between the knower and the knower, right? And so when you talk about yourself, right, you say, I do this, I do that, I feel this, I feel that. That's the reflexive part of who you are, right? And all that we know about ourselves, right? And the interesting observation here, all we know about ourselves are things that happened in the past, right? We live in the fleeting, vanishing present. But all of our conceptions about who we are things that maybe they might include our aspirations, our wants, ambitions, and desires, but those are all things that we had previously wanted, right? Maybe currently want. But most of it is a story of the people that's being woven about. So we'll talk more about I must apologize for being late. I must apologize for my voice. I'm going to do my best to make it through the lecture today. We can in the space format which I can. So we started last time. We were talking about methods, but we really were starting to dive into the concept of the self, the social psychological understanding of the self. And it's going to be familiar to a Lewinian school of thought, right? That how we think of ourselves is influenced in part by who we are, but also the social context in which we find ourselves. That other people help shape who we are, right? And so we have some questions to ask about what this means to the nature of the self, right? We behave differently, if we think of ourselves differently in different social situations, in different settings. Are we putting on different masks? Is there a real me, a real individual behind us that picks and chooses, consciously or unconsciously, about how to present oneself? Or is they're no there, right? There's these different manifestations. Are those the real self with maybe no secret, puppet master behind? So these are some of the kinds of questions that we're going to be wrestling with. Now, where we started last time, we want to present this as kind of a bold hypothesis, right? Which is that when we go, well, why should we study the self from a social psychological perspective, right? The self is an individual being, an individual entity. Well, what I'm going to argue today is that we have conceptions of ourselves really as a way to get along with other people. Right, that it's how we differentiate ourselves from others, and that the self-concept arises, the notion of the self arises from our social interactions. Okay. Now, one of the things we talked about was like William James, trying to think about our physical self, what we know about the self-concept, but we also have this sort of key thing, right? James talked about the self as the knower and the known. We know lots of things about ourselves. We also know things about other people. But what makes the self-concept different is that there has to be an organism that to be aware of itself. This kind of, it's the reflective nature of self-awareness, which is different than any other kind of awareness. Usually when we are aware of objects or aware of other people, we're aware of something that's outside the individual. Self-awareness obviously turns that reflection inward. And so an interesting way of looking at this, right, is to take this proposition kind of literally, right? How can we recognize ourselves? How can we be aware of ourselves? And the story goes that and some of you may have heard about some of this research on the mirror test, but the story that goes behind it is that Gordon Gallup, the person who developed this test, started wondering about the nature of self-concept and self-recognition while he was shaving a mirror. Right? Now, he's a primatologist. He did run research with chimpanzees and basically we'll see if we're going to say that in just a little bit. But it occurred to him that that's a very sophisticated thing to be able to do, to be able to use a mirror as a tool for investigating oneself, right? And so it turns out that this ability, so what Gallup wanted to do is to say, can we recognize or identify the ability to recognize oneself in the mirror, to have sort of self-consciousness in a very rough sense. Even in beings that might not be able to communicate with us through language, right? So it's a core component to self-awareness, right? We have to be able to take ourselves the object of our attention. How can we know that we can do it? Now, these weird test studies, I think, are a little bit weird, right? But they reveal some interesting things. So it's not something. The capacity to recognize ourselves may be something that we're born with, but we can't do it at birth, right? Babies can't see much at all at birth, right? They can only see a few inches in front of them. It takes a while for their visual system to fully develop, right? But certainly by 18 to 24 months, human infants can recognize a lot of things that can carry on along the conversation. But for most normally developing children, it's really not until about a year and a half where most of them are able to recognize themselves or their reflections in a mirror. Before that, they can engage socially. They can say "I want." They can say no. They can say they can put together sentences. They can know the doctors are no fun, but don't necessarily demonstrate the ability to recognize themselves or their reflections in a mirror. Right. So what you tend to see as a child will treat the reflected image almost as another child. Right, and we try to fight with it, be staring at it, no necessary recognition. Now, the interesting thing for Gordon Gallup, and the reason we're doing it, what he was speculating about when he was, found himself shaving in the morning, is that is this how general of a phenomenon is this? Is the ability to recognize oneself kind of a cross-species universal, actually, I mean, we tend to think of, our pets, surely they know who they are and what they do, right? We don't have pets, but we have a neighborhood cat who's coming to think that they own our house, right? It looks pissed off whenever we're there. It seems very self-possessed and aware of itself, right? But cats, dogs, actually don't seem to be able to recognize their own images and mirrors and to do that. The number of other species are actually, most of them are pretty close primate relatives, right? So human beings can do it from a fairly early age. So can bonobos, chimpanzees, gorillas, orangutans. These are our closest relatives on the genetic tree. But a few other species, anyone want to guess? Seeing news reports. Dolphins. That's cool. Yeah. So, I don't know the dolphins, right? So it was crazy. So how did they do these kinds of studies? I was actually, back east when the NYU had come up to do a talk on this. So what she did was she had a tank with some dolphins, put in a large reflective mirror in it, let them get acquainted and get used to it for a couple of weeks. Dolphins, of course, are very smart. So what she would do, you see these triangles, she would get a little marker, like a marker, and sometimes half of the markers had actual sort of ink that would wash off after a little while. It would stay for at least an hour or so, and she'd make a mark on various parts of their body. But half of the time, she'd pull out a marker that had been drained of ink. It was just filled with water, right? So it felt the same way. She went through exactly the same motions as if she was drawing a triangle, that they were either marked or not marked, right? And then they observed the behavior. Well, the first time she did it, they didn't really think much of it. They got their fish and swam off. But then they caught themselves in the mirror, right? And they showed, so here's a dolphin with a little mark above the eye. And the behavior was pretty unmistakable, right? That they would see themselves in the mirror, they catch the marking, and they'd start doing these flips, right? You're trying to check out my new tap, basically. And they were very curious about this. And when they had the real marks, once they sort of learned that this was happening, anytime they got that marking, they would swim right over to the mirror, and they would explore it if it was a real mark, and if there was no mark, they would swim away. Right? So suggests that dolphins have the capacity to do what we do every day when we look at ourselves in the mirror, even though mirrors are not part of their normal environment. Some evidence that orcas do the same thing, and even elephants, right? So this was done, my understanding is that this was done at the San Diego Zoo or the Safari Park, local elephants to see or recognize yourself in the mirror. Now, I'm not going to go on and tell you about all these other species because there really aren't any others, right? They've tried a variety of things. I've seen some data. It's not, maybe magpies are a certain kind of bird, and ants. I don't know how they did the ants training to go back to that. But people keep trying to stretch the list, and the consequence of that is that then you get some blowback. Like, how much can we learn? Right, there you go. There's some silverback fish. It was recently rumored to recognize itself in the mirror. It clearly doesn't have the brain capacity to engage that level of cognition, or so we thought. So it does. Yeah, I'm not saying that these are gospel studies, but they're interesting, right? And they're provocative. It's a fairly limited number of species that can clearly, recognizably see themselves and make sense of themselves in the mirrors.
But Professor, I've seen my dog do that in the mirror. So does that still mean he's just not capable?
What is your dog doing?
Well, he goes in front of the mirror and he just acts up and sees something.
Yeah, so,
he's able to see that at least.
Behaviorologists who would study these kinds of things would want. So usually what's done in these studies, right? The dolphin study is sort of a good example. The chimpanzees. The chimpanzee studies are perhaps the most famous. What they would do in the chimpanzee studies is they would anesthetize them, right? And so when they were asleep, not conscious, so they couldn't feel the marking, they put a little bit of red dye in their forehead, right? And then when they woke up, they wouldn't go straight to the mirror, right? And the mirror is just a weird part of their habitat. But if they saw it in the mirror, they kind of do a double take, right? And look at the mirror and actually use the mirror to reference that dog. Okay, so what research using the mirror test wants to see is self-directed behavior, right? And we wanted to contrast this with behavior that an animal might engage in with another animal, or so like just acting up in front of a mirror doesn't necessarily indicate sort of self-recognition, right? I imagine your dog probably acts up in front of other dogs.
Right.
So that's the question, right? But there is a certain amount of subjectivity in terms of how that's coded and things like that. So I'm not going to say your dog can't, right? And I thought my kids could recognize themselves in the mirror well before 18 months. Right, so there may be some leeway in this, but in the formalized tests that have been done, it's a good reminder for me to double check the dog data to see if there's any species and what evidence they do show. But yeah, that's an interesting observation. So my answer to it is to be open-minded to it, but what I would speculate from knowing these data is that what the researchers would want to see is clearly self-directed behavior, not just an increase in social behavior. Okay, so there's a list of species, right? Fairly diverse. Some of them are closest to primate relatives, but also dolphins, orcas, and elephants. Okay, what do these different species have in common? Yeah. What's that?
The dolphins, the orcas, the elephants, and they breed there.
They're all everything, sure. Yeah. Yes.
They're intelligent.
They're intelligent. Yeah.
And
They're mammals. Yeah.
They tend to live in groups.
They tend to live in groups, but more specifically than living in groups.
They're social animals.
They're social animals, and that's a big deal. Right? So many animals live in groups. Right? But not many animals have sort of maintained sort of long social relationships. Right? There's something, I talk about this when I teach cultural psychology, there's something called the social mind hypothesis. And the idea, right, is you can think about, well, how did all these species get to be so smart? People said that they're intelligent. Well, there's actually some fairly interesting data linking the degree of complexity in social networks and the size of groups that individuals of a species tend to live in, and the development of the neocortex, the parts of the brain of whatever species it is that's most responsible for kind of complex reasoning. Right. So our social nature may contribute to our intelligence. That's one point. But the provocative hypothesis, right? We don't have a smoking gun. We have very little experimental data on this. But the provocative hypothesis is that our social nature may influence the development of a capacity for self-recognition. Right? That if you're not interacting socially with others, you don't need to necessarily differentiate yourself from other beings. Okay. Now, I said that there's almost no experimental evidence on this, right? We can't really ethically experimentally manipulate whether creatures have been raised in social isolation or not. But Gordon Gallup, who did the original chimpanzee studies, in the research facility that was being done, there were some studies that looked at chimpanzees raised in isolation. Okay. The interesting thing is that these chimpanzees, which are normally very smart, very social beings, if they were raised in isolation, those chimpanzees never, with no degree of familiarity, no degree of development, were they ever able to recognize the reflection of themselves as themselves. They always responded sort of hostilely, aggressively, as if it was an intruder, some other being. Socialized chimps typically show self-recognition, not quite as early as human infants, but fairly early in life. Now, great caveat here. It's nice that this is getting further and further in the past, but we just don't do this kind of research with chimpanzees anymore. No one does. There's been a number of ordinances that all research chimpanzees have been released, not necessarily for wild, but for protected habitats, allowed the normal lives, not under the active microscope, not isolated from others. This is kind of the thing. Now, there have been some other studies, or other anecdotes, other stories that have attempted to show that social deficits and impairments as a function of social isolation. Right now, again, what I'm trying to argue here is that these data collectively kind of show that if we're not social, we're not going to be thinking very much about ourselves as individuals, right? The 250 data is some of that evidence of that. There are other studies that were done for entirely different reasons that yield similar kinds of conclusions. Harry Harlow's surrogate mother studies are fairly famous. Many people have sort of forgotten what those studies were about. Does anybody remember the details of the prop mother, wire mother studies, why they were done? Yeah.
I think it was the wire mother or the father had a baby and then he was in it and then he was scared, like which should it go to or
Yeah, it's sort of basically which had which was actually the opposite. So this was, these studies were done in the 50s. It was considered by some of the first research study on how infant-parent bonds form, right? And so there was a question that at the time there were two conflicting theories, right? And some people would argue that we form attachments to our parents or caregivers because they provide things for us. It's the social provider hypothesis, right? They put a house over us, they give us food and sustenance, right? It's very much, they fulfill our biological needs, right? And so many biologically oriented theorists argued that that was the reason why we loved our moms, because they had us. Right? It's a very simplified view, but if you're looking at first principles, not a bad hypothesis, right? But other people argue that sustenance, while biologically necessary, wasn't as important as the cuddle factor, right? That parents, caretakers also provide warmth and comfort, right? And that could be a different explanation, right? Now, those are two different kinds of explanations, and sure, we could say, well, wouldn't it be both? But the problem is that it's always both, right? That most caretakers are both providers, and they also provide sort of, warmth. And so what Harry Harlow tries to do is say, well, can we tease these apart? Right? Because at the time, the biological perspective was argued it's simpler. We don't need to evoke these sort of human, fondness for cuddling, and we just focus on the biological explanation. So what he did was he created a situation where the wire mother provided food and sustenance. Right? The wire mother was literally just made out of wire, but that's where the bottle was. All the milk came from the wire mother, but the cloth mother had no food, but was soft and was warm, so provided comfort. Okay? So that's normally. So what Harlow's studies found, right, was that that comfort and warmth was more important than food and sustenance. Right? And it's kind of hard to overstate how important these results were at the time, right? And maybe right now, many of us believe, well, of course, warmth and sustenance is warmth and caring and nurturance is important, right? But at the time, people were concerned about spoiling children. Right? You spare the rod, you don't beat them, and you're being spoiled. All you need to do is provide food and shelter. And that was it. That was the sort of parenting mantra of the time, was some unhappy people, right? And Harlow's data, sort of an unusual experiment, right? These little monkeys were raised in isolation from their birth mothers, provided these artificial surrogates, right? And the reason for doing something so artificial was to tease apart two different sources of attachment that are normally confounded with one another. Right? And confounds are things that we worry about research right on. Okay, but so this is the main finding. This is why the studies were done, right? And that's sort of what the main result was that the crown or the monkeys preferred the wire mother over the pop mother. Okay, but another finding from this research, it wasn't sort of the purpose of the research, but none of these monkeys ended up doing very well. All right, being isolated from others of their kind was devastating, right? And so these monkeys did not do well. They were stressed. They didn't eat. They were malnourished. All of them died prematurely, right? So being socially isolated can have pretty damning effects and damaging effects, right? All kind of common sense, right? but I suppose nice is not the right word, but useful to have data to support our intuition. Now, sometimes data is out there that seems compelling, but it's not quite as compelling as we would like, right? So people often talk about, or you bring up examples of these feral children, right? There's legends and stories of a child raised by wolves and somehow kept alive globally, right? This is the classic example of this. One of the more famous cases is the wild boar of Avignon in France. Found in the woodlands of France, raised by wolves. It was one of the one things, but a French surgeon actually went back and tried to dig up all of these cases. It turns out that a surprising number of these cases, there's not really any direct confirmation of them. They're all hearsay, right? Somebody told the story of this, but no original sources, no original documentation. This is not photographic evidence. It was somebody's drawing, from a news report. But no original source. So it's not clear how many of these were myths, like the Mowgli story, as opposed to real cases. So many of them might in fact be hoaxes. Okay. There's one more recent case. This was just up in here in Southern California, known not to be a hoax. This is Jeannie. She was found having been basically imprisoned in her basement by her abusive father for years. Found as a teenager with really impaired language ability. Okay. Now, so there have been the number of real cases that are much smaller than the number of cases that you hear about. Okay. But the other issue, and this is even true of Jeannie, is that in many of the cases that have been established, sometimes, right, there are other explanations for those social deficits. Sometimes these wild children, these feral children, if you will, they were abandoned by their parents because they had cognitive deficits to begin with. Right? If you think back in the days of the wild boar of Avignon, right, we didn't have the kind of psychological sophistication to understand learning disabilities or cognitive deficits or language disorders. They wouldn't have understood autism, and many of the children were left at the side of the road, and some of them survived. But so it's hard to tell, right? This is all a question of, all of these data from these cases are correlation, right? Not to say that they're horrific, right? Jeannie's case is a horrific story, right? But the problem there is that we don't know if it was her social isolation that led to her problems. We don't know if being genetically related to a parent who was prone to lock his child in a basement for 14 years, right? That suggests a pretty scary genetic loading, right? So we don't know how stable she's going to begin with. It's possible that social isolation has these kinds of devastating effects, but the data, most of the data that exists, with the exception of a few studies, kind of cool studies done with some of our closest primary relatives, most of them are correlational. Any questions about it? Yeah.
The cases where children are abused and neglected, does it have a certain age where it's most
The sort of critical period? Right, so yes, certainly, I mean, that would be, fortunately, these cases are relatively rare, right? But that's fortunately for the children and for society, but it makes it difficult to go up to those points. We know from a lot of different sources that there are critical periods for acquiring language, and so that would lead to, we could start doing some more sophisticated analysis of these neglected children and see are they neglected during the critical period. And the evidence would be consistent with that. Many of these who were neglected during those critical periods never were able to develop what we would consider normal adult language. But again, it's hard to know if that was due to the social isolation that was inflicted upon them, and how much of that may have been caused by deficits that preceded social isolation. Right, so, again, I don't bring these up to belittle these cases, right? The cases are tragic, they're unfortunate, and the consequences are undoubtedly, but we just don't know from a research perspective. We just don't know how big these problems are. We don't have the natural control experiment because it would be us. All right. All right. So let's a set of ideas. Focuses less on sort of cognitive development and the capacity to reflect on itself, but talks about the effects of our social connectedness with our overall feelings of self-worth. So when we think about self-esteem is a general tendency to a general evaluation of one's feelings of self-worth. And there's sort of some more recent research which suggests that self-esteem, our feelings of worth or value of a person, are deeply tied to the success of our social networks. Right? So this is something that's been referred to as the sociometer hypothesis. So the idea here is that self-esteem, how we feel about ourselves, how we evaluate ourselves, that according to Mark Leary in the sociometer hypothesis, that self-esteem is really kind of like a fuel gauge that each of us has, that tells us, instead of how much gas we have in the tank, it tells us how connected we are to other people. And the idea is that self-esteem, high self-esteem is sort of associated with and caused by a feeling included in a broader and important, meaningful social network. And low self-esteem is associated with a feeling of being left out, being socially isolated, being disconnected from other people. Okay? So again, this is a different outcome. Right? We're not talking about cognitive deficits. We're talking about how do we feel? Do we feel good about ourselves or not so good about ourselves? We're not talking about full-fledged clinical depression. We're just talking about feelings of self-worth. And according to the sociometer hypothesis, right, that basically it's a gauge. This is why it's the sociometer, right? It's a meter of our social success, right? And when we feel socially successful, the meter reads high, which you interpret as feelings of self-satisfaction and self-esteem. Sort of an interesting way of thinking about where self-esteem might come from, right? And the idea is that the high self-esteem is associated with a low probability of rejection, lower self-esteem associated with a greater probability of rejection, right? Now, it's an interesting hypothesis. It's a provocative hypothesis. Most of the data associated with it are correlational. Okay, that those who report feeling included also tends to report higher self-esteem. The opposite is true. Those who feel excluded tend to report lower self-esteem. Okay, so correlation, as we talked about last week, does not imply causation. Okay, but it does not deny causation either, right? And so, and that's sort of an important thing to remember, right? If social exclusion was not causally related to self-esteem, then we would not expect a correlation here. We do find one. So at least it suggests that a causal hypothesis is possible, right? But it's possible that the causal direction goes the other way, that people who feel higher self-esteem might be more willing to put themselves out there in social groups. They may be more likely to be accepted because we people like self-confident individuals. There could be some third variable factor that's going on. But the correlation is there. There has been some attempts to test this experimentally. Okay, now to do an experimental test, right? Nobody has done the kinds of research that Harry Harlow or Miguel did, but they have done in laboratory tasks experiments where they tried to manipulate whether people felt included or excluded, right? So, okay. So in some of these kinds of studies, they would bring a whole bunch of people into into a research laboratory. It sounds kind of imposing. They just bring them into probably a room in the tech department, and they'd say, okay, we're going to engage in some. This study is about group discussion, so we'll have an early opportunity for you guys to get to know one another. And then after you've done that, I want you to identify a few people that you'd be willing to engage in a group discussion with. Your top 3 choices, and we'll see if we can acknowledge them. Okay. And so what the researchers then did, right? They took those and then they ignored them. Right. That was all that cover story. Right. And so basically. They would go, so basically they would leave the room, they would put everybody sort of in their own individual cubicles for this, and then they'd leave the door and they'd flip a coin. If it came up heads, they'd come back and they'd say, oh, okay, this is going to be tough, we'll have to come back in a minute to figure this out. Everybody seems to want to work with you, want to have a good group discussion with you, so we can't, we'll have to figure out how to narrow that down, but so holds tight, meanwhile fill out these questionnaires. One of those questionnaires is a self-esteem score. Those people felt pretty good about themselves. Right? If the coin had come up tails, they went back and would flip this. Oh, I'm sorry. This is going to be complicated. It turns out nobody wants to have a discussion with you. We'll have to drum up somebody. Right? So again, the people in the study, right, they ignored whether they were popular or unpopular. It was completely designed. To either being told everybody wants to hang out with you versus nobody wants to hang out with you. And those who felt included felt much better about themselves. And again, this is not the most surprising result, but it provides an experimental test of the sociometer hypothesis that if people are excluded, being excluded kind of sucks. Right? Oh, yeah, another thing that they did with this was for half of the conditions, they were told that the assignment to groups was deliberately random, or they told them it was group choice. It really only should matter if anything excluded by people who were given choice, and that's actually what they found, right? So the socially excluded participants felt worse. They reported lower state self-esteem. And those who were excluded randomly, right? You got a bad luck. Well, you can imagine, right, that just being excluded would kind of suck, right? We drew lots, and you're the odd man out this time, right? People would go, that's too bad, but it doesn't bother them so much. But being the odd man out, when people say, yeah, no, we don't want to work with you, that has a much stronger impact. Also. Yeah.
So it makes me think about Brené Brown's vulnerability research. She does these qualitative stories. I think she found that people who thought, like, oh, I'm headed out, right? So that would indicate that they were more willing to be vulnerable, and they were, it's for their word, that they were more connected to people alive.
Yeah. So that would be consistent, and again, those data would be correlational, right? You're sort of looking at it, but that's a nice, sort of indirect method, right? If you measure something, right, and you say, okay, we want to measure how included you feel, you give them a social inclusion questionnaire and a self-esteem questionnaire. Some people might just say, I'm going to say I'm great on everything, right? Some people might say, things aren't so good right now, so that could inflate the correlation. But by using sort of more naturally occurring data is another nice way of revealing these connections between social inclusion and feelings of work, right? So again, the upshot of this, right, is that who we think we are and how we think about ourselves is very much influenced by our connections and engagement with other people, right? So the social nature of the self is important. All right. I just want to really briefly note that I'm going to put a lot of stuff up here. It's all, there's a version of this from chapter 1 of the textbook. I just sort of want to touch on it because I think it sort of highlights the same themes, right? So when we talk about our culture, right, and the cultural groups to which we belong, in some ways is the broadest umbrella of our social group memberships, right? And there's sort of an interesting finding in cross-cultural research, right? This is from a book it's called East Meets West by a graphic illustrator. This is the graphic illustration of me. And in Western culture, the self is large and expansive, fills the frame, right? Whereas in many Eastern cultures, the self is small, right? And sort of part of a broader whole, right? If you actually look at photographs that people take of themselves, right? People from Western cultural backgrounds, they zoom in. The Western culture is zoom lens, telephoto, right? It's a headshot. You look at, oh, we've got a speaker coming, right? It's going to be a headshot. But in many Eastern cultures, pictures of individuals are much smaller. It's like clearly, if you were to take a picture of a graduate student in psychology, or even an undergraduate, right? In Western cultures, people, it's the selfie, it's the headshot, right? But in many people from many East Asian cultures, many North Atlantic cultures, there's more of a tendency to get the school in the background. How can you know I'm a student if the Canadian's not fine? So So context matters, and what it does is with the relative perspective is that the self is smaller. Now, this is these representations of the self. It's talked about in the textbook. I'm not going to dwell on them in this class because there's an entire course that the Department of Psychology offers on cultural psychology, and it provides sort of a useful cross-cultural frame of reference on it. But the basic idea is to try to make sense of this, right? In some ways, these two images are similar, right? In both cases, right, the individual is represented, and it's at the center of the diagram right here. So this is the Western independent sense of self. Why do we refer to it as independent? Well, in general, in Western cultures, people tend to think of each individual person as a free entity, right? And so the Western individual self, when we think about who am I? Well, I have a number of distinct attributes and qualities and wants and desires and dreams that makes me different from everybody else, right? And other people, my friends, my siblings, mom, an acquaintance, they have some smaller collection of traits that make them them, but they're distinct other beings, right? And strangers are farther out. Okay, but in more collectivist cultures, instead of people tending to represent themselves as being, individuals as being independent beings, there's more of a tendency to emphasize people's interrelatedness and the interdependence between people, right? And so, so what's being represented here is right, all these close others, parents, siblings, close friends, they're rapidly represented as overlapping the self. There's sort of some that people in many parts of the world, the self concept is deeply tied to our connections to other people. Now, even in Western cultures, we can sympathize with this, right? That our family members are very close to us. If we're part of a team, right? There's the whole saying, there's no I in team, right? We link ourselves to our team or to our group. But in cultures where the collective is emphasized more, the interdependence between individuals is stressed, right? And so, I remember a friend of mine in high school from a more collectivist culture, and he had to. We had a possibility of a championship run. He left the team. He said, "Paul, how can you leave us?" Since he was just a junior, but for many of us, we were seniors. We were excited about this. He was our star goalie. He said, "Yeah, but you understand that my brother's struggling in school." And our first reaction is, "Who cares about your brother?" He's like, "Dude, live your life, right?" And maybe not quite that harsh, but that was the natural. But his reaction was, you don't understand. My brother, if he fails, I fail. Right? And so it was his obligation, right? That his brother's struggles were his struggles, right? Because his brother was, and the way we think about this from the independent self is that there was a certain degree of interdependence, and it's a certain obligation, more obligations to the welfare of other people who are close to it. Last thing I'll say about this, it turns out that this difference makes a pretty big difference in understanding cultural differences. One common misconception about collectivist cultures is that it's all about other people. But you'll notice here, so when we're talking about close others, individual selves have dashed line boundaries. They're permeable boundaries, right? Where they can overlap with other people. In Western selves, the boundaries are sharp, solid, right? And they don't overlap. Okay, but in collectivist cultures, the group isn't all inclusive, right? And the boundary between in-group and out-group tends to be rather severe, right? That it can, the good side is that if you're part of a group, that group's not going to let you go. They're not going to let you fall through the cracks. Your older brother's going to take care of you if you struggle, right? But the downside of it is that if you're not in the group, they don't care, right? There's sort of a more rigid boundary between in-group and out-group, even in more collective than anywhere. Yeah.
Just a quick comment. So there are sayings in our cultures that reinforce what you're saying, or can build up rewards and things for being an individual or a collective. For example, in our culture, we say that we feel gets the grease, right? But in Chinese culture, the thing is the nail sticking out is the hammer.
It gets the hammer.
Yeah.
And there's a variety, even in Holland, right, which is in for Western Europe, and the previous covers the tall poppy gets mowed down, right? So I mean, this is the idea is that nobody's better than anybody else. We're going to be part of this together. So, but the squeaky wheel getting the grease, right, is that you express your own individual wants and needs. Make those needs concerned, and you will get attention, and you will get what you need. Whereas, in more collectivist cultures, there's it's a sign of sort of immaturity, maybe selfishness, to care first and foremost about one's own needs. So it's interesting.
Was the friend of yours from a collectivist culture? He was, okay.
So it's a small island, very close to the, definitely. Yes.
Personally, I have problems with the independent and the interdependent. I'm from an independent family, but I was raised in Hawaii as an interdependent self.
Yep.
And so I have both sides conflicting with each other or harmonizing with each other. Is it possible to like have a few of the both?
A few of others. So that's an interesting idea. Take cultural psychology. Okay, there's some interesting research on it. So actually, when I was teaching about something that I might not be able to get to it, so I'll mention it now. It's a tendency for people in Western culture to really promote themselves, okay, and to think about themselves in fairly flattering terms, right? So this is sort of the 80% of San Diego State students think that they're better than average drivers, right? And then 92% of San Diego State students think that they're better than average students. Some of them might, right? But not all of them can, right? So there's some evidence of, this is called self-aggrandizement with positive illusion, okay? And it's a fairly common phenomenon. I was talking about this research in a cultural psychology class, and one of my students, my lead, she came up to me afterwards and she said, as I was listening, she was nodding along. She said, I am a very good driver, and I'm a very, very good student. But then she caught herself and she said, oh, that's not something that a good Vietnamese girl should say, right? So in class, as a student, she was thinking of herself as a Western individualist student. Yes, I am extraordinary, right? But when she thought about her home life and what herself as a daughter, it was hard, right? And so so we were talking about that. We ended up talking about optimism, right? And optimism and pessimism was another topic that we talked about. And she said, "That's interesting. I'm pretty fluent in Vietnamese. I only know how to say pessimism. I don't know the Vietnamese word for optimism." Right? Suggests a different kind of way of thinking. So now the question are there multicultural people? Certainly there are, right? And the reason for thinking about this, right? Okay, so one is that we all tend to be naturally a little bit egocentric. So those of us raised in Western individualist cultures, this is how we think about people. And in some ways, and psychology for many years, because most of it was done in Western culture, this was the way that psychologists thought about the nature of the self. right? It wasn't until people started doing research on the South cross-culturally when they realized, wait a minute, some of the conclusions that we made don't hold up. Right? And so the first generation of cross-cultural research focused on looking at people in independent cultures and those cultures that people classified as more independent, looking at those contrasts. But now, we realize we need to be more inclusive still. And some people may have been born and raised in one culture and moved to another. Or, cultural differences, you don't have to go across the globe. You can go across town, right? My wife, her family lives in a small town of 700 people, right? Everybody there knows everybody else. When I first went and visited my wife in her town, her mom's driving, we were that dating, and we were in the backseat, and her mom starts pulling through town. She sort of pulls over towards the side of the road and drives slowly by the bank, right? I remember I leaned over to Rob and said, is your mom more interesting than I thought? Is she casing the joint? Right? I'm going to be able to do it this place. And her mom was like, of course, like, what was that? And so I joked, I said, Susan, I was just wondering whether you were scoping out the bank. She said, oh no, I wanted to see if Mary Jane was there because that way I can make the withdrawal without having her bankrupt. Right? Mary Jane was one of the tellers, knew her bank number. And so she could just go in there without a wallet, without anything, and make a withdrawal. How many of you are on first name basis with your ATM? Right? We're anonymous. Right? But in a small town, and that's not going too far, right? But a small town environment is different. I'll tell another story. This is around the world. It's in Italy. Friends of mine and I were Rob and I were married at this point, but we were staying in a little town in Tuscany, and sort of this beautiful little village. And our friends had some kids with them, and so they hired a local young woman to babysit. And we had gone out to dinner, came back, and we were just talking. It's like, what a wonderful town! This must be something. We traveled around the world to go to this town. It must be so wonderful living here. And she had been so bright and smiling and happy, and all the positivity just drained out of her face. She said, "Oh yeah, it's nice." But it's a small town, right? And all the houses are sort of on top of each other, and there's always somebody's grandma awake all the time. You can't sneak out, right? Because somebody's grandma that your grandma went to high school with is up at 4 in the morning looking out the window. Right? You can't go buy a condom because the guy who's selling the condom, sold one to your dad. And yes, it's that creepy and weird. It's small town. Everybody knows each other. When everybody knows each other, right, there's a little bit more connection. Right? And in larger societies, in urban environments, and San Diego certainly qualifies, people are more anonymous just because there's more people around. And that's going to influence how we think of ourselves. In small town environments, in more collectivist cultures, we tend to think of or describe ourselves in terms of our relationships. So, I would just, but in Western cultures, people describe themselves by their achievements. And there you go. So, oh, I'm a psychologist. If I'm hanging out with other psychologists, I'm not a psychologist, I'm a social psychologist. If I'm hanging out with other social psychologists, I tell them more specifically about what I do. Right? But I'm also a father, I'm also a husband, also a son, a brother. But in more collectivist cultures, those social relations tend to be emphasized most because they say the most about you. Who am I obliged to? Who am I obligated? Right? So it's an interesting thing. gets into, there's a whole bunch of research that can be under the umbrella of like how well do we know ourselves, right? Right, and so I've kind of let the cat out of the bag a little bit, but I want you to honestly try to answer these questions. So how good of a driver are you, right? And so you can think, are you better than average? Of course, it's hard to do this as a natural experiment. So most people think they're better than average. How good the student, right? How good are you getting along with others? How good is your sense of humor, right? You can be honest with yourself, right? And one of the things that's kind of interesting about this, right, is that there's a certain degree of impenetrability of these self-evaluations, right? That you recognize, maybe I can't be better than average at everything. Somebody is going to be below average, but many people tend to think that in some domains at least, they're pretty extraordinary, right? So we can also ask, how honest are you, right? And in the research, it tends to suggest that when people are evaluating themselves, most people tend to evaluate themselves fairly favorably, right? So this has been sometimes referred to as the psychology of self-enhancement or self-aggrandizement. It refers to a tendency for people to describe themselves in favorable terms. These beliefs are often unrealistic or illusory in nature. Taylor refers to these as positive illusions that the normal people have about themselves. Now, one of the things that's interesting in this clinic, right, there's a tradition in clinical psychology which suggests that mental health refers to sort of the capacity to see oneself clearly, honestly, and accurately. But the data that exists tends to suggest that the people who feel best about themselves, those who are higher in self-esteem, tend to not just see themselves accurately, but to tend to inflate or exaggerate or amplify their positive characteristics. Right? So there are lots of examples of this, right? People, if you provide people with success and failure feedback about a variety of tasks, people tend to remember their successes and to not remember their failures, right? Failures can be explained away or rationalized, right? If we do poorly on an exam, right, sometimes it's our fault, we didn't study, I had too much to drink, I had too much going on, right? But usually even those kind of explanations are talking about context, not, I must not be very smart, right? Right? There's usually a reason for it. And because those reasons sort of pull out the sting of the poor performance, or I've not done well because the test wasn't fair. Right? And that pulls out the sting. That means that we can kind of forget and put aside unfavorable information and focus instead on our successful experience. Right? So people tend to think of their successes as being representative of their true self, right? Whereas failures are usually explained away. We'll talk about some more of this when we talk about the psychology of attribution. But when I ask you those questions, how do you think you compare yourself to other SPSU students? When these kinds of studies are done in Western cultural contexts, the finding is that people tend to describe themselves as better than average, right? And again, some people clearly are better than average, but some people are also going to be below average in a variety of ways. But most people tend to believe that they're going to be better than average category. I'll give you a couple of examples of this. So this is a survey, right, of high school seniors, over 1 million high school seniors. 70% of them thought that they were above average in leadership skills. Maybe this tells us something about our elected leadership. but only 2% claims to be below average at all. Right? So 2% of the volume of 49%. Right? So most people tend to enhance or inflate their skills, qualities, right? In terms of the ability to get along with other people, 60%, almost 2 out of 3 people thought they were in the top 10% of being able to get along with others. I think this is part of the reason why so many people want to be psychology majors. I understand people. I get along with them. I can understand that. Maybe you all are safe, right? But everybody else is suffering from some kind of illusion. 1 out of 4 claims to be in the top 1%. People tend to think of themselves as being fairly extraordinary. Okay? And nobody, I can't believe this was a survey of 1 million people. I've seen surveys where 4% of people said that their past experiences included being beheaded. Right? Unlikely, right? People make mistakes when they make surveys, but nobody claims that they were below average in terms of the ability to get along with other people. Right? So obviously some people are below. In terms of SDSU students, 85% of students have been claiming to be better than average twice. I know we've been around parking water. 80% people are, but not. 80% can't be better than average. 77% say they're more intelligent than average. 2%, only 2% below. This is Indian, right? So what about your ability to evaluate yourself honestly? All these things are true, and I'm really more honest than them. Everybody else is lying and making it up. I'm sort of unique here in my ability to evaluate things accurately. So I will, I don't mean to just be teasing Sandy to say students or high school students. This is not just students. Business leaders tend to see their firms as being better than average. What percent of new businesses fail? It's like 90%. Most new businesses fail. You can tell that to the people who are reading the Entrepreneurial Society. They won't believe you, or they'll say, sure, those statistics. But my new idea, is it's going to be the next Uber, right? So. Right, so people tend to do this is a crazy study. Somebody actually did a study of bungee jumpers, right? These are people who are about to throw themselves off of a bridge, tethered to a big rubber end. And when bungee jumpers thought that they said, sure, there are risks associated with it, but I'm better skilled at avoiding these kinds of risks, right? College professors, so this includes my ranks. Right? 94% claim to do above average. Those other classes you're taking are a waste of time, right? This one's the best, right? I don't know why they get promoted. Clearly, my work. So we all do. It's more common. We were talking about those cultural differences here, right? It's more common in Western and indigenous cultures, collectivist cultures, bringing full circle. Tends to show more evidence of a sort of self-critical bias, whereas anything which tendencies to report as below average, because, and the reason behind this, like in Western culture, what you're doing is you're promoting your individual self. If you focus on individual traits and qualities, one's going to naturally focus on those qualities that makes one special and unique and distinct and better. Whereas in collectivist cultures, if the way you define yourself in a collectivist culture is by thinking about obligations to other people, it's easier to remember times when you failed to live up to those obligations. Right? What can I do better to make these to help these other people? And it encourages sort of a more self-critical kind of approach. And so people from from more individualist cultures also tends to have lower self-esteem. Right? But self-esteem isn't valued in collectivist cultures the same way it's valued in Western cultures. It's more associated with things like selfishness than well-being. Important caveat, right? So the Western culture, say, well, yeah, okay, this applies to the Western culture, but most of them will just apply to this, right? Western culture, right? Western culture, this is academic, right? Teaches some cultural psychology as well. Western, the data tends to come from universities, so they're well-educated participants, industrialized societies, reasonably wealthy. You can look at your wallet and maybe question that, but wealthier than many other nations and democratic. It's a different cultural environment. The other thing is that these kinds of biases, people don't have infinite degrees of freedom to claim that they're magnificent in all ways, right? If I ask you, somebody about their leadership ability or ability to get along with others, people might, each individual might focus on different kinds of qualities, different kinds of skills. Somebody might, or intelligence. Oh yeah, I'm intelligent, I'm super rational and logical. Somebody else might say, I'm terrible at math, but I'm really smart at understanding how people work together or understand social relations. If everybody can define it, this is how every child can have the best dog in the block. If each child has their own definition of canine excellence, right? My dog's the biggest, my dog's the fastest, my dog knows the most tricks, right? If we each define the way that we can all be better than average is by defining what matters to us in ways that flatter the self. It's a common finding in the psychology of self, especially in cultures. And we'll leave it at a better than average stat. All right? Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to start with a couple of announcements. First of all, not just something that I want to draw your attention to, but several people have drawn to my attention that there are some flickering lights, which is creating a little bit of distraction in here. I have called facilities again, just to see if we can get this solution fixed. It is something that we're aware of, so that will be set. But we're going to be talking about some stepping stones of social cognition today and two systems of reasoning. But before we dive into that, I want to let James know how things can happen.
So hi, I'm Nathaniel. I'm a peer advisor with the Psychology Undergraduate Advising Office, and I wanted to let all the psych students know of an opportunity to join us. As a peer advisor, I advise psychology students on any questions they may have about the major or about their future careers. Being an advisor has allowed me to connect with fellow students and my professors, and I've been able to see the resources our psychology department offers, as well as gain experience I can add on grad applications or regular work applications. So if you're interested in becoming a peer advisor, applications are available now on Blackboard under the site's homeroom. They're due February 26th, and then interviews will take place between March 6th and March 8th. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me after class, or you can stop by the peer advising office, grab a session, see what we're like, if you need help with the application or just want to know what it's like to be an advisor.
Thank you. All right. Just a couple of a few shout outs about the undergraduate advising office. If you haven't been there, it's a tremendous resource. If you've taken the Psych 201 class, the introduction to the psychology major, it's sort of an introduction to the whole peer undergraduate advising. It's something that many universities wish they had but don't have. It's a great system. It's a great set of resources. I've had students not only in my classes work as peer advisors, but also some of my research assistants in my lab work there or working there now. Because they're who I turn to when I have questions about the inner workings of the department. And they have great resources. You also sort of get the inside scoop on what's going on, so that you can be super informed about what's going on. Okay, so what we're going to be talking about today is the psychological unconscious. It's a big question. Before we really dive into the deep end, so to speak, I wanted to do two lightning quick follow-ups to things that we talked about last time. Okay, so we were talking about self-concept last time, one of the things that we were talking about was what makes itself social. We talked about the mirror test. And there was a question from one of you who said, well, my dog seems to respond quite actively in front of a mirror. Wouldn't that seem to indicate some sense of self-awareness? As promised, I double-checked and looked into that, and people have continued to look at and try to test this, and the verdict is that there's been no compelling evidence that dogs really respond to a mirror. They may respond socially, but there's no clear evidence of self-directed behavior. So in all of the other studies that have found evidence, the animals being observed in front of the mirror do something towards themselves that indicates that they recognize their reflection. Usually they've been, something's been done to them, a mark's been made on them, or something so that they recognize that this is something odd about that they can contrast the reflected image with their own mental image. That's the presumption. And so there's no clear evidence. Now, this doesn't mean that your dog doesn't have a sense of who it is, right? It just means that it does not appear to be capable of recognizing its mirror reflection, its reflection in the mirror. Now, when looking into this, some researchers have pointed out that in some ways this is kind of an unfair test, right? Because dogs, vision is not their primary sense. Okay, dogs. When we watch the police dogs go out to chase the bad guys, they're not looking through binoculars. They're not going like this, right? What do? They're sniffing, right? And so this is kind of a funny thing. So basically, somebody basically he just spent 5 long winters with his dog, scooping up yellow pea. Right? So he calls it the yellow pea test, right? Or excuse me, not yellow pea, yellow snow test. Right? But basically what you do is you take your dogs on long walks in the snow. Dogs do what dogs do when they're outside, which is they pee on things. When the dog was out of sight, he would scoop up some of this yellow snow, carefully bagging it, and sometimes also scooping up the snow of other dogs. Right? And then he would, again, when the dog was out of sight, deposit some of that somewhere else that he would return to later on the walk. So it's in a new location, right? And the dog would do what dogs do and run up to yellow snow and sniff it. And it seemed to engage, and he timed how long the dog engaged with the behavior. The dog always seems to pay more attention to their own urine in an unusual place than somebody else. So it suggests some degree. We wouldn't necessarily say, aha, this means that the dog has a developed sense of self. We wouldn't necessarily refer to this as true self-recognition. But this is sort of an interesting study. Some dog owner, unconvinced by the mirror test data, decided to go about himself and test it. Some scientists have picked it up, and they actually did something closer to the original mirror test, where they took samples of the dog urine and then modified the smells of other dogs. And the dogs spent more time sniffing and puzzling over modified versions of their own urine than someone else's urine. Now, this pee test, right, is kind of a weird way of saying this. It suggests that dogs can recognize what's theirs or recognize what's familiar. It does not necessarily mean that they have a sense of self. But anyway, I wanted to throw that out there as an answer to that. There's more thorough response to that question. All right, here's the guy, Jethro, is the one on the left. And 5 winters scooping up pee. His neighbors thought he was a little bit funny, but they let him pee. Okay, another thing that we talked about last time, we talked about cultural differences in the South. We mentioned that the South was large in Western cultures and Eastern cultures, that the South was smaller. I told you about some data that I just sort of wanted to show you, right? Because what was interesting about this, right, was this was a super easy study to do, right? There was a graduate student who was interested in this phenomena, so she simply got a camera and approached people at their university who appears to be of either Western European descent or of East Asian descent, assuming that those differences represented real cultural differences. She then, in part of the study, she asked me to do a couple of things. One was to fill out some background questionnaires about their cultural background so she could appropriately classify her participants as either being of European descent or East Asian descent. Did that, and then the other thing she did is she gave them a camera and said, okay, thank you for participating. Can you do me a quick favor and take a picture of it? No real explanation, just take a picture of it. Okay? And this is what she found. So here is the data from her American participants. Here we took a picture of her. She always tries to just sit sort of the same places. She either found her participants in an atrium in the psych department, so basically the lobby of the psych department, and she would grab a chair and sit down, or she's a graduate student. She'd have students come to her office hours, right? And she'd say, oh, you stop by us, can you take a picture from here? This is a picture of her in her office, right? These don't seem so interesting, but here is the East Asian data, right? The East Asian students, on average, tended to take a couple steps back when taking a picture. American students tended to sort of zoom in, right? And so it's a very different kind of data, right? But again, the individuality looms large in the American sense of self, right? That who we are is big, is vast, and sort of everything else fades into the background. Everything else is in fact background. But if you look into the research on cultural differences in the self-concept, in many East Asian cultures, right, who you are is shaped by the context. How do you know who you are if you can't see your surroundings? How do you know you're a student if you can't see your school, or you can't see the office in which you take place? Of course, your mom, that they were to see this picture, would want to see you at work, right? Not a picture of the context matters, right? So sort of, anyway, we mentioned this in passing. I wanted to show you the data. It's not just this one student's project. She and another collaborators took a variety of tours of museums. Western art, when focusing on individuals, tends to zoom in real close. Your eyes are the window of the soul, right? And so you zoom in on the face, whereas many artistic works from other parts of the world, more collective cultures, provided far more context. Okay. So, again, those were just a couple of quick follow-ups from some of the things we talked about. All right. Now we need to talk about the psychological, right? Now, so in sort of a lot of sort of people's intuitive thoughts about what psychology is about, there's often a lot of concerns about the deep, dark workings of the unconscious mind, sort of what lies or lurks underneath sort of our conscious awareness. And what I want to do today is really talk about sort of what we know about sort of the distinction between conscious and non-conscious processes, what the psychological unconscious looks like. Okay, so we could start with this very big, very broad question, which is what is the nature of the unconscious? But that's too big and too broad. So I'm going to start by asking you a simpler question, an easier question, but I'm looking for an answer. Okay, so what's the world's deadliest thing? Yeah, mosquito. Interesting choice. Yeah.
Human beings.
Human beings, another interesting choice. Yeah.
Hippopotamus.
Hippopotamus. The hippo.
There's a lot of meat out there. Any other guesses? Yeah. Polar bear. Polar bear.
Oh, polar bears are invading Russia, right? So yeah, the polar bears are, yes.
Cows?
Cows. It might be interesting in terms of, so what the deadliest animal is, I mean, certainly you know, thinking about impact on the planet, then maybe, yeah.
Is it humans?
So humans is an interesting guess. That's the second time that's been said. Yes.
Man on wars.
Oh, the Portuguese man o' war. So okay, so one of the things that when we think about what's the world's deadliest, right? So there's a variety of ways of thinking about that. Like what can kill you most quickly, right? Or most gruesomely or most painfully. But let me specify the question in terms of, I don't know if this changes any of your answers, but what kind of animal, what animal kills the most people each year worldwide? Okay. Is it still a hippopotamus? Yeah.
Snakes.
Snakes. Okay. Snakes are scary. Sure. All right. So we've had a variety of answers here. Okay. I want you to really go. I'm not grading this answer. Right? Your grade is not dependent, but I want you to think hard about it, and I'll tell you the answer in just a bit. Okay. So So this was an easier question than the nature of the question. Let me ask you an even easier question. Okay. And we're still in the domain of animal deaths here. Okay. So which kind of animal kills more people? All right. Sharks or horses?
Horses.
Horses.
Because they fall off.
All right. Okay. So, you psychologically sophisticated people, okay? So some people ask me, why don't you, post lectures, slides ahead of time? There's 4 reasons for why I don't do this, okay? One of them is, come on, you guys know my surprises already, but maybe not the full extent of them. We'll see. But if I give you these slides ahead of time, then maybe you won't. So there you go. Okay. The answers to these questions might be interesting, but what I want you to think about is that the way we come up with the answers to these questions, the way we approach these questions, usually works a couple of ways of thinking, right? So your response to this quick question, right? How did you go about answering this question? Who picked horses? All of you are picking horses, you clever people, okay? What made you think of horses? Yes.
We're more in contact with horses than we are with sharks.
Is that the first thing you thought?
Yeah, because there's more people out there riding horses because they're not considered dangerous animals. But
there's fewer people that are less shark rodeos. That's true, right?
Yeah.
Right. So base rates are important. Yeah.
Because it's presented as if the answer is not going to be what is most obvious.
Okay. So some of you might have realized, you are one of those people who are trying to trick us, right? And so I'm not going to fall for it. Okay. And so that's actually why I asked you if that was really the first thing that you thought, right? So some of you. And I'm not going to point fingers, no. Right? Some of these, there's a question that you're trying to get at me, right? We all do this. When I was in graduate school, my advisor asked a question in lab, and she said sort of what it was, and it was something that she was puzzling on, and I gave some completely non-intuitive answer. She said, "How did you think of that?" And I said, "Well, I was assuming you were trying to trick me." She said, "That's cheating." Right? It was cheating, and now but this is still an important point, right? Because you have these different ways of answering questions. One of them is intuitive, right? Yeah, and something comes to mind, and that intuitive primitive system might go, sharks, right? But another system sort of thinks more logically. Okay, yeah, there are more rodeos than there are shark rodeos, right? Sharknado was a movie, not a reality, right? Okay, and so that logical system comes to a different kind of answer. And sometimes we can be prompted to think in a logical way, oh, you're going to be tricking me. Okay? But with these two systems of reasoning sometimes come to conflict. Right? A lot of you probably heard the recommendation is good to stick with your first instincts. Right? But your first instincts, for many of you, might give a different kind of answer here. Right? Because the instinctive response is usually different from the logical. Not always, but sometimes. Okay? So what we're going to be talking about today is that the way we answer these questions really invokes different modes or different kinds of thinking. Okay? We sort of talked about this when we talked about the Stroop test earlier, that I want to give you some different examples. Okay? So one way, okay. What emotion is this individual expressing? Anger. Okay? And so that's amazing. That you can look at a face and say, I know what this person is feeling. Okay? And thinking about it actually doesn't help. Right? Because when I did a Google search of anger, right? You get a lot of cartoons, you get a lot of, and this is clearly over the top. But you know, the more I looked at it, the more weird it looks. Like, if you really think, is he really angry? Maybe he's constipated. I don't know, right? It's a comic image. Right? That's not really what anger looks like. But yet, without thinking about it, we say, yeah, that's anger. And we can see that he is angry, just as easy as we can see that his hair is dark or his shirt is blue. And that's it. You know, there's nothing written on his face, except for a list of nonverbals. That's a complicated computation that we engage in effortlessly, without thinking about it. You know, we don't say, what muscles are being activated? How is he scrunching his eyes? What is it? What's relevant and what's not? We answer it easily, right? It's automatic, it's effortless, it's intuitive. Okay? And this is amazing. Right? Yes?
Do we have that intuitive mode of thinking because maybe when we were babies we over-exaggerate our emotions?
I don't know that everything would reduce to that, right? No, I'll give you a short answer. Probably not, right? But I think that we have an intuitive system for a variety of reasons, right? And we have an intuitive system that probably grows out of our infant cognition, right? But it also probably has grown out of, not just within our lifetime, but also over our entire evolutionary heritage. Our intuitive system is deep-rooted, it's primitive, right? We probably share some of this kind of reasoning with other animals and other species. Our dogs might be smart, they might be able to recognize their own pee. They can probably recognize some of our expressions, but they can't describe them as clearly as we can. Okay, but so the point is that this is one way we have of solving complex problems. Okay? Now, let me give you a vastly easier computational problem and ask you to solve it. Okay? All right, this is another way to ask me, what's 24 times 7? Okay, I recognize that face. I just saw this face, okay? There you go. Okay, if you want to teach a computer how to solve that problem, good luck. That takes years of work. Okay? If you want to teach a computer to solve that problem, it takes a few minutes. Or you sit down with a calculator. Now, so we could solve this, right? And we can recognize, so we see a question like this, right? And we know, we recognize it immediately as a math problem, multiplication problem. Okay? We probably know we could solve it. Right? We know it's probably more than 52, and it's certainly more than 3 million, or less than 3 million. Okay? But can you say for sure that it's not 563? Right? Maybe not. So to solve that problem requires a different kind of thinking. To solve it, we could do it, but it would require effortful, deliberate processing, right? You have to remember the rules of multiplication, right? Okay, 7 times 4, right? Okay, carry it to blah, blah, blah. All of these things, right? It's hard work. My son in 3rd grade, he's just learning multiple digit multiplication now. It takes work to figure out how to do it. Yes?
So for people that are autistic, is this switch? Because they can do the math really quickly, probably.
So they can do that. That doesn't mean that mathematics is not intuition, right? What they can do, and anybody can get to the point where you can start solving more complex, seemingly complex problems easier. So autistic people, individuals do have difficulties in recognizing and learning about social cues, easier time solving some kinds of problems. There are some ideas that some of these other issues can become routinized, can become very quick and automatic. The distinction here, though, is that, for example, first of all, these are examples, right? That there are different kinds of problems, and that for most of us, that questions like this, and there are many others, have an intuitive, effortless kind of answer to questions like this. For most of us, they aren't intuitive, right? Some of us they create faces, right? And this is what we refer to as systematic thinking, right? Versus intuitive thinking. Okay, we can ask, well, how do we know that it's a different style of thinking? Well, we can look at this in a variety of ways, right? So when people are solving problems like this, they're muscle tension, right? We can hook them up to writing apparatus that measures muscle tension, and people tense up, not just because they're making disgust faces, but it requires a little bit of thinking, of active effort, right? And they get a little bit tense. And that tension doesn't release until they solve the problem or decide to give up, right? And maybe this is why we do give up. Maybe this is why we give that disgust face. It's like, I could solve it, I just don't want to, right? For the Bart Simpson approach, right? And then you no more tension, right? Heart rate goes up a little bit, blood pressure goes up, your pupils get dilated. Everybody says, oh yeah, your pupils will dilate when you see somebody you're attracted to. That's true, we want to take more information in. They also dilate when solving complex problems, right? Even that, right? It doesn't mean that we love the problem, right? It's just like while we're solving it, we're sort of thinking this is the way that our body biologically responds to the stress of solving problems. Okay. What is the answer, by the way?
408.
408, you got it. Okay, so there's the answer. You can relax now. You don't have to worry about solving that problem. Okay, so there's these two different ways of thinking, right? One's fast, rapid, gives you quick answers. Sometimes those answers are very accurate, right? In terms of our ability to recognize emotions is quite impressive. But some problems require slower, a little bit more plotting, systematic reasoning that also can get us useful answers, but takes more work, right? Right. So when we approach problems outside, so when we approach problems like the shark and horses, right? The intuitive system, right? Usually is going when they're not when System 2 hasn't said, now System 1, remember, we're in a psychology class, we've got a professor who likes to trick you, so be careful, right? But the intuitive system immediately says shark, and the slower system has to sort of do a double check. Wait a minute, maybe this isn't right, let's check premises. The intuitive system says basically, screw you, rational system, that motherfucker has teeth. The intuitive system is very crude. So I apologize, but look at those. It's scary, right? That's deadly, right? And it's the shark. Maybe it's a trick question, says the slower system. But I'm kind of making a jest like that the intuitive system is going to persist, right? But it takes a fair amount of work for the more rational, slower system. To come to a solution that we ultimately end to accept, right? So, if we think about the base rates of this, more people are likely to encounter a horse, more people live away from the coast than near it, so we tend to underestimate, right? Okay. And so eventually the intuitive system is going to catch on. All right, so these are different ways of processing information, okay? And that there are two systems that appear to operate within each of us. Just as you might think, oh, we have a sort of a conscious system and an unconscious system. These are two really hypothesized this. Nobody's been able to do a brain imaging scan or sector brain say, oh, here's the deliberative system, here's the intuitive system. These just are two ways that our minds seem to solve problems that psychologists have identified. So I'm going to adopt, rather than thinking one is purely conscious and the other is non-conscious, for convenience, we're just using a non-evaluative name for these two systems. System 1, which comes, you can think of it as evolutionarily primary, a little bit more basic, comes first, responds first, and a slower, more controlled system 2. One of the psychologists who popularized the terminology and has done a lot of the research exploring these two systems is Professor Danny Kahneman. They don't give a Nobel Prize in psychology, they do in economics. Two psychologists is one, and Danny Kahneman is one of them for really challenging how economics think about human thinking. And so if you've taken courses in economics, or really much of the social sciences, there's often an assumption that people pursue their own self-interest, and they do so in a fairly rational way, and they respond to incentives and so on, right? So economic thought assumes that decision makers are thinking in a controlled, systematic, rational way that makes sense mathematically. Kahneman was amongst a group of psychologists to point out that actually, if you look at what people do, they're not always as rational as economic models think. Okay? So anyway, the first system 1 is what we think of as sort of a non-conscious or unconscious system that it operates outside of our awareness, right? When we saw the picture of the angry individual, angry or constipated individual, right? You said that person is angry. How did you come to that determination?
Unconscious.
Is that?
Just unconscious.
It just popped in your head, right? I can ask you, what's your phone number? I'm not going to ask you your phone number, right? So, some of you will say, I don't know, I have to look at my phone, right? But some of you are able to generate. How did you come up with that information? We're not even aware of how we retrieve information from memories. Yes?
I had an itch.
Okay, you had an itch, right? So, all right. So the system 1 operates, it gives us information, it gives us intuitions, it provides intuitions, and we're not usually aware of the operation. We're not even aware that we're thinking when system 1 operates. Okay? It's outside of our awareness. System 1 also is involuntary. Like when we have a knee-jerk reaction to something. Okay. Now, with what's the deadliest animal? Which animal kills more people? You might have before I even let you answer that, right? You might be saying, "Oh, this is a trick question, so I'm not going to respond to whatever intuitions, or you're going to be seeking out a non-intuitive answer or something like that." But oftentimes when we come into these kind of problems, there are some involuntary responses that come up right away, and maybe the more rational system can override them. Okay. Oftentimes the conclusions from our system 1 are what we might call unavoidable. Okay. Now, by contrast, system 2 is more slow. It's a slower process. It's what we think of when we think of conscious experience.
What do you mean by unavoidable?
Okay, so we'll give some examples of each of these principles, but you often can't help but have an intuitive response, right? And so if system 1 operates automatically, we can't stop automatic, we can't, most of the time we can't stop automatic processes from happening, right? Think about, we'll talk about this. So part of the reason for talking about this early is these different processes are going to come into play throughout the semester. We'll talk about this more when we talk about stereotypes, right? Many of us are aware of stereotypes in society. Many people try their best to avoid using these stereotypes or applying these stereotypes. Okay? But sometimes we can't help but think about them automatically, talk about it, and then we try to override those stereotypes, for example. Right? Sometimes when interpreting somebody's face and seeing what kind of reaction they're having, there may be contextual factors that might influence our interpretation of them that can allow us to override or change that intuitive reaction. But the idea that System 1 conclusions are often unavoidable is that we can't, well, it overstates things a bit to say we can't do this. But oftentimes our automatic system runs kind of on autopilot, right? And so conclusions pop in our heads. We have these intuitive solutions. We may not know where they came from. We may not know why we think them. But those kinds of thoughts are often part of it. Okay. The System 2, by contrast, is deliberate, logical, and rational. And what's interesting, here's a way of making this distinction clear, that our deliberate thoughts are easily disrupted, right? When we think about interpreting a face, we don't get stuck in the middle of interpreting a facial expression. We see the face, and we automatically have an impression of it. Not all of you might have thought that person was angry, right? Some of you might have had a different interpretation, but that interpretation probably came up pretty quickly, pretty immediately, and maybe you changed your mind, maybe not, but you had that initial impression, right? The solving of the mathematical equation, right? Even if you decided you were going to start working on it, we could interrupt it, right? And you could lose your place, and you might have to start over. Okay? And so let me give you an example of this, right? It's sort of an easy disruption of our more deliberate kind of processing. Right? So this is intended as a joke, but it actually reveals a deeper psychological truth, and I think the person making this joke, misses the psychology behind it. Right? So okay, I don't always get lost when I drive, but when I do, I turn down the radio. Okay? Now, people make fun of this all, and if you look for images like this, or you look for this, right? There's a whole meme with making fun of people who turn down the radio when they're asking for directions, or I'm trying to find a parking spot, right? And so I've got to turn down the radio, or do it quiet. Like, your parents don't care if that sounds silly because the kids pipe down. There's traffic, or I'm trying to find my way. But the reason why this actually makes sense psychologically, right, is that most of the time when we're driving on autopilot. We can drive and do other things. We can have a conversation, we can listen to the radio, we can be debating with things, we can be arguing, all right? But that's when we're doing behaviors that we can do almost automatically. Right? Well-learned behaviors fall in that category. But as soon as we have to think about what we're doing, make some more, we have to pay attention to where we're going, or look for an address, or look for a parking spot, or try to parallel park. We have to engage the more deliberative part of our mind, and that part of our mind gets distracted easily. Right? And so it's easy to disrupt or interfere with our more logical part of our brains. And so, this, as a joke, it sort of misses an important psychological vision. So, when we think about it, this is when we say we pay attention, there's a debt we have to pay to expend our attentional resources. And attention is a limited resource, and ethical tasks interfere with each other. Okay? So, It's easy to multitask if what we're doing is easy. Right? But when we're solving a new problem, when we're engaging in deep reflective thought, right? We need to clear ourselves of distraction. Okay, so right, our automatic intuitive system doesn't mind if the radio's on or not. Right? But system 2 is our more controlled processing, that what we think of as our conscious mind, right, is easily distracted, easily disrupted, easily interfered. So now this classification, right, makes for kind of some interesting distinctions, right? Because much of our life happens on autopilot, but as Danny finally pointed out, right, we identify with our logical, rational, conscious self. Like when we think about who we are, we think about the important decisions we make. We think about our conscious experiences, what we're aware of. Right? But much of what we do without thinking. We're not always aware of all the reasons for why we do what we do. Right? So the communist argument is like we identify with system 2, but really system 2 is the backseat passenger, or maybe sitting in the passenger seat and sort of occasionally tells the driver, hey, you missed your turn up. Because the driver of system 1 is just going and enjoying the tunes and forgot that they need to make. Right? So system 2 plays a bit part. Right? The system 2 is the supporting actor who thinks that he or she is the star of the movie. But really, system 1 is the star and what determines most of our day. Okay, so I mentioned that Danny Kahneman won the Nobel Prize in economics for work that he did as a professor of psychology. But also has implications for how we think about, are we essentially intuitive people who are plagued by irrational biases and instinctive, or are we more deliberate, thoughtful, and rational? Right? The two systems of reasoning approach implies that each of us can do both. Right? That we can sometimes be quite reasonable, quite rational, and sometimes we can be intuitive and quick and not particularly thoughtful. Right? That these are both aspects of normal human cognition. Right? And whether we make intuitive automatic judgments depends on the situation. Right? If it's a domain in which we have considerable expertise, we might make it a snap for intuitive judgment. If we are tired or otherwise depleted, we might make intuitive, spontaneous judgments. If we are in new situations, our intuitive system might override. But if our motivations, our desires are there, we're not so distracted, we can think quite reasonably and logically and come up with good answers to questions. Okay, to recognize that maybe there are more horses than sharks in people's day-to-day lives, and therefore they're more distracted by it. Okay. Yeah.
So Daniel Kahneman, he wrote that book, Leading Fast and Slow.
He did.
And we see it all the time, like Amazon, like recommendations he did.
It's fantastic.
Okay.
It's a fantastic book. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, he is one of the most influential psychologists of our time. Right? What's interesting is that there's a chapter in there that's based on social psychology that it's not that he got it wrong, he was interpreting the social psychology right, we got it wrong. And if we have time, I'll try to get to that. But it's an outstanding book. But there are others. He's actually working on a new book right now, just a building a couple of There's also another book called The Undoing Project that Michael Lewis, who wrote Moneyball, The Blind Side, a variety of other fascinating books that he wrote about sort of the backstory of how he came up with these ideas, and that actually gives a lot of insight into what he is like as an individual as well as a psychologist. Now, so let's talk for a second about the importance of his contributions to economic thought. And there's an old joke about economists, right? That if an economist walks down the street and sees a dollar bill, they're just going to walk on by, right? Because an economist is logical and rational. And so an economist would say, if that was really a dollar bill, somebody else would have picked it up. Okay? So the probability of it being a real dollar bill is pretty low. I'm just going to, it's not worth my, I'm going to engage in a little cost-benefit analysis, right? And I'm just going to walk on by, right? What the economist does is say, really? Let's put some dollars on the sidewalk and see how many people notice it and walk on by. Oh, look, nobody does, right? And so again, economic thought assumes that we always engage in deliberate system 2 rational reasoning, right? And what the economist points out is like, we go, oh, dollar, right? Now, I don't know if you've been to Las Vegas, I don't recommend it, but you do whatever you want. I guess it has its own ways, but one time I was there, some club that I wouldn't recommend either had like these little things that looked like a folded up dollar bill, right? And they were all over the street, and people would be picking them up, and they'd open them up, and there'd be some like naked girls or something like that, and promise of free beer and stuff like that. So but again, they were buying on this idea, right? And Vegas capitalizes on people's sort of intuitive pulses. Like they know that people are going to do it. So anyway, so again, it's important to recognize, and this is what psychologists do. We study people. Right? And we know economists derive models of how people ought to behave. Psychologists try to derive models that describe how people actually behave. All right, so let me give you a couple of examples. Right? So going back to the what kills more people question. All right. So I want you to think about these. What kills more people annually? Car accidents, homicide, suicide, or cancer?
Cancer.
Okay? In the English language, are there more words that start with the letter R? Or are there more words that have R as the third letter? These are great questions, okay? So when you think about the words that start with R, you can think a lot, right? Line of bolt, revolutionary. So when we think about R, it's a third letter. So what? That's not how we categorize or organize words. Although you see what we did there. Okay. So when people are solving questions like this, okay, we don't always have the statistics that we need in our mind. Right? And so to be able to do this, we would actually need to know the actual number of deaths associated with each of these or the number of words. We don't have that information available to us. And so part of it's not just that the intuitive system is primitive and that it's associated with sort of our early childhood experiences. It's because life in the world is really, really complicated. Too complicated to deal with in a fully rational way, right? If you want to say, like, if I was going to say, for example, for either of these questions, okay, here's the deal. You get it right, okay, I'll give you an A in the class. You get it wrong, I fail you. No possibility for remediation. All right? How many people wanting to take one? You ready?
Expertise, right?
Yeah.
Is
I can write a contract. No, okay. When the stakes are high, right? So first of all, intuitions can be powerful, right? And reasoning can be powerful too. You can be appreciative. Aha, you're trying to think, well, I think I know the answer. I can come up with information. When push comes to shove, it's a little bit harder to answer those kinds of questions, right? Right? And I bet you that many of you could answer these questions, right, and get that A, but not all of you, right? And many of you probably wouldn't want to take that risk, okay? One of the things that Dan Kahneman discovered was that when we solve problems like this, we use something that's called the availability heuristic, right? A heuristic is a mental shortcut, right? It's a tool that System 1 uses to solve complicated problems, okay? System 1 is not designed to formally calculate the correct answers to these very, very difficult questions. But what System 1 is good at doing is saying, that's too complicated. I'm going to solve, I'm going to give you sort of a shortcut answer, or a quick hash. Now, System 1 can't solve problems like 17 times 24. We don't have, many of us don't have those kinds of mathematical intuitions, although mathematicians can develop them, right? So, one way, and this is sort of a description of how the mind works, is that, well, when we're trying to answer questions, we think about how, what kinds of information comes to mind, right? So, and we use the ease with which information comes to mind to inform our conclusions, right? So basically what System 1 says is that if it's easy to imagine, it must be true. Right? Politicians do this, right? Fear-mongers do this. And suggesting these horrific things, it makes people afraid. They think that it's more likely to actually be true, even if base rates doesn't support it. Right? So it makes a reasonable assumption that if something is easy to remember or easy to imagine, right, that ease could be associated with the real likelihood of events.
Is it available to heuristic if you see like a plane crash on the news and then you're more scared to go on an airplane right after you hear that information than if you just went on an airplane and there never was a plane crash that you heard about?
Right. So plane crashes, especially after they're being announced. So this is actually an interesting thing. So 9/11, right, and the terrorist attack, horrific events. Okay, more people were killed in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 because they stopped flying. More people, there was a sharp decline in the amount of people flying because they were afraid. And so they started driving more. And people are more likely to die in car accidents than plane fatalities, even when there are terrorists about. Right? So yes, that's a great example of sort of, especially in the aftermath of 9/11, air travel is scary. This could happen, right? It's still, it was unfortunate that it happened at all, but the base rates of it are very low, right? Same way, in the aftermath of a shark attack, nobody wants to go in the water. And they think people who do are crazy. There's just a shark attack. Base rates are still low. Okay. Now, some events are more easily recalled than others. Those lurid events, the media cover events, might influence the availability of it, the imaginability of it, the recallability of it, even if it doesn't accurately represent how likely these things are actually to happen, right? So this could introduce bias, which means that the answers generated by System 1 might not always be true. Okay? All right, so let's go show the examples, right? So if we think about words that have, how many words start with the letter bar, right? it's easy to think of words that start with particular letters, right? We can think of words that start with all letters of the alphabet, right? Apple, Baker, Charlie, Denver, Echo, Franklin, George, right? That's easy, all right? But if we want to know, the words that have A is the third letter, or B is the third letter, or C is the third letter, that's harder. We can do it, right? Okay, but it's difficult. All right, and so when we're asked to estimate the frequency of words that start with the letter R, okay, we can come up with them, all right, and there are lots of them, almost 9,000. Okay, but when we try to come up with words that have R as the third letter, right, that's harder to generate. Okay, but there are actually many, many more words that have R as the third letter that have R as the first letter. So even when something is set up as a trick question, right? So okay, I know you're trying to trick me. If you actually went through this process trying to think which are more frequent, how would you know? Right? The only way we can come up with this is the right answer is by saying there must be a trick here, right? Because it's hard to do. Okay. When we think about which kills more people, when we think about what's the most sort of vivid. Right? What do we think about most? Right? We might think of plane crashes. Car crashes are very florid, right? So all three of these tend to get a lot of press coverage. A lot of you mentioned the news. Car accidents are dangerous. Homicides, dangerous. Suicide is a problem, right? But the right answer is cancer by a huge margin. Right? So even for those of you who say, oh, maybe cancer is right, maybe it edges out some of these. It's more than 5 times as likely as all of the other causes of death combined. Right? And cancer does make the news. We do hear about it. Right? But it doesn't get talked about in the same kind of way. Right? Okay, let's talk about another show, terrorism, right? So this is American deaths from 2005 to you mentioned the attacks of 9/11 in that window. And you think about jihadists, right? 94 people were killed in a 10-year span. Okay, by guns, higher or lower? Higher. Way higher. 3,000 times higher. Okay, right? But again, we worry about certain categories of events because they're very salient. They stand out, right? And they seem more powerful. They dominate our imagination. Right? System 1 runs with this. Okay? Here's I love this little figure, right? Okay. So this is number of Americans killed annually. Right? People compile these kinds of statistics, right? People take care of them. But right, there's the Islamic jihadi immigrants, kill on average 2 people a year. Every death is a tragedy, right? That's true, right? But in far right-wing terrorists also kill some people. But armed toddlers kill 3 times as many. Right? We ought to build a wall around playpens. Right? Lawnmowers, lightning. We don't wear tinfoil hats to protect us from lightning. Right? Okay, falling out of the bed. Way more lethal. Right? You can dig up those statistics if you want. Okay, but falling out of the bed doesn't scare people. Yes?
So why is it when we do see car accidents, like if you even see a car accident on the freeway and you're driving by, it doesn't deter you from driving your car? Is that the bias part of it?
Okay, so that's a good point, right? So we also have our rational system as well, right? And we also have places to go. But so right, and that kind of overrides things a little bit, right? When we see these kinds of accidents, we get worried, right? Different kinds of experiences can change our intuition. When I see a car accident, I go home and I hug my kids, right? And I make sure that if I'm driving with my kids, I'm extra safe, right? The clearest example of that was when I became a parent, right? When my wife, when our son Max was born, and you spend the first couple of nights in the hospital, which is great. You're like, what do I do with this life we've created, right? And everything is new as a new parent, right? And you're studying it, and the image that I thought was like, I can't believe they're going to keep us there for a while. We're going to want to get home. But no, it's nice having people come in and taking care of you as you're learning how to be a parent for the first time, right? But when it was time to actually go home, right, and so I ran down and I didn't, I got inside and the whole time, right, and so it was actually leave my son, right? That was kind of for the first time in 36 hours, right? But I ran down to the parking lot, got the car. And by the time I pulled her on the front, they wheeled her down in a wheelchair. She got our son in her arms. We snuggled him up in the car seat. She got into the back seat so she pulled him the whole way along. Right? And there I was driving home, and it was like I wanted there to be at least 1,000-foot, perimeter around the car. How are they allowing these other people on the road? Don't you know I have a baby in the arm? And so it's not like I didn't become more fearful, right? Again, the costs and the dangers associated with it, those haven't changed. But I sort of just, you start worrying about things, right? So this tends to happen to parents. Parents become worried about a lot of things that they weren't worried about before they had kids, right? And part of that is just that our concerns are different, right? So, but I think that the question is right. The two systems of reasoning are important because they both happen in tandem. And sometimes we can get hijacked by making these automatic associations and draw automatic conclusions, right? And what that does is it shows. First of all, our intuitions, our automatic conclusions are not always wrong, right? It would be that our intuitive system wouldn't serve us very well if it was so biased and so uncalibrated with reality that it never gave us the right answer. Most of the time, our intuitions give us pretty good answers and that work well enough, right? And simultaneously, we have a rational system that overrides. When I said, okay, how many of you want to base your grade on an answer to a weird question? Right? Most of you put down your hands. Right? And your rational system said, okay, pretty sure that this is a trick question, but I don't know that I know the answer for sure. Right? And so we see an accident that might inflate our concerns about car accidents. We might tighten up our safety belts. We might wish our friends this sort of, you ever tell somebody drive safe, and I said, as opposed to what? Drive recklessly? You're like, so it's like, of course I'm going to drive safe, right? But whatever. Sometimes it's as well. Okay. So sharks or horses, you all said horses, right? Every year, this is just data that I was able to find. Over a 10-year span, sharks kill 10 people a year. How many people did horses kill? 200. Not bad guess. Okay, 50, right? So just a lot more. Right? Okay. Let's go back to this other question. What's the world's deadliest animal? Right? Our intuitive system comes over with the end.
I came up with another guess, and I think it's great.
What's that?
I came up with another guess that I think might be great.
You want to get it?
Kind of.
Mosquitoes. Mosquitoes. Yeah. So you're not the only one. All right. So let's give an answer to this, right? Okay. The scary shark that people are afraid of when they're not in psychology class kills worldwide about 10 people per year. Wolves, lions, elephants, right? The hippopotamus, right? Okay, yes, it's on the list. Right? Each one, it's on the list. Yes, it is at the end. No, right? And hippos surprise people, but it kills more people than lions and elephants. Right? We think of lions as kind of the badasses, the kings of the jungle, right? But hippopotami are extremely territorial, right? They'll get you. What's that? hungry hippos, right? You know, crocodiles, right? Pretty deadly. Tapeworms, or nobody said worms. I didn't hear worms on anybody's list, right? But as the size of the nuts get bigger, the more people that they kill, right? These certain numbers in the scope. Okay, here's other things that nobody mentioned, right? Freshwater snails, passing bugs. Passing bugs sound scary, right? All right, yes. Oh, that I don't know.
Oh, probably escargot. Is that not being cooked right? Escargot.
I don't know. Okay, I don't know. That's something that I don't know, frankly. I don't know if it's a poisonous snail. You know, that's a good question. Maybe we'll have a follow-up next time, and I'll look that up for you. Yeah.
The word underneath freshwater snail is parasitic disease that they carry. Yes. So escargot.
Education is wonderful. Universities are fantastic. All right. I never stopped going to school. This is great. Thank you very much. Okay, so it's not. It's the. So the. Thank you. Okay, so we have a. So we have a disease that the snails carry. All right, and then how do they? Do you know how they pass on the infection? Oh, we're looking it up. Oh, so this isn't. This is the. System 2 knows to check mood, right?
It's like probably in their slime, you know.
It's undoubtedly slime, yeah. Okay, man's best friend. Oh, come on, right? So, come on. You were fine to throw My Little Pony under the bus. Holy cow, right? Dogs attack, right? Sometimes on purpose, okay? Snakes, somebody mentioned snakes, okay? Stop it, okay? But what, I'm not going to say that nobody mentioned this, right? But some of you did, right? Humans are way up on the list. They kill lots of people every year, and the mosquito is up there as the most lethal. Now, so the mosquito is actually one of the first things that a couple of you mentioned this, and it's good outside of the box thinking. Many of us don't think of mosquitoes. The reason why this infographic, right, is so surprising, right? It's not just that we're surprised about dogs, right? That a lot of us, how does a snail kill you? It's not what we typically think of. Our intuitive system isn't equipped with, sort of generational fear of freshwater snails, okay, or of a best friend, right? But when we think about either mosquitoes or humans, they're not representative of animals. When we think of animals, we're thinking about, hippopotami, we're thinking about lions, sharks, we are not thinking about bugs like mosquitoes or worms, right? And people, right, the paragon of the angels, right? We don't think of ourselves as being, sort of animals on any kind of base sense. So when people are thinking about these kinds of questions, certain categories of answers don't come up as part of our intuitive system. Now, so that word representativeness up there, I use that on purpose because Kahneman, when he talks about availability heuristic, he also talks about something called the representativeness heuristic. Like that's in the textbook as well. And the idea is that causes tends to resemble their effects, right? When we're thinking about world's deadliest animals, right? We're thinking of prototypical animals. A mosquito is not a prototypical animal, and neither is a human being, right? And mosquitoes aren't representative of deadly. When we think about animals, humans, we think yes, humans can be deadly. When we think about mosquitoes, right, we're thinking they're irritants, but we don't necessarily think of the diseases that they may carry. Right, and so again, we can come to correct answers to these questions, but our intuitive systems don't always equip us to answer. Yeah.
So does the CDC classify it as mosquito, or they say West Nile or Zika, or like for example, a dog? Like if you die of rabies from a dog bite, would we say the dog killed you, or the rabies did? I'm just coming to myself.
Sure. Does the bullet kill you, the gun kill you, or the person who pulled the trigger kill you? Right. So culpability in this case, right, usually we say, what's the cause? So if it's an infection, how did the human get the infection, right? And so that's where it's transmitted there. But yeah, it's systems who can override in a variety of ways. Yes.
Is the reason why we feel irritated when our mosquito is like on our skin, and the body just sees it as a bad, or is it just because it's just...
No, because their eyes itch. Right? Yeah. So actually, mosquitoes do two things, right? So they actually there's something in their saliva that numbs you when they're actually biting, which means you don't feel the itch until after they've flown away, which is why we miss them sometimes. But anyway, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna a whole bunch of other stuff we could talk about. So when we think about the psychological unconscious, right? Again, I'm not telling you that there's a right way or a wrong way to come to an example, right? I'm trying to show you some examples of where, look, here's what the data say. You can agree or disagree with the interpretation of these data. But what the examples do is illustrate that we have that our intuitive systems don't always give us answers that our rational system might later come to accept. Okay, so when we think about the psychological unconscious, right, it has absolutely nothing to do with the lunatic, writings of the buffoon called Sigmund Freud. Right? So Sigmund Freud is people say, oh, it's so important to the history of psychology. He is a weird footnote in the history of psychology, right? That he was not a psychologist, right? And he was considered kind of crazy at his time, and his influence, his larger social influence, his influence in the public imagination is huge, undeniably huge, right? But his influence on the progress of academic psychology, negligible. Yes, I love Carl Jung. Even less, right? So, okay, my 18-year-old self is totally down with me, right? Okay, so when I was a 18-year-old pot-smoking high school student, right? Oops, don't tell my wife. There was a psychology class that I took from one of my high school's most distinguished teachers. He was a history teacher, but he also taught us in another class this course on psychology. And we spent almost half the time talking, basically a third of the time talking about Freud, a third of the time talking about Jung, and then a third of the time talking about other irrelevant psychologists who were all dead by 1950. And so, yeah, I was excited about it. And when I went to college, I came here. I was a student at Stanford State, and I went and I got my introductory psychology textbook. The first thing I did was I looked up Jung. There were only two entries. Both of them were to the same thing, was, oh yeah, he was a friend of Freud's, right? Not mentioned anywhere else. And I was like kind of crushed and disappointed by this. There's good reason for it, right? They were kooks, not scientists. And nothing about that what they said is true, right? So Sigmund Freud has been nothing but a dead weight on psychology. This is a public service announcement. We used to have a framed photo of him in the psychology department main office, right? Finally, that's been taken down. He wasn't a psychologist, right? So his influence is largely outside of psychology. It's in departments of psychiatry, humanities, and public imagination. You might think that. So this is actually in a journal of psychoanalytic psychology. They did an examination of all syllabi that ever mentioned Sigmund Freud. 86% of the times those were offered in history departments, literature departments. Only 14% of the time, at best, was he ever even mentioned in psychology classes, right? I'm mentioning him now, but so I'm one of those 14%. Okay, but he was not. People, even psychologists said, "Oh, well, he was the first to discover the unconscious." poppycock, right? This was old news before he was born, right? And so people have been speculating about sources that look outside awareness and control, right? And furthermore, his ideas of this hypersexual unconscious very well resemblance to the modern understandings of unconscious processes, right? Freud would come up with all kinds of backwards, crazy reasons for why we're afraid of sharks, right? And not anything through systematic or sensible, right? So, the ideas that we have now about the psychological unconscious didn't evolve from or develop from testing of Freudian ideas. They evolved from ideas that happened before Freud, simultaneously with Freud, and after Freud, right? And if you look at the history of psychology, right? Early psychology, the psychology of William James and Delvin Blunt, right? Psychology to James was the psychology of mental life. They cared about what people thought about, conscious thought, not the unconscious. After that, when Freud was starting to talk about sexual fantasies, psychologists decided we're not going to talk about thinking at all, conscious or unconscious. We're going to study behavior, right? Freud again had sort of surprisingly little. I don't mean to be quite so gleeful about this, but the other issue is that his ideas are not even wrong, right? That they're not falsifiable, right? Although in some cases they are falsifiable, and I can tell you that story another time. I have to wrong now. Anyway, the cycle.
Yeah, fair enough. Yes, that morning. They're so
good afternoon.
Good
For those of you who didn't notice, the San Diego State acknowledged President's Day on December 27th, I think is the official day. That's why we started on a Wednesday, as opposed to earlier in the week, closer to the New Year. So we did get the time off. It just may not feel like it today. But anyway, a couple extras and bonus surprises for those of you who are here. Appreciate all of you being here. Second thought, I know some of you have been mentioning this sort of flickering light. I see that one is flickering now. The work order has been put in. If it's continuing to bother you, let me know at the end of class today, and I will redouble our efforts to get facilities here to fix that as an issue. Any other questions? Okay. All right. So let's sort of move right on that. So last time we were talking about sort of the non-conscious minds, things that happen outside of our awareness, rather than using loaded terms like the unconscious or mind and unconscious mind. We tended to talk about two systems of reasoning, and system one is a little bit more automatic, what we think of as an automatic or non-conscious system. And one interesting question, and one that has preoccupied social psychologists for a number of years, is can that system be hijacked? Can we influence our non-conscious system in a way that has a measurable, observable effect on behavior? And I bring this up in part because this is sort of an interesting story, this is a place where social psychologists got it wrong for a number of years. All right, so we'll talk about a couple of misconceptions, including some fairly famous studies in social psychology that don't really seem to hold up to additional scrutiny. Okay, now I'm going to. One of you asked about Professor Dan Kahneman's book, Thinking Fast and Slow, that I referred to last time, where he talks about this. Well, Kahneman devotes an entire chapter to the psychology of priming and the priming of behavior, and he argues, right, the power of settings, right, which is really social psychology, the power of priming, which is what we'll be talking about early on today, and the power of unconscious thinking. All of these are major changes in psychology. I can't think of a bigger change in my lifetime. If you're asking what's exciting, that's exciting to me as a sort of response to an interview. And he's right on 2 out of 3 of these, right? The power of settings, right? The power of the situation that social psychologists talk about is extremely important. His own work on non-conscious thinking continues to be influential and important, but there's a big question about how much and how powerful these primes can be on our behavior, right? It's a powerful idea, but the idea may overstep the data a little bit. So the idea here is when we're talking about priming, it's any kind of procedure that's used to increase the accessibility of a concept or schema, right? So when I had it floated that picture of a shark and a swimmer on as the opening image for our discussion of non-conscious processing, and then I asked you what's the world's deadliest animal, some of you might have suspected that I was trying to prime you, activate your thinking about sharks as being especially dangerous. That could be a way of priming behavior. And the cognitive psychologists have done a variety of experiments showing that primes or activating schemas or ideas can shape the way that we think and interpret information, right? When we talked about early on, when we talked about how construal processes can shape our interpretations of events or behaviors, that these can be pretty influential. But the big question is whether procedures that exist outside of our awareness, outside of our ability to consciously control, can our minds be manipulated in a way that changes how we behave? Okay, so this is the issue that we're going to be addressing at least early on today, and it's an important one worth thinking about. So before I get into the social psychological research, I want to talk a little bit about sort of subliminal persuasion and subliminal advertising. This is something that people have long been concerned about. So first of all, subliminal advertising, is it a thing?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Does it work?
Yeah.
Never been shown to work. All right. Interesting, right? So, okay, many of you have probably heard of the famous study done in the 1950s, right? So this was the brainchild of a particular individual, an advertising executive, okay? And so James Vickery, who said, look, he went to a movie theater and spliced in, these. There's a hungry, eat popcorn, thirsty, drink Coke. They were flashed so quickly that nobody could notice that they saw them. But his claim was that there was a tremendous increase in the sales of Coca-Cola and popcorn. This was done before there were varieties of Coca-Cola products, but right, that it increased sales and nobody was aware why. All right, so that's the claim, right? But the interesting thing, right, is that well, first of all, people got pretty interested in this, pretty worried about it, right? There was a book written called The Hidden Persuaders, right? That if subliminal advertisements or messages could change what people do, then that's a problem for our freedoms, for democracy, because we are being influenced in a way that we don't have any say over. Right? So a couple things happened. One, people tried to replicate these studies. Right? And they say, okay, we're going to see you do this study again. And you know what? The results never replicated. Okay? Under a lawsuit, he eventually confessed that the whole thing, so let's back up a little bit. So subliminal persuasion, right? What does it mean to be subliminal? Okay, it means sort of under the sensory threshold. Okay, now at some level this has to be observed. We can't perceive things we can't be influenced by. right? But the idea is that sometimes things can enter into our sensory apparatus, but we are not consciously aware of it, right? So have you ever, somebody asks you something, you say, what? And then you realize you've heard exactly what it is. You answer their question. You don't make them repeat themselves, right? That is our conscious system catching up to our non-conscious story, right? It's an auditory story. We actually might hear more, right? And and we don't realize that we're taking everything in, right? And so there is some, possibility here, right? But it turns out that his original plan was a gimmick. He never did this. He was just, he told people this to get people to hire him, right? So people believe in this kind of stuff, right? I remember when I started studying psychology, my dad didn't really understand why I was studying psychology. He didn't understand why I was interested. But eventually he said, oh, okay, well, you can start making, subliminal tapes. I'm like, Dad, they don't work. He said, that doesn't matter. People will buy them anyway, right? So my dad's ethics and my ethics are a little bit different, right? But it's interesting, right? So we found out under duress of a criminal investigation, he confessed that he made all of this up just to try to drive up interest in his business, right? It didn't work. It worked for a while until this one. But there was a massive follow-up study. Not only was there a direct replication of this, but this is a famous study that the Canadian CBC stands for the Canadian Broadcasting Company. Okay, this was a nation. So these studies were done in the 1950s. The time was different. People did not have the capacity to watch Netflix on their phones, right? You were lucky if your household had a television, and that television probably had one channel. If you lived in Canada, you got to watch the Canadian Broadcasting Company, and not much else, right? And so this was a nationwide Sunday night TV. If you had a TV and it was on, 9 out of 10 households were watching Sunday night TV in Canada, right? So it was a huge study, and what they did was 352 times they subliminally flashed during the same duration that Vickery claims that he did in his movie things. They flashed call now over the course of the Sunday night program. Okay, there were no increases to the calls to the station. Right there, they had operators standing by, and they also had the cooperation of the. At the time, there was only one telephone system in all of Canada, right? And so there was no uptick in the amount of phone use more generally, or calls to the station in particular. Okay, although some did call the TV station and said, "Oh, you know what? I'm a little bit thirstier than normal." Okay, or I'm a little hungrier than normal. So those people probably had heard of the hidden persuaders, Jim Pfeiffer's claim that of subliminal persuasion, even though the actual subliminal message had nothing about hunger or thirst. Okay. Okay. So the original claims of subliminal persuasion and subliminal advertising, no support, right? People have tried to test it, and we don't find any influence on behavior. So the common perception, right? And many of you believe, oh yeah, subliminal advertising, it's a thing. It may be a thing, but nobody has shown that it actually works. Okay, let me give you one more example, right? So, right, this is, I didn't follow my dad's advice, but plenty of people have done this, okay? So you can go and get, products that will, this one is, subliminal hypnosis, meditation music. It's full of all kinds of bullshit terminology, right? Program your subconscious to build your self-esteem while you sleep, right? Right? It also has these handy little warnings, right? This title contains subliminal messages and inaudible hypnotic suggestions do not listen while driving or operating machinery, right? Scary stuff. You're supposed to put it on while you're sleeping, and when you wake up, you're going to feel great about yourself. And you'll know why, because you spent $19.99 on these subliminal messages, right? Now, there are others. There's all kinds of these, right? You can buy them even now. They don't work, all right? And I'll show you how you know, right? And so this is brain training. Brain training. The only thing that is shown to train your brain in a reliable way, education, right?
What?
Self-help, short fixes. There are no brain hacks, right? Right. So when these brain training things don't work. Cup of coffee helps. Education helps in a way that lasts, right? So I'll show you why. So there's okay. Here's another one. This one increases focus and memory. All useful things, right? Okay, so these were done at the time. People had recorded recordings, and they did this is Tony Greenwald did this research, double-blind tests of self-help products. Okay, so people actually listened. They were given these recordings, and one was either supposed to be subliminally helping their memory, or they were given recordings that were supposed to help their self-esteem. Okay? So that was the manipulation of the content of the tape. Okay, again, it either targeted self-esteem or memory. Now, this was a double-blind study. Okay, which means that the participants didn't know what condition that they were in. Sort of. Okay, it wasn't a true double-blind test because what they wanted to be able to do was to test the effects of expectations. So they also manipulated, right, what the label was of the recording. So what they did, everybody got either a memory recording or a self-esteem recording. Okay, but then it was a flip of the coin of whether the label on that recording and all the packaging. Some of them got self-help or self-esteem packaging with a memory label. Some of them got self-esteem packaging with an actual self-esteem recording. Some of them got a memory package that actually had a memory tape. Some of them got a memory package, but the recording actually was targeted to influence self-esteem. Okay, so these were two manipulated independent variables. Okay. The dependent measure in this study, okay, they assessed, and Tony Greenwald was an early memory researcher, so he knew quite a bit about that. He shifted towards understanding the self-concept. He looked at self and memory and things that people remember about themselves, so he knew quite a bit about self-esteem. So he assessed both before and after people have this program of subliminal content. Okay? So, people listened to these tapes for a full month, right? And after a full month, neither tape had the advertised effect. Okay? So people given the self-esteem tape didn't feel any better about themselves. People given the memory tape didn't have a better memory, right? So neither product worked. That's sort of the punchline that I told you earlier. Okay? So there was no tape-specific effect on memory or self-esteem. Okay? There was, however, what Greenwald and his colleagues referred to as a non-specific placebo effect. Everybody at the end of the study reported slightly higher self-esteem and slightly better memory, right? And so you can sort of think that as a participant in the study, they were kind of eager to improve, and they reported better improvements at the end of the study than at the beginning of the study. Okay? But this was true regardless of the condition, so none of this could be tied to the specific content of the specific tapes that people listened to. Okay? And then here's the key thing, and this is why there's still a market for these kinds of tapes. Okay? There was basically an expectancy effect. Okay? And you can call this either an illusion of improvement or an expectancy effect, that participants thought the tapes helped. okay, even though they didn't. So people who had a tape that was labeled self-esteem reported that they felt a little bit better about themselves at the end of the study than people who got the memory tapes. Yes?
So what's the control group in this scenario?
So well, there's a couple of ways of designing an experiment, right? So you could imagine having a control group that gets no tape, right? But here, basically what's happening is that you can compare, you have a variety of comparisons that you make. So in this study, everybody gets a tape, right? And so like this general improvement that they found, we don't know if some people had been brought in to participate in the study, given no tape to listen to. You're on a waiting list for a month, right? Do they also show the same general improvement? Maybe they wouldn't have if there was a control group. But in this, all you need for an experimental study is a comparison, right? Some kind of comparison to make. Okay? You don't necessarily need to have a control group and when you do nothing to somebody, because in this particular case, right, the self-esteem tape ought to influence and improve self-esteem. It did not. The memory tape ought to influence and improve memory. It did not. Right? So you have several sources of control. You have many sources of control in this experiment, right? Because you can compare people who got one particular tape to people who got a different tape, and you can also look at their scores from before the intervention to after the intervention. Right? It's a repeated measures design that has a baseline control. So you can see, were there any differences before the study? There were not. Were there any differences after the study? Everybody did a little bit better, but none of that improvement was associated with the tape itself. Okay, so these kinds of subliminal non-conscious body, it's interesting that there's a certain intuitive appeal to them, right? Most people tend to assume that they're fairly impervious to the outward influences of other people. We'll talk about that when we talk about persuasion a little bit later in the semester. But many people have kind of this intuitive sense that yes, we can target people's non-conscious thoughts and have that influence their behavior, but there seems to be sort of surprisingly limited evidence that this can be true. Okay, so the current consensus on subliminal advertising and subliminal influence is that there's a lot of promise, a lot of hope from the advertiser's perspective, from the self-help perspective, but no evidence to suggest that it can work. Yes?
So I just wanted to work it out in my head. So they did self-esteem testing before and after meeting. They gave them some type of questionnaire to determine their level of self-esteem.
Yep.
And then it didn't show improvement, basically. But they reported that they thought that their self-esteem was improved. That's what you're saying. Like,
that people said that they felt better about themselves than they actually did. Okay, so Mike Ross has this. He calls it, getting what you want by revising what you have. Right. So he actually did some remarkable stuff. Like he would give people a sham study skills course. Right? He said, look, we know how to help people study and we know what doesn't work. So we're going to teach a whole bunch of things that don't work. Right? And he brought in students and made them commit a certain amount of time to these study skill courses. Right? It had zero effect on their grades. The people said, oh yeah, I was such a bad student before, this has really helped. Right? So it's getting better by saying that you were worse. Right? It's sort of these kinds of big things. So, but here, people thought the tapes helped. Right? But basically they also said that they thought that the label of the tape helped. So it's not that people who were in the self-esteem, who were listening to the self-esteem messages thought that they felt higher self-esteem. It's people who got the tapes labeled self-esteem, saying, yes, this helps my self-esteem. Even though it didn't, even though the tape that they actually got might not even have been self-esteem. Right? And same thing for memory. Okay. Now, this study was done by a social psychologist, right? who sort of said, look, it's interesting, should be interested in the influence of non-conscious processes, but I'm going to tell you that social psychologists have got hoodwinked by similar kinds of things, because there was a whole period of time where social psychologists engaged in what we call this sort of social priming or behavioral priming studies that led us to think that we could actually influence behaviors, but when people did more controlled studies like this, it turns out that they didn't quite hold up. All right, so let me show you what does work, okay? All right, so far you've all known and understood all of my demonstrations, or most of them, except that you were surprised at least some of you with this and one so let's see if we can do this. Okay, so I'm just going to ask you to complete the unfinished word, all right? So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a list of words to read. I want you to read them quickly, and then near the bottom of the list there will be an incomplete word, and I want you to complete it for me, okay? Right?
Red.
Red. Clearly, loudly, quickly.
Red.
Blue, orange, yellow, green.
Good.
Great.
Okay.
Plum, nectarine, pear, apple, grape.
Green.
I got one of you sort of new to the game, right? But okay, so this is conceptual priming, right? Or linguistic priming, semantic priming, right? The stimuli here in those two lists is exactly the same. GR blank blank blank, GR blank blank blank. But when you were thinking about colors, and I didn't ask you, by the way, to think about colors, I just gave you a set of colors to read, right? Red, blue, orange, yellow, green, right? And it auto-completes. You know how Google has autocomplete? Our mind has an autocomplete feature, right? And so it makes it easier to see that, right? Whereas when we're thinking in the category of fruits and vegetables, GR doesn't autocomplete to green, it autocompletes to grape, right? So there's no problem here, right? When we talk about the problem with priming, this is what we know can happen. Right? When you start thinking about associations, when you start thinking about people, right? We get used to thinking about people in particular ways. We get used to thinking about things in particular ways, and that can carry over to influence the judgments we might make about them. Okay. Now the question, though, is how much does this generalize? Right? And social psychologists kind of got carried away for a while, thinking that some of these kinds of primes can influence behaviors in rather dramatic ways, right? And so these, for years, were part of the canon of social psychology, part of our demonstrations of, look, the power of the situation, right? One of the very first studies that was done in this nature was, this classic study was a weird study, right? It evoked concepts of the elderly. So participants in this study, right, were brought into a lab, right, and they were seated in this little cubicle room, and they were given, they were asked to unscramble a variety of sentences, okay? And each of those sentences had a number of words, none of which mentioned slowness, none of which, but that all evoked concepts of the elderly, right? And so it's important to remember this study was done in New York, right? And so Florida was on the list, right? In California, you might think of that as a spring break destination or a variety of things. But in New York, that's where all people's grandparents eventually moved because it's too cold in New York. It's warm in Florida, so there sort of has a different kind of connotation. Bingo was on the list. There's a variety of, I guess, everybody's grandparents in New York plays bingo. I don't know. But the whole idea was that what they tried to do was to activate in this unscrambled sentence task the concept of the elderly, right? And that was half of the participants. The other half of the participants unscrambled sentences that had nothing to do with the elderly. That was the experiment. Or at least that's what the participants thought was the experiment was. At that point, the experimenter said, thank you, you're done. Right? Which was kind of a little bit of a white lie. And because what they did was they then said thank you, they signed off their credit, and then let them go. But to leave the experimenter room, right, they had to leave their little cubicle, and then they walked down the hall towards the exit. And there was somebody else, sitting in the hallway with their backpack, looking like they were waiting for the professor, but they had a stopwatch. And what they did was they timed how long it took the person to walk down the hall. Now the story, right, and this was the study that launched thousands of studies, was that when people had been in the condition where they were thinking about the elderly, they walked a little bit more slowly. They didn't measure the hunch in the back or anything like that, right? But just, the amount of time that it took to go down the hall was slower in the elderly condition than in the non-elderly condition, right? So there's been literally hundreds of studies like this, right? Where, right? So one of them, and I don't know what you think of your professors, I don't know what you think of me, right? But what they did was they had half of the participants spend 5 minutes thinking about their image of a college professor. And then they had them play a game of Trivial Pursuit, right? And people who, or some of them, in some of the studies, they actually took tests like the GRE or the SAT. And the idea was priming people with conceptions of professors gave people the confidence to answer their questions and be more likely to be correct, right? So this professor priming actually increased people's performance on intellectual tasks, like aptitude tests. There's another one, and I was actually at Yale when this study was done. John Williams did this study. It was kind of a kooky study. I didn't believe it at the time, but I didn't want to tell them. It was like, how did you possibly get this, right? So basically, the lab for where they did this study was a little bit hard to find, right? And so what they did is said, we'll meet you in the lobby near the elevator. There's this small little elevator, and the experimenter would come down and meet them in the lobby, and the experimenter always had either a hot cup of Starbucks, it's not necessarily from Starbucks, it was actually a different coffee shop, but they either had a hot cup of coffee or a cup of iced coffee. But they were juggling that and a clipboard, and so they would say to the participant, here, can you hold this? And the participant would hold it up this 5-flight floor ride up to the lab, and hold it all the way to the lab. This would be great, sit down, and then another experimenter would come up, blinds to condition, and say, great, thank you, can you please evaluate this guy? The guy who helped that brought you up here, right? We were just doing some quality control before you begin to be part of the study. Can you provide some evaluations there? Okay, and what they found, or what they claimed, was that when people were holding a warm beverage, that they evaluated him in more warmth-related traits, right? They didn't actually assess warmth, but they saw him as more generous and more caring, right? These are characteristics that you might typically associate with a warm individual versus a colder, more off-putting individual. So they're seen as less generous and less caring if they had carried it. Okay, these results are kooky, right? But social psychologists were totally seduced by it, right? Because it sort of fits with a lot of what we've been trying to tell you: the power of the situation, the power of the non-conscious mind, the influence of schematic processing. These are all things that we talk about. The textbook still talks about these studies as being pretty powerful. But all three of these things, right? So the elderly stereotypes, people have been trying to replicate them, and nobody's been able to get them. Right? The original authors saying you must suck at psychology to get a different job. Right? We think of, I suspect that anybody who teaches you the science of psychology puts scientists on pedestals. right? That we are these perfect, rational, objective people who are engaged in a dispassionate pursuit of the truth, right? Yeah, okay, I saw you shaking your head say, get real, right? Scientists are people, right? And scientists don't want other people coming around saying, by the way, we think that what you've devoted your career to, that we think that all of these studies that your research inspired don't replicate, right? And so John Barge, reasonable, thoughtful guy, went batshit, right? And wrote these, these scathing critiques of this shoddy research, but more and more, which leads people to not really try, right? If you're going to get ridiculed for trying to, set the record straight, it's created this huge tension in the field, right? Are these, the data police, out to get there? So it's this hugely controversial issue. Okay, the professor finding, people did a large multi-site replication of that, thousands of people, and it doesn't, maybe our impressions of professors have changed, I don't know, but this one cold study does not seem to replicate. So congratulations, by the way. Thank you. All right, new black parent as of today. So all right. So, right, it leads those of us who try to teach social psychology in a little bit of a bind, right? These used to be studies that we used to teach for fun. It's kind of this interesting thing that social psychologists have discovered. Okay, we may have thought we discovered it, right? But what science does is it marches on, right? And even though we can point to lots of these little individual studies, all of those little studies tend to be little, right? And many early initial discoveries, right? And this is why we should be skeptical. Oh, research has shown. What kind of research, right? Has this effect been independently replicated? Has it been replicated by people other than the original people who might have vested interest in demonstrating these particular findings? So this is something, and again, a huge area. I remember when these results originally came out, everybody, there were some who were skeptical of them, but a lot of people were excited about them, and they kept seeming to show them in newer and different ways, right? But the challenge of showing them in the same way, right, in the exact application, has been elusive, and as a result, we're a lot more skeptical of the nature of these results. All right. So, questions about yes?
Just a quick question. I heard about a study where they did priming on women, and it was the beginning of a math test, and they had them answer, like, are you female or male?
Yes.
And that they did worse on the test if they were primed if they were female, maybe because of the stereotypes around math and women.
So that's an entirely separate topic, also on sketchy foundations. It's the theory of stereotype threat.
This is why I wanted to ask, though, because I would...
Yeah, and listen, textbook authors are, one of the authors of our textbook, Serena Chen, right? I told the publisher I'm not using the latest edition of the textbook because we don't need to charge you a premium for the newest, latest, greatest edition because it doesn't deal with some of the replication issues as well as I'd like it to. And but it's a hard task to be in. So stereotype threat, hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about it when it's covered in the stereotyping section, right? But the idea of stereotype threat is that even if we don't believe that certain stereotypes apply to us or to our groups, that people may be aware of them, right? And the idea is if you're sitting, you're taking a difficult task, right? That if you're part of a group for whom there are negative stereotypes about your performance, right? So you're a woman taking a math test, and maybe you're aware, maybe you say, screw it, people can take those stereotypes and shove them in some unmentionable place, right? But if you're taking a test and you're in that category, and you start to struggle, what explanation do you give? Why am I struggling? right? And there's maybe an what if the stereotype is true? Or even if that stereotype can't be true, but what if I'm now an ambassador for my entire gender? And if I don't do well, maybe people will think that stereotype is true. Right? So I think that there's some really compelling possibilities there. Okay? And one example, Claude Steele's done some of this early research. He actually was at the University of Michigan for a number of years, and he was trying to understand why students there, certain groups of students, were underperforming relative to their SAT scores. Right? And so at the time, African American students had comparable test scores coming in, performed less well, and he sort of observed what they did when they studied. And most African Americans tended to study by themselves, whereas Asian students, who were also a minority in the University of Michigan, tended to study together. Okay? Now, what makes this interesting is what happens when people are studying and the material gets difficult. Okay? If you're studying by yourself, it doesn't matter who you are or what group you belong to. If you're studying by yourself and something gets difficult, the natural attribution, what's wrong with me? Why can't I figure this out? But if you're studying in a group and it doesn't matter who you are or what group you are, if you're studying in a group and say, I can't do this, and everybody says, oh yeah, none of us could figure it out either, that changes the attribution from it's something about me to it's something about the problem. Right? And it changes one's feelings or one's internalizations, right? So that's some of the phenomenology. Okay, now, the psychology of stereotype threat implies that when people evoke a stereotype or a subtle reminder of a stereotype, simply being asked to indicate your gender before taking a test reminds people that they may be judged as a function of their gender. Okay? And that can yield additional worries or concerns that people who are not part of a stigmatized group simply don't have to worry about. Okay? That's the logic. But stereotype threat as a phenomenon just does not appear to be well, again, it's difficult. It replicates small studies. People have been able to find it. But when you do small studies, you can look in specific ways to try to find evidence for your theory. But large-scale studies that have been done have found the effect, if it's there, to be vanishingly small. Okay? Yes?
So when it comes to priming, you had it defined earlier as a procedure used to increase the accessibility of a concept or schema.
Yes.
Is that the same if you're trying to increase the cognitive shortcut to something? Like, is it always looked at in a negative perspective? Can priming be like priming yourself to, look through your, what's it called? Your trick questions. You're like priming yourself to
cue yourself that there may be a trick here, right? And to do that. Yeah. So no, I think that priming is a general concept, a general phenomenon, right? The idea that it's something that activates a certain way of thinking about things, and certainly looking for a trick question, right? Can be that could be something that can be activated, and that can be useful sometimes, right? Especially if a trick question is coming. But it can be debilitating if there's no trick question coming, right? Because then you're hyper-vigilant for all kinds of things, right? So the issue with priming, right, is that I don't want to say that none of the research on priming has ever yielded things. And when you start thinking about concepts in a particular way, we get, again, system one takes over. We get used to thinking about things in the same way, and we can apply some of our common schemas, our common programs. Right? So we had a student who told me at the beginning of class that he might have to leave to go meet his godmother. I remember when my wife and I, when my wife was pregnant with our first child, we knew that when he was going to be born, we were going to go to Zion Hospital over it's a Kaiser hospital. Not far from here. It was a hospital, the exit we passed every day on our way to work, right? And so we had to We say, we know that when the baby comes, we're going to be distracted. And we didn't want to be one of those people who were distracted, oh, we showed up at, in our office, right? Going, I guess we can't have a baby here, and have to turn around and go back, right? So we actually had to, sometimes, right, you get in a script, you get in a certain way of doing things, of thinking about a problem, that when you're essentially on autopilot, right? And the idea, the intriguing idea with prime research, right, is that can we put people on autopilot without them being aware of it, right? Can getting people to think surreptitiously about the elderly, get them starting to behave a little bit more like the elderly? Can getting people thinking about a professor make them behave a little bit more like a professor? Getting people, giving people a physical stimulus that's actually warm makes them interpret the whole world in terms of this warmth dimension, right? And I think that some of those claims were provocative, they're interesting, but the data just doesn't seem to support it.
One last question, sorry.
Yes.
So it sounded like you said earlier that studying in groups is more beneficial for mastering material. Would you say that is what you were saying?
So what I said is that when you study in groups, it allows you to, so what it does, and this is really useful, right? It provides you with additional information about the nature of the studying in groups can be a disaster, right? Because you get together with a group of people and everybody goofs around, everybody's doing something other than studying. So studying in a group isn't necessarily advantageous, right? But if you're trying to understand whether is this material difficult or is it just me, what that is that's an attributional question, okay? And why attributional questions are important? Well, we've got a whole chapter about solving attributional problems. That's chapter 5. We're going to start talking about that in a few minutes. Okay, and we'll also be talking about that all day on Wednesday, right? But the attribution that we make for why am I having difficulty, is it something about me or something about the circumstance? How do you solve that problem, right? If you're by yourself, one doesn't know.
And we might give up more easily.
And maybe we give up more, maybe this isn't for me, maybe I should start thinking about a different major, maybe school's not for me, maybe I should consider an alternate career. Whereas if you realize, no, look, other people, even people who do really well, are struggling with the same problem. Maybe other people are struggling more than I do, right? And if everybody's struggling, then the source of difficulty is not in myself as an individual, it's in the problem. Okay? Right? Yes?
I think in that study, it would be hard to separate them. Like in the case that, because it's like Asian students versus like African American students, to say you're like a majority, like white or Asian area or something, so you have a percentage of black students being like 1%. Oh, you just don't have any kind of like a lot of friends or people to relate to or whatever that is. And then you feel socially isolated and then withdraw from like showing up to class and all this other stuff.
I mean, that study was purely an observation, but what I feel it does is it sort of gives some intuition into the nature of the problem, right? That it's not an indictment of a particular study strategy. It just shows some indirect consequences of this, right? And so the interesting idea of stereotype threat, right, was that it suggested that there may be an added burden that some individuals have to face. I'm not so. There's just an article in the New York Times today of a brilliant mathematician, PhD in math, African American. Less than 1% of PhDs in mathematics go to African Americans. He's like, I'm the only one, right? It makes it hard to succeed in a discipline when you feel like you're an ambassador of an entire group, right? Right, and so some of the difficulty may be a consequence of outward prejudice and discrimination, and that's a problem, right? And it's something that tilts the playing field, but that's entirely out there in the air. That these social stereotypes, whether real or not, whether they're denied or repudiated, they still exist, and people can still be aware of them, and they can still be concerned about them. Okay? But again, it's one of these phenomena that got a lot of research attention, and most of the larger scale studies show that the effects are a lot smaller than the big studies should, which is in some ways encouraging. All right, so let me shift gears a little bit more, sort of kind of wrap up some of the things that we talked about in the social cognition chapter. I don't want to say that no manipulations influence how we think or interpret. These are not, they're not sort of prototypical priming effects. They get different names, but it's sort of, in some ways, it's sort of a similar idea. So the idea here, what we're talking about now is these are not ideas that are presented outside of awareness, but they are things that people often don't think about, right? And the idea is how you frame or organize information or describe information can influence how we react to them, right? So the idea of framing, with framing effects, is that different ways of presenting the same information can lead to different decisions and different conclusions. Okay? All right. So and the joke here. Okay. So something 66% empty versus 33% full. We should be able to recognize with we allow for a little bit of rounding error that these are essentially identical choices, just described in different ways. All right. So let me give you a couple of examples of this. Right. Would you rather have, if you're, I'm assuming that I'm not talking to the vegetarians in the audience, right? Would you rather have meat that is 80% lean or 20% fat? 80% lean, right? Most people agree with this, even though this is what most people prefer. If you're a butcher, or a grocery store or whatever, sells something and they emphasize the fat content, right? People will be put off by that. Right? Even though these are functionally the equivalent, okay? Would you rather have condoms with a 90% success rate or condoms with a 10% failure rate? 90% success rate, it's the same percent. Right? Something that has a 90% success rate is going to fail 10% of the time. This seems more reassuring than the 10% failure rate. Okay? So the basic idea here, right, is that what he tends to emphasize can sort of exploit when we're thinking about success. 90% success, well, that's almost entirely successful, right? We don't think about that it has a very real possibility of failure. Yes.
Is there a term or an idea? I'll explain what I'm talking about. Where you have the same things framed differently, but then someone interprets those same frames differently. Like, for example, if I see condoms with a 90% success rate, the way I interpret that, like if that's how it's advertised, I think, oh wow, those people are just trying to trick people. They know it has a 10% failure rate. So I interpret that frame opposite.
Maybe. So right here I'm putting them side by side, right? And if I gave these to you side by side, and I sort of did give you a forced choice, which sounds better, right? And we all agree. But if I asked you, which you would all acknowledge that they're identical risks, right? If I had asked you, which advertiser is intending to deceive you or mislead you, right? Then we might make different inferences, right? Because we might assume that the one that emphasizes success rate, especially if we're aware of it, may be more deceptive. So that's certainly possible, right? But the idea here, right, and the simple idea of framing is that how we present information can influence our interpretations of it, right? And in this case, the actual options are identical, but one feels better, one feels safer, right? And so I just mentioned the birth of my son, right? When if you are having a child, you go through plenty genetic testing, right? And I go, you go through these tests, and I remember the sequencer tests were 1 in thousands of chances of having these genetic disorders. Felt pretty good, and then all of a sudden one test came up, and maybe it was a less than 2% chance. 2% chance is unlikely. I've never been more terrified of a 2% number, right? And our son was healthy. We had that. We were in that 98% success category. But when the stakes are high, right? Sometimes low probabilities can envelop and loom large in our imagination, right? When we're really concerned about things going forward. Okay. So the basic idea, there's with framing, is that presenting some ways, even the identical information, the way that we organize or what we emphasize, can have an influence on interpretation and an influence on behavior. People are more likely to buy the condoms with a 96% success rate than the ones with a 10% failure rate. People are more inclined to buy a product that emphasizes how good it is than if the fat content. Okay. Same thing with if you give people a reward for filing early, or registering for classes early, you get them a reward for early filing. People are more likely to do that than a penalty for filing late, right? So you can frame things in identical ways and get different effects on behavior. Here's another thing that's kind of interesting about functionally equivalent outcomes, right? Which is this idea that losses loom larger than gains, right? And this is something that we see in the sports world kind of all the time, right? So, you talking heads like Charles Barkley says, I hate losing more than I like winning. A lot of these, I hate to lose more than I love to win. I hate losing. I hate losing more than I even want to win. Right? Now, are these? It sort of seems crazy because losing and winning are flips, are sort of alternate outcomes of the same coin. If you assume that the outcome in question is binary, you're not allowing for ties, right? People probably hate ties more than wins or losses, right? But it turns out that this is psychologically quite powerful. So psychologists and economists have tended to study these by studying little gambles, little choices like these. These are kind of like the fruit flies of decision science, right? So geneticists might focus on fruit flies because they're easy to study in the lab, they're easy to manipulate, they're cheap. Well, we can give people inexpensive gambles and look at their behavior. So I'll ask you as a class. Okay, so imagine that I've got a fair coin to flip. Right? This was just given to me by Starbucks not so long ago, so I don't think that they gave me a biased coin. Right? Right? And so if it comes up heads, you win $10. I'll give you $10. Okay? If it comes up tails, you lose, and you give me $10. Okay? How many of you would take that gamble? A few. All right? Not many. What if it comes up heads, and you can be your coin of choice, you win $25, but you lose $10? How many of you would take that? Maybe half, maybe a little less than that. Okay? What about you can win $50 if it comes up heads? All right, and if you lose, maybe a little bit more than half. Okay? So some of you are just gamble averse. Right? Some of you think that you guys are crazy if you didn't raise your hands, right? Economists would be pretty confused by this, right? So economists would say, look, the expected value here is 0, right? So you should be indifferent to this, equally likely to take it or leave it, right? Maybe there's a transaction cost from engaging in the bet, so maybe you pass it. Right? It's functionally neutral, but less than 5%. That's roughly what I found in this class. This one, right? You might lose some of the time, but if you were to do this over and over again, on average, you're going to be winning, right? That the expected win, right? So if you have a 50% chance of winning $25, a 50% chance of losing 10. That means that the gain on that on trials is clearly the 750 is clearly in your favor. Only about half of people take it. That's about similar to this class. Almost everyone. So you guys were a little bit more risk averse but most people will take this. What this implies, okay, is that when people are evaluating gains and losses, they don't necessarily evaluate them in the same way. Okay, and the phrase that gets tied with this is this idea that losses loom larger than gains, right? And that when people are thinking about potential losses, there's two things from that losses tend to sting more than gains tends to feel good, right? So, and we can think about this in a variety of different ways, right? If we think about, how happy would you be if I said, oh, congratulations, you won the social psych lottery, you get $100. Come collect it in the house. Most of you would feel pretty happy about that, right? I can't predict everyone's behavior all the time, but I would imagine that this would elevate your happiness at least a little bit, okay? But if I said, oh, I'm sorry, there's an extra social psych surcharge, you have to pay me $100 out of your own wallet, right? Most people would experience this, the loss of $100 as being more devastating than the gain of $100 would be, pleasant or beneficial, right? So the psychology, Danny Kahneman was actually one of the people who really fully established this. So what we, and this is sort of a complicated chart here, right? But the basic idea is that as things gain in value, whether it's the amount of money, right, or the benefit we get from any positive stimulus, right, diminishes with increasing quantity. Like that first beer is fantastic. Second beer might be good, but not as good as the first one. The first chocolate, the first kiss, right? At some point, 10 or 11 or 12 chocolates later, the marginal gain from each additional beer or chocolate or kiss tends to diminish a little bit, right? With losses, the domains of losses, it's right, and so we tend to experience a comparable gain, a comparable loss as being more painful than the same degree of gain we would get from a positive experience. Okay? So think about if you've ever gone and checked over your answers on a test, right? If you had a question wrong, excuse me, if you got a question wrong but you had it right before, and you erased the right answer and changed it to a wrong answer, oh, that sucks, right? A lot of self-recrimination. I should have trusted myself. Okay? People, you experience a lot of pain associated with that. But what if you look at questions that you got, a question that you got right, and you notice that you changed it from a wrong answer? You feel a little bit better, but does that feel as good? By the way, if you actually look, how many of you heard that it's useful to stick with your first instincts? How many of you believe it? A lot of you are unsure. I'm unsure. And I'm a little bit reluctant to tell this because I'm doing experiments on this right now. But what I can tell you is that when people go to check the answers that they got, whether how they did on a test, people only check, not all of them, but mostly check the questions that they get wrong. Okay? More so than the questions that they get right. If you only look at questions you get wrong, you'll only notice, well, you'll either notice things that I thought this was wrong all the time, or I was wrong and I had it wrong before, or I had it right and I made it wrong. You'll never notice when you had something wrong and you turned it into a right answer. And it turns out that when people change answers, they're actually twice as likely to change a wrong answer to a right one than they are to change a right one to a wrong one. But people fear the loss. Okay? They don't fear, nobody wants to rip off the erasers of the pencils. Okay, but people do seem to have an irrational fear of going against their first instincts. Right? So it's an interesting question. So first instincts aren't perfect. Right? System 1 often gives us the right answer. Doesn't always. If you think that another answer is better and you can come up with clear reasons, take it. Because most of the time, 2/3 of the time, people are actually changing along with the answer. Okay? So what we've learned from this is that the pain of losing, okay, is usually twice as extreme as the pleasure we associate with gain. Being stood up for a date hurts twice as much as actually going on that date. Right? Losing a job hurts twice as much, at least, as gaining that job. Okay, losses loom larger than gains. Right? And this is part, right? When we talked about, this is still sort of under the context of the psychological unconscious, right? This is how we are wired. Yes, question.
Could you say that that's just for things that are important to those people? Or like if it's something that they don't really care about, like they might not even care if they're going to lose or not?
That's an interesting question, right? So to be able to study this, there has to be some care about it, right? And I would imagine, and sort of I'm trying to think about how that study would be done, but if people, the less people care, right, you would still think that well, if they don't care at all, then losses, then you can't even call it a loss or a gain, right? If we don't, I'm indifferent, right? But if you care even just a little, losses would still sort of have twice as much of a little impact as gains would.
So
right?
if they don't care, it wouldn't be seen as like...
Probably not, right? But it's surprising how quickly this can come into play. Yes?
Have psychologists figured out why we agonize over losses more than we celebrate gains?
No. Have we figured out? No. That's sort of the... So this, we have... this is more of a descriptive model than an explanatory one. But you can come up with a variety of... sort of people have offered a variety of evolutionary explanations, right? That if losses are going to hurt twice as bad, right, we ought to do more to protect those losses, right? And if we, in some ways, there's advantages to habituating over positive experiences, because otherwise we're just going to be blissed out all the time, right? And stuff like that, and never. So people have talked about this as a being attuned to threat, right? But I don't know. What I can say is that we do this. Right? That people worry about losses and fear losses more than they value gains, right? And you might think that we ought to learn how to savor and enjoy things, but that just doesn't seem to be how we're wired, right? And so, but I think that's an interesting question. Maybe we can be taught to not habituate to the good things so much, right? And what it does, okay, but this is actually interesting too. Here's another practical recommendation, right? So we adapt to stuff, right? And what do people, you're here in college to get an education and to get a job and to get stuff, right? And whoever has the most stuff wins, that's sort of the motto, right? But when people think about, getting a new car or buying a new house or all of these things, we habituate to those things. That's why we buy bigger, fancier cars, newer, more expensive homes, but we get used to them. Okay? But there are some kinds of things that we don't get used to. Right? We don't get used to experiences as much. Going out and doing things with other people who are complex and ever-changing. We don't habituate to our friends as much as we do to things. Right? So there are ways of amplifying the psychological value of maintaining variety of experience. Right? We don't habituate to them as much. Some people have even argued that this is why commercials actually benefit your television viewing experience. It sounds completely counterintuitive, right? But if you just go on this binge thing, you kind of habituate, you adapt, that psychological curve flattens out. But if you're interrupted, you can get angry at the commercial, but then your returns to your baseline, and then you get to enjoy it more. Right? We got to see if that study replicates. right? It's interesting. The guy who did this research, a friend of mine, Lake Nelson, he became one of the replication police. But this was one of the last set of studies before he turns to the side of crusading for replicability. And he's never tried to replicate it from those studies, right? So that's sort of interesting, right? It's a provocative thing. But it suggests, right, that we want to interrupt pleasurable experiences, and that negative experiences, we ought to not interrupt them. We should just get them out of the way, rip the Band-Aid off, let it hurt, and then move on. Okay, so let me give you just sort of one last example of this, right, to show this. We had a question of, does it matter for things that we don't care about, right? Well, it kind of can, right? So, there's some classic studies on what's been called the endowment effect. Richard Faber sort of discovered some of these ideas. Danny Kahneman, the same System 1, System 2 guy, did some research. I was actually a participant in one of these studies. So in the study that I participated in, there's a large room. It was a social psychology class, and Danny Kahneman came in and said, okay, we're going to have you all participate in a study. Everybody got this big, massive envelope, right? And half of the students in the class, in the envelope, got a product, right? Some of them might have gotten a university coffee mug. I think I got a big, fancy European chocolate bar. There was a variety of other things. So half of us got some kind of product. And what he said is that that's yours to keep if you want it. But at the same time, we're going to establish a market for it. We are willing to buy it back from you. Okay? If you name a price that we find acceptable. Right? So they had a price that they were willing to pay, and if my willingness to sell was lower than their willingness to pay, they would complete the transaction. Right? So there I was with this chocolate bar. I wasn't planning on getting the chocolate bar. I didn't know I wanted it. Right? And it's like, I could probably go get this in the store. I don't know. How much was I willing to let it go for? Right? Other people in the class were saying, you have an opportunity to buy that chocolate bar or to buy that coffee mug. Right? We have a whole boatload of them up at the front of class. We'll sell it to you if you name a price that's at or above our selling price. Right? And now, according to economic theory, buyers and sellers ought to value products equally. Otherwise, nobody would make a transaction. But so this has been referred to as sort of the instant endowment effect. People got a coffee mug and said, yeah, I know, I got a million of them. But yeah, I'll probably let this one go for $6. But the people in the buying condition said, I only paid $3 for that. Same with the chocolate bar. I probably didn't value as much as I thought it was worth, but people weren't willing to buy it for that much. So the people tend to, this is this weird thing, right? And the question is, does it care about, for products or things that people don't really care about? This was random assignment. I didn't know I was going to be getting something, and I was getting something, and people like me valued our goods about twice as high as our classmates were willing to pay for them. So it's referred to as the instant endowment effect. Okay? Once you've been given something, it comes kind of part of you. And to give it up is a loss. And so you value that loss. It hurts a little bit more to give it up, so I require more compensation for that loss. Whereas if you're gaining something, there's marginal returns from those gains. I know I'm not going to get so much enjoyment out of this, so I don't require so much to give up that experience. Yeah. That's the fun. All right. So, just to kind of wrap up where we were, some of the claims of social climbing, including some of the claims in the textbooks, right? That thinking about the airplanes you make to slow down, those don't replicate, you've heard it here, right? But that doesn't mean that some of these other subtle manipulations, right? We often don't know, is this framed as a loss or a gain? Right? But we're going to be thinking about that can have a pretty profound influence on our judgment. All right, we've got the attribution chapter, chapter 5 next time. Exam won't be today, so we'll make sure that we get those done and covered. We'll see you next time. A few more things to talk about, just as a sort of a quick reminder, the next time we see each other on Monday is 5 days from today. 5 days from right now, we do have an exam that we'll be taking. It's going to cover everything that we've talked about, everything that we've read about from the very beginning of the semester up through everything that we talked about today. The first 5 chapters of the textbook, covering sort of some introductory issues. We're talking about issues of social cognition. And we'll talk today about the psychology of perceiving persons, which draws from some information from chapter 4. But the bulk of what we'll be talking about today, the bulk of what I want to emphasize in chapter 5, is sort of the psychology of causal attribution. And this really provides sort of a nice bow and wraps up in the entire first section of what we've been talking about in social psychology this far. But what we're going to be doing today is talking about how people understand other people, and what I want to start by talking about is the psychology of first impressions. Anyone remember this guy? Who's that?
The farmer guy that raised the prices?
Yeah, he's a big farmer. This is not WikiLeaks, but yeah, he had sort of a variety of companies, including sort of some big pharma companies, raised the prices of medications that were critical for the treatment of HIV, and people were suffering from cancer. It's $12.50 a pill now. I think it's something like $750 a pill. A variety of other things. Well, he eventually went to trial. This is from a couple of years ago, and so there's an interesting story, right, that has to do with impression formation. Okay, so now when he was considered at the time to be maybe the most hated man in America for some of his policies, and so the judge would say in juries, I don't know how many of you have served on a jury before, done your civic duty, right? When you get those jury summons, right, it sort of seems like a kind of an inconvenience. You don't get paid a lot, but it does kind of feel good to go every once in a while, honor those calls, engage in our civic responsibilities. But they brought in hundreds of jurors. Most people heard of him. Most people thought it's like the only thing that I would have trouble with is deciding which is the cruelest prison to send him to. Right? And those people tended to get dismissed from the jury. Right? But so the judge would say, if you think you could not be fair and impartial, it's your duty to tell me. Well, a few people that they talked to actually did have a whole backstory, but his problems didn't end there, right? And so this is sort of got the headlines, Juror 144. Sorry, Judge, I don't think I can be fair. Just look at him. He kind of looks like a dick. Okay? So now, right? So the question that I'm going to ask is, how good are we at detecting dickishness in people? How good can we just look at somebody and say that we know everything that there's doing? And it turns out that the answer to this is a little bit complicated and a little tricky. And the reason is twofold. One is that there's a fair amount of evidence, and the text goes over some of it, that seems to suggest that people are pretty good at inferring personality from just a snapshot of somebody's face or cues. However, there's also evidence to suggest that sometimes what we're doing is not really inferring their actual personalities, but relying instead on crude stereotypes that could lead to sort of the impressions of accuracy, even when the accuracy may not be as great as it initially seems. Okay, so I want to tell you about some studies that ask sort of how long it takes to form an impression of someone's face versus really the psychology of snap judgment or first impression. So I'm going to show you a couple of faces, and I simply want you to tell me whether person A or person B appears to be more confident. Okay, ready? There you go. A lot of you said no. I just gave you the stimuli for a longer duration than some of the participants in the study that I'm about to tell you about. So there are the two phases, okay? And these are actually faces used in a second study, a little bit different from the first one I'm going to tell you. But participants in the study were asked to rate faces. Okay, and so they weren't always given a comparison to make. They might be given one face, right, and just asked to evaluate that face on a variety of different characteristics: competence, honesty, intelligence, a variety of other things, right? So in a critical experiment that I'm going to tell you about, participants, and this was sort of the key thing, that they saw these faces either for a very short duration, 100 milliseconds, that's 1/10 of a second, not very long. Right? So it was just flashed for a second and then asked to make a bunch of judgments. Or they were given the faces for a much longer duration, 500 milliseconds, or half a second, or a full second. Even a full second really is not that long to make up our minds, but we can make judgments pretty quickly. Okay, now, some participants were allowed to study the faces for as long as they wanted, as long as they felt was necessary to make a judgment, right? And so, in this particular study, the judgments made by people who were given as much time as they wanted were considered to be sort of like, that's the criteria, okay? And what was of interest was how close can people's judgments get to the infinite time condition with even just a second or a half a second or even only a second. Okay? Now, the participants were rated on a variety of characteristics. Attractiveness, you might think that that's something that would be the easiest to evaluate, right? Because that's something that we often evaluate based on superficial characteristics such as facial appearance. But people also have to make more inferences, right? How likable was the individual, how trustworthy did they appear, how competent, and so on. Okay, so a variety of different kinds of judgments. Right? So this is the gist of the study. Okay. Now, for those of you who've read chapter 4, you might remember these results. Right? So this is, this table is there. I think it's 811, something like that. But the basic idea, there's a lot of numbers to look at, but it can be boiled down quite simply, right? So if you look at what's being reported here, first of all, is the correlation between the time-constrained trait judgment, okay, and judgments made without time constraint, right? So again, what they did was they looked at if you take a whole bunch of people are given an infinite amount of time, as much time as they need to rate these faces, and how do they rate the faces on attractiveness, likability, trustworthiness, confidence, and so on, right? And you compare those judgments to the judgments made by people who might have seen the same faces for a much shorter duration of time. Right? And if you look at the 100 millisecond groups, this is 1/10 of a second, is that their judgments were actually highly correlated with the judgments made by people who had almost infinite amount of time. Right? So that these were strong and significant correlations, even based on just a 1/10 of a second exposure. Right? So for those of you, many of you felt like you were just sort of guessing. I don't know, or I didn't even see the face long enough. And you know what? The participants of the study said the same thing. Right? That they said, I'm just guessing. And researchers said, that's fine, just guess. Their guesses tend to be very highly correlated with the guesses of people who saw the faces for even longer durations. Right? Now, maybe this is not so surprising for something like attractiveness, because you evaluate attractiveness all the time. It's something that may be transparently related to facial characteristics. But the correlation with trustworthiness was just as high, even higher. So people could look at a face and come to a nearly instantaneous conclusion about how trustworthy that face was, even if they only were able to study it for 1/10 of a second. And 1/10 of a second is a quick flash. Doesn't really give you, it takes almost that amount of time just to recognize a stimulus as a face. Okay. Now, with increased time, you could look at the correlations from column to column, right? And the correlations don't get substantially greater, right? And so the magnitude of these correlations don't increase with time, giving people more duration. But there is an increased, a significant increase in confidence, right? So people feel more, they don't feel very confident in their judgments at a snap second, okay? But they make judgments that are pretty accurate. But with time, people become a lot more confident in the kind of inferences that they're making.
When you flashed the two on the screen, the thing that came to my mind for whatever reason was, the second one.
Okay.
And then, so when you showed it longer and I started comparing them, I was thinking, well, there is really no difference. But then I thought, well, if I have to choose, and then I just try to justify my original.
Yeah.
So, do you think that maybe we just always make a decision instantly and then just justify?
So we are self-justifying machines, right? We're very good at doing that. So it's rare for people to engage in it. People are much more inclined to seek out information that confirms their initial hunches, right, than to seek out information that disconfirms the initial hunch, right? And so this is something that's talked about in chapter 4, social cognition, the confirmation bias, right? And so unless we are really encouraged to think critically, oftentimes what we do is we make a gut judgment, and then we seek out information that's consistent with that impression, right? Sometimes we can say, oh, well, wait, maybe this other one goes and we can revise, but in general, that's a very strong tendency. Yes?
Is this the same experiment where it's like the same face, but they change the angle or the shading, the expression to make them look different in that flash?
No. This is a different study. So one of the things there are a number of important caveats to this research. Alexander Todorov, who's done a number of this research, he says actually different faces of the same people can yield very different kinds of judgments. Right? So the fact that people can agree quickly on a single photograph doesn't necessarily mean that we're learning something deep and true about the individual. But the bigger lesson is that what it means is that people can quickly come to some kind of agreement, perhaps stereotypic agreement, of what that particular photo evokes or represents, right? So sort of another way of sort of summarizing this research is that there is a high degree of agreement between judges, between raters, even with brief exposure. We don't really know necessarily whether they're accurate, right? Because the criterion in this case is the judgments made by people who have ample time, but those people are still basing their judgments simply on a photograph, right? And it's a single photograph. But what was interesting is that this research team, asked a big question of whether it matters, and the answer here is yes. Okay, so these two pictures that I showed you, okay, were running for election, and these were the photographs as part of their campaign, right? And so what Todorov and his colleagues did was he went for a number of congressional elections that were being contested, right? Senatorial elections, and showed people just brief tenth of a second exposures to these faces, right? And said, okay, let's see how people's judge, and he had them judge them on competence. That was the competence. Presumably, when people are voting for somebody that's competence is relevant to their decisions, although not everybody's political choices may care about competence so much, but trying not to let my political biases show. Okay, but the key thing for this particular study is that it does matter. These are actual. So what's being plotted here is a correlation. So this is how much competence is inferred from a face given a tenth of a second, right? Some of them were seen as competent, some of them were seen as less competent, and what's being plotted on the vertical axis, right, is the difference in votes that you see, right? So those above the bar won the election, those below this line lost their election. And what you can see is that there's a pretty strong correlation here, right? It's almost, so over 70% of the Senate races in the early 2000s were predicted, right, that these people were seen as more competent and won, these people were seen as less competent and lost. And only about less than a third of the pictures didn't fall directly on that diagram. Okay, so the correlation here, sort of a modest correlation, about 0.4, is actually a pretty high correlation in the social science. All right, so the basic idea here, right, is that, and the data, these data have been replicated, right? I have a fair degree of trust in them. Okay, there are some things that we will need to think about in terms of not inferring too much about them. But I want to show you a couple of other examples before we take a step backwards, right? So, the research on snap judgments, oftentimes people use photographs or quick impressions of other people, but it also appears to, so this guy, blanking on his name, Sam Gosling at the University of Texas, right? What he did is he trained his research assistants to go snoop in people's dorm rooms, right? So he got people's permissions to go in and take notes about people's dorm rooms, right? And so the idea is Sam Gosling's a personality psychologist, right? But how much can we learn about a person's personality if we take random views of their room, right? So this person's a little bit neater, maybe a little bit more conscientious, right? This person maybe a little less rigid in rule following, maybe a little bit more open to a wide variety of experiences, right? And it turns out that if you have a bunch of people go in and check out your dorm rooms, that they don't learn everything that there is to learn about you, but their judgments, and what these are correlations between the judges' inferences, their guesses about the owner's personality after living in a dorm room for a few weeks, right? And all these rooms were more or less identical when people were assigned to the rooms, but how people chose to decorate them was influenced. And they can learn a little bit about how outgoing or extroverted somebody was, or how agreeable or disagreeable they were. But others were predicted a little bit more strong conscientiousness, emotional stability. But the big one was this idea of being open to sort of experience and ideas was sort of the easiest to code and recognize. Right? So the idea here is that a lot of this research on impression formation, snap judgment, we can often infer quite a bit from, in some ways, sort of minimal information, without needing to sit down and interview somebody, delve deep into their past. Just a quick view of them can give us some judgments, maybe a snapshot of their dorm rooms and so on. There's also a related entire body of research on something called thin slices, which is instead of relying on a snapshot, looks at very brief video depictions of an individual, right? So, the cartoon version of this, your evaluation would be us on what you do in the next 30 seconds. Go, right? That seems like a sort of a horrible way to get to know somebody. The research that's done with thin slices doesn't even take 30 seconds of somebody's behavior. It typically takes maybe 10-second snippets. And I'll give you one example that's relevant for me, a little bit horrifying, right? So what the researchers did was they went into a variety of classrooms and they would take videos of people teaching, professors teaching, and they would at random pull out 10-second clips. And they would show, they would then take these clips, compile them, and give them to a group of students who never had those professors, right? And they turn down the sound, right? So you couldn't even hear what was being said or tone of the voice. It was just 10 seconds of professors professing. When my daughter, when she's almost 6, she'll be 6 next week, but a couple of years ago, when she was over at the children's center here, and somebody asked her, all right, said, I got to go to work. You know what Daddy does when you go to work? She says, yes, teach. Right? So apparently that's what I do, at least in the eyes of my 3-year-old daughter, is teach. So anyway, but what they would do is they would take these students outside of the class who didn't know anything about the grading, the text, the course topic, none of it, would see these course books and then evaluate them. And most of them said, you're not giving me anything. I have no idea if this is a good teacher or a bad teacher, but the researchers said, saying, just do your best, make your best guess. Well, they took those guesses and then they correlated them with the teaching evaluations that the professors got at the end of the semester. Okay, these were judgments made by students who had been through the entire semester with that instructor, right? And knew everything that was relevant for a student to know. And the judgments made based on a 10-second credit survey did a good job predicting the evaluations that students provided at the end of the semester. Okay, now, I don't know what's more horrifying, to think that in 10 seconds you could learn all that there is to learn about a professor, or that over the course of a whole semester you don't learn more than you learned in 10 seconds, right? Either way, it's kind of scary, right? But this is research on what's called thin slices of behavior, and people have done it in a variety of different settings. They've done it with professors. They've done it in clinical settings, that looking at somebody's behavior for just a minimal amount of time still somehow provides information that allows people to make a seemingly accurate judgment of that person's overall evaluation. Question? Yes?
What might be some of the implications of that we can rate people so accurately based on these lessons?
Well, okay, so the question is what are the implications, right? And well, one of the things that people are often tempted to conclude, and I kind of think that the textbook has this image, wow, each of us are amazing creatures who can infer from others a great deal just from a snippet of their behavior. It makes us seem, Campbell calls it the paragon of the angels, right? God's among insects, that we can infer so much from people. But I think that there's an important caveat to these data that is going to make me hesitant to draw too sweeping of conclusions from this, right? Because one implication of this research is that we can tell from a 10th of a second snapshot, or a 10-second video, right, all that there is, or most of what we're able to learn from a person. But, and there is a kernel of truth to this, but it also kind of in some ways exaggerates the implications. And some of this is because of a methodological aspect of the study that few people actually emphasize. Okay? So, and this may not seem quite so relevant, but I think that it is, right? Is that what's being evaluated here is we're taking the average rating provided by everybody who saw the professor for 10 seconds, and we're comparing that to the average rating of everybody who had that professor for an entire semester. We're taking the average rating of somebody who saw a face for a 10th of a second, and comparing that to the average rating of people who saw it for more time, or the election outcome, right? So they're group averages predicting group averages, okay? Now, it's still, there's an effect there, and it's an important one. But I think that what this does is it tells us less about individual cognition and tells us more about the power of people working together. Right? And different people each sharing their own insights. And when you combine those, that the combined inference can actually be quite strong. Okay, how many of you have heard of this idea of the wisdom of the crowd? It sort of gets talked about a fair amount. Okay, the idea of the wisdom of the crowd is that when people collectively put their minds together, or you combine judgments, that the resulting judgment can be more accurate than the judgment of any one person that's part of the crowd. Okay, now, and some important things about this wisdom of the crowd. It's not necessarily the wisdom of people coming together and sharing their ideas, right? Because then people could influence or bias everybody else. The wisdom of the crowd works when people make their own judgments in the dark, their best guess, their own independent perspective, and then you average these judgments together much the same way that you did in these snap judgment studies. Okay, and so the idea was popularized a number of years ago by this guy, Jim Straussky, who wrote a book called The Wisdom of the Crowds, but it was first identified over 100 years ago by Dalton, Charles Darwin's idiot cousin, who's very smart. He invented the correlation coefficient. He did a variety of things. He discovered regression to the mean. He also believed in some pretty savory ideas like eugenics and other things. Not a good man, but we're going to talk about this wisdom of the crowd idea. So in the paper that he wrote, he sort of made this observation. There was a fair where there was people were given the challenge to estimate the weight of an ox, right? And people's estimates were all over the place. Some were high, some were low. But if you looked at the estimate, it would be almost 1,000 people, that the average estimate for the weight of this ox was 1,197 pounds. And what blew Galton's mind was that the actual weight of the ox was 1,198 pounds. So the group was off by 1 pound, okay? Less than 0.1%. Right? That's a pretty amazing degree of accuracy of the group. Now, no individual got that close, right? But together, if you look at these estimates, that the average ratings are more accurate than even the most accurate. All right? And so this is something, and it's interesting. People will talk about, the detective will talk about the wisdom of the crowd, and people bringing their minds together, and they will talk about the snap judgments, but for whatever reason, people don't typically bring this up together, right? But the idea is that when you look at data on snap judgments, on thin slices, they all show the powers of groups of individuals, even if those groups are just a random collection of subjects, that those the group average is predicting the average rating made by another group. Right? And so the implication, a young man was asking me about this before, does that mean that each one of us, so each one of us, and each participant in that study was providing something useful, right? If people were just making completely blind guesses and had no insight into what the reality was, then the average of a bunch of random guesses isn't going to correlate with anything. So people had to have been seeing something. But the reason for bringing up the wisdom of the crowds is because we need to be cautious about saying how much insight any one person has, right? And so if we try to infer the degree of accuracy of a single judge, the single judge is providing their kernel of insight. It takes the group to form an entire copy, to form an overall question. Yes?
Were these individuals allowed to communicate about what they thought the average weight of the weight of the ox was?
In Galton's study, people were probably not prevented from doing so. Okay. What we know from research on the wisdom of the crowds is that keeping the judges independent is important, because otherwise, what happens is people look at it and have no idea. You probably haven't been asked to judge the weight of an ox before, but maybe you've seen those games where there's a big jar full of, 10-gallon jar full of jelly beans. How many jelly beans are there in there? Well, any one person provides just a guess, but if you average everybody's guesses across, then the average tends to be fairly accurate, right? But if somebody with a jelly bean business logo on their shirt comes in and confidently says an answer, other people are going to say, oh, that guy sounds smart, I'm going to do what he says. Right? So we can be swayed by authority and independent. And so I think that what the research shows is that independence of opinions and diversity of opinions matters. Right? So having different perspectives, different ideas, even if the divergent opinions are wrong, what divergent opinions do is it allows other people to state what they believe, to not worry about conforming to other people's views. And we'll have more of that to say about that after the next exam when we start talking about social influence and conformity. Those are great questions. All right. Good. So when we think about the impression formation, right? The past take home is like, wow, people are really good at judging others. Right? It's like, well, let's not reach too much. We don't want to dismiss it, right? There's still something that's being judged there, but the reality is a little bit more complicated than conventional views on it. So, yes.
Just one thing. You said groups are good at predicting what something might be, but do you really think that teaching evaluations are accurately reflect how good a professor is? That's like another question.
No, I don't. But departments care about them. Right. Okay. When I started teaching here, I taught a research methods class 410. It's an extremely and like my teaching evaluations were like learned a ton, extremely hard class, right? And that usually people think of hard classes as being negative, right? And stuff like that. But no, and I think that's an important question, right? And the question about are we getting accurate judgments, right? But we also are in some ways, right? So teaching evaluations may not be a perfect indicator of how well somebody can teach, right? But elections might not be perfect indicators of how well somebody might govern, right? But we still have to, in our democracy, deal with the results of elections, right? So there are important psychological questions, right, for which accuracy is an important criterion. But what do we use then as a criterion? In some ways, if we're like inferring things like personality, right? The dorm room study, right? They didn't just correlate people, the judges' ratings of the room with the occupants' ratings of their personality, because the occupant might distort their personality. I'm not normally this messy, so I'm going to describe myself as being doing it. So what they did is they relied on, crowd judgments. They had those individuals be rated by a variety of different people who knew them, who doesn't know informants, by people who knew a lot of informants and so on. Right? So knowing what is accurate, that's a tricky psychological question. That's why we do the research, to try to figure this out. Okay. Let's shift gears here a little bit. Okay. So what we were talking about for the first half hour or so was how we form impressions about people, what kinds of information do we look at, what kinds of cues do we use, how accurate are these judgments, how quickly can we make. But whole other category of questions that we can ask about other people, right, is we can think about how do we explain the behavior of other people, right? And so this is not so different than what social psychologists try to do when they are explaining a person's behavior. But what social psychologists are interested in is not only is how should we explain behavior, but how do we think other people explain behavior. And this is important because the kinds of explanations that people give influences how we interpret their behavior and our understanding of the situation. All right, why is he giving her flowers? Because she's cute.
No, he did something
wrong.
wrong.
He did something wrong, right? Right? The motives, right? Motive is important not only in trying to decide whether somebody's guilty of murder, right? Motives matter when he gave her flowers. Do you say, does that sound nice, or do you say, what did he do? Right? Or she's tripping, right? How do we interpret this? Maybe he gave flowers to everybody else, anybody that walks, okay? And if she's last in line in an anybody that walks situation, is she going to be happy? Probably not, right? So the motives, trying to infer the motives from outward behavior is an important challenge, right? Social psychologists, right? Remember this? This is part of the full circle idea of this lecture, right? We try to understand behavior as a function of person and environment, right? So when we think, what attribution theories, and it's really a whole collection of theories, this is something that social psychologists wrestled for many years, is basically trying to understand how much of a person's behavior is driven by internal attributes of a person, okay? Or whether these are sort of part of their dispositional nature. He's a loving individual, he's caring, right? Or he's feeling passionate, right? Or is it an external attribution, right? Is it something about the situation? Is it something that he did? Is this an apology, right? And how often is he done, right? So we can think about that when we are trying to understand somebody's behavior. The basic thing that we can say is, is the explanation something that we should look on the sunny side of the epidermis, right? Something that's external to the person, part of their environment, or is it something on the meaty side, something that's internal to the person, part of who they are, okay? And this is an important question, right? If she's looking at this like, look, it's something that's internal to him, it's something that he's always apologizing, it has to do with everything, he's a schmuck, right? That's one particular kind, or maybe what was the term that we used at the beginning? He's a dick, right? That implies something that is internal. Dicks are probably dicks all the time, right? And global means that it's something that relates to a variety of different kinds of circumstances, right? He might be saying, honey, it wasn't my fault, right? You can make an excuse. Look, it's external. This wasn't me. Right? It was my friends, my buddies, or whatever it is, or work requirements, some kind of excuse. It's unstable. It's not going to happen, sweetie. It's not going to happen again. I promise you. It's not a stable characteristic. It's specific to the situation. It's not global. These are different kinds of ways of categorizing explanations for people's behavior, and it influences how we think about the nature of the behavior to be explained. So this is a tricky question to ask, okay? And I sort of want to run through some of the logic of causal attribution, and I'm going to preface this a little bit by just saying that in order to be able to figure out whether an individual's behavior should be attributed to them or to the circumstance is actually kind of a tricky question to answer, right? And so some of the early attributional models assumed that when people were trying to solve this information, that they would actively seek out the kinds of information that a scientist might when trying to understand somebody's behavior, right? So this is Cal Kelly, the influential social psychologist, retired by the time I got to UCLA, but he still came around, brilliant guy, right? But he said that at minimum, people need to consider basically a three-dimensional space of possible explanations to try to figure out how or why a person behaves the way that they do, right? It's been called the covariation model. Right? So imagine that you're walking across campus and you see somebody absolutely raving about a lecture, right? Now, the basic question that you want to ask, is this something about like, wow, was it a really good lecture? Or maybe it's something peculiar about the student. What are they on, right? Who are you, why are you rating about this lecture? These are questions that we need to add here. When you are reading somebody's teaching evaluations, right? Is it something about these students? Or is it something about the actual event, the lectures were good? If you're reading Yelp reviews of a restaurant or a new place to go out, you want to say, well, the people who would actually ever be willing to go to this kind of restaurant really like it. Or is it something that, no, the restaurant is really good? These are attributions that we often need to make, right? And so, the basic attributional question is it something about the student or is it something about the lecture? Now, according to the covariation model, we can seek out information from three distinct cues, right? We can ask what other people do, right? This is consensus information. So, do other people behave the same way in response to the stimulus, right? So, if somebody says, "Oh, I saw a great movie," but everybody else hates it, then it was probably something about that person, not about the movie itself. If somebody says it was a great lecture, but everybody else, is stumbling out of the lecture hall, yawning and falling asleep, or I don't know what that guy's talking about, consensus is low, and it's probably less about the stimulus and more about the person. Okay? Now, we can also ask how distinctive is the behavior, right? So does the person behave in this way to all stimuli? Oh, that's the best lecture. Oh, that's the prettiest dog I've ever seen. Your hair is so beautiful, right? We've heard people like that. They love everything. We can't trust a thing that they say, right? Because there's nothing distinct about their evaluation. A friend of mine talked about going out to dinner with a colleague we know in common, and they were there at some restaurant, and my friend was sitting there eating, and he's like, "Oh my God, this food is terrible. I'm not sure that I can eat it." And the other guy's saying, "Really? No, mine's pretty good." And eventually, a friend of mine said, "No, I can't eat this." And the other guy says, "Oh, let me try it." Oh, that's much better than what I was eating. So again, you can't always, that may say something more about the person than about the quality of the restaurant. Right? Now we can also look for something called consistency information. Does the person always behave in response to the stimulus, right? Or if the person is on something, they may not be as grateful, if you will, or they might not be as glowing in their evaluations as when they're not on something, right? So basically these three questions, and thinking about how unique the behavior is, how distinct it is, and how consistent the behavior is, gives us a clue that it's something about the person, but if consensus is high, distinctive is low, but consistency is high, it's something about the situation, right? So for there to be an internal attribution, right, we would say that if it's something about the person, then other people probably don't behave that way. Okay, the person probably always responds to the same way to that stimulus, to that lecture, right? And consistency is pretty high. Okay, so if it's again, if nobody else raves about it, but that student raves about it every time, okay, and they do it consistently in response to the same stimulus, and it's probably something about this student. Okay, but we would come to a different conclusion if the answers to these were different, right? If everybody raves about the lecture, right? If the individual in question doesn't rave about other stimuli, other lectures, other classes, okay, but there's some consistency in how people respond, and it's probably not just something about the person, something about the situation. Yeah.
I understand what all of this is saying, except for the low, high
If consensus is low, that means that there's low consensus. Not everybody agrees. If consensus is high, that means everybody does agree. Okay. Right? So the model, it's a way of explaining the kinds of information that people think about. Right? Now, the Hal Kelly and his colleagues and the students who presented this, nobody assumes that we're rigorous statisticians that never make conclusions about people until we consider all relevant information. They argue that this is something that is part of our intuitive system, the system one way of thinking, that it goes through and seeks out and think of this information, and it describes how we ought we solve problems, or at least we ought, right? But there's questions about whether it's realistic, right? And some of the limitations is that we often don't have access to all this information, right? If we're making, somebody walks out of the movie theater, that's the best movie I ever saw. But if it's a stranger, we don't know how they evaluate other things. We might be able to make snap judgments about that person that looks like somebody who likes everything, right? And we may be able to either discount or augment what they say. But we don't always have this information, right? So it's a sensible model, but people will make attributions even if they don't have all of this information available. Okay. It's also the case that even if people do have this information, we don't always use all of it, right? And one of the powerful findings is that people often ignore consensus information. Even in situations where you think you would, that other people are responding the same way. When people are making judgments about individuals, all else tends to fall to the wayside. Right? It tends to put blinders on the person, or the action, the behavior, engulfs the field, and we tend to forget, momentarily at least, that other people might respond the same way. Right? So, given that consensus is sort of important on the list first, right? It's an important one that they reveal. And consensus information is often useful for determining the power of the situation, right? So again, this is a refresher. We talked about. I briefly introduced to the obedience studies of Stanley Nolan. We'll talk about those in more detail in a few weeks. Okay, but we talked about the obedience studies because they show an important lesson of social psychology, and now we sort of get the flip side of it, right? What made Milgram's studies so surprising was that people were a little taken aback at how many people responded to the experimenter's demands and did what the experimenters asked. Right? That what people they found it surprising. And if people were presented with the results of the study, they still tended to say there must be something wrong with those people. Looking for a dispositional explanation. They must have been sadistic, they must have been evil, they must have been mean. Right? But doing so ignores the fact that in Milgram studies, many people followed the experimenter's orders and did electric shocks, which suggests that it was probably not something specific to any one of those individuals, but probably more so about the situation that Milgram created that swept these people along. Right? So I think one of the let's to sort of provide this a little bit of context. What's important about the logic of causal attribution is sensible, it's reasonable, it's rational. We don't always follow that logic. Right? And some of the most powerful lessons of social psychology is that when people are judging others and trying to explain what other people do, there's a tendency to ignore situational, contextual, environmental information, and to make attributions that locate blame within the individual, right? So the upshot of this is that what a lot of social psychological research shows is that we are often quick to blame, quick to judge, and slow to consider mitigating circumstances, right? And so this is kind of a violation of how people ought to think about our behaviors, and a manifestation of a fairly systematic source of error or bias in the attributional process. Question? So, in the remaining time here, I just wanted to shift gears a little bit to talk about some of these attribution errors or attribution mistakes, because in part, as social psychologists try to understand how other people explain behavior, how other people explain the social world and the people around them, one of the most consistent findings was that people exhibited a variety of attributional errors and biases, right? So, that if you're driving along the freeway and somebody cuts you off, right? Oftentimes the knee-jerk response is to make some kind of judgment that's not so charitable to them. Oh, I wonder what meeting they're late for. I wonder, maybe, maybe his wife is pregnant and he's trying to get her to the hospital. We don't usually do that. We don't tend to think about what are the external events, the externalities that could be explaining somebody's behavior. If we see somebody do something, especially if we see them do something bad, we tend to, people, right, including us, tends to you look for it, that must be a jerk, that they must be a reckless driver, crazy driver. Maybe we make attributions to their group, it's that kind of driver. Maybe we make attributions to their cars. Oh, people who drive those kinds of cars, right? Or maybe if it's a fancy car, they must feel entitled because they spent all that money on a car, that rich asshole, right? There's a variety of different kinds of attributions that we can make. But the point is that if we exclusively focus on dispositional attributions, we may be making mistakes. We may be slow to consider environmental factors. Now, dispositional attributions can be useful, right? If we think somebody's a jerk, we're going to expect jerky behavior in other situations, right? And that may be useful to us, right? Because it allows us to predict and understand people's behavior in the future, right? But if we are making a mistake, then our over-reliance on dispositional attributions may lead us to inaccurate conclusions. And for those who have questions about, well, what's the accurate judgment? Sometimes those judgments are hard. Right, so this is something that, well, this actually goes by a couple of different names, right? So in social psychology, this tendency to focus on dispositional explanations and to exclude external, ignore external ones, has been referred to as the fundamental error of attribution, or the fundamental attribution error. It also sometimes goes by the name of the correspondence bias, right? And these are two names for the exact same phenomenon, right? Lee Ross, who's best friends with Richard Nisbet, who's one of the authors on your textbook. He was the mentor of Tom Gilovich, who's another author on your textbook. He coined the term fundamental attribution, right? Ned, and we'll see one of his experiments. But Ned Jones, who's another psychologist, also very influential attribution theorist, working at the same time, studying the same phenomenon, he prefers to call it the correspondence bias, right? So either one is an acceptable thing. What's useful for you to know is that these are two names for the same phenomenon, okay? And it basically tends to describe the fact that when we explain other people's behavior, we tend to overestimate the influence of personality. We make overconfident inferences about the nature of somebody's personality. and also simultaneously underestimating those situational concerns are possible. Okay? So some of this has to do with the fact that as perceivers of people's behavior, we often assume that we can learn about a person very quickly, very immediately, right? And so I think that this is why I put that important caveat about the wisdom of crowds being greater than the wisdom of individuals, because many of us believe that we can size up somebody quite quickly. Turns out it's pretty difficult to predict how people will behave in future situations. So we sometimes refer to this as the correspondence bias because there's an assumption when observing somebody's behavior to assume that that behavior corresponds to some underlying disposition. That's why it's called the correspondence bias. Ned Jones thought this was a bias because it was a systematic error. The error wasn't random. It's not the fundamental attribution mistake. Right? It's a particular bias in favor of dispositional attributions over situation. So what I want to do is just run through a couple of fairly well-known experiments. Some of these are talked about in the textbook. Get that later. Okay. I know that the exam is on Monday, right? So some of what we talked about today is explicitly not in the textbook, but some of it definitely is. I'm just providing a little bit of context for understanding that. So one of the studies, right, is this peculiar little thing asking people to make inferences about others based on an essay that they thought that they had written. Okay. Okay, so in this study, the study was done a while ago where the public menace that was capturing people's attentions and that people were concerned about was Fidel Castro. And this was a widely discussed, widely talked about political figure, and many college students had strong opinions about not only about Castro, but what U.S. policy towards Castro's regime ought to be. All right. So again, it was a controversial topic and topical at the time. Right. So we can imagine a variety of different topics that might be relevant for students today. If you're interested in doing a contemporary version of that study, talk to me after the exam. Okay. So one of the things that was manipulated, right, was the essay that people were asked to read either took a very favorable pro-Castro stance or took a more negative anti-Castro stance. Now, the negative stance was more common and more prevalent among students, but still the topic was took one of these two different positions. The second manipulation, the second independent variable, right, was what the experimenters told participants about the people who wrote the essay. Okay? So for some of them, they were told, look, you're going to ask to read this essay about Fidel Castro, and the students could write whatever they wanted to. Right? So that's a free choice condition. But half of them were told, look, we're going to give you an essay to read, and we're going to ask you to guess what the person's attitude is. But the trick is that people weren't given any choice about what to write about. They were asked to write a choice essay. They were given background information, and they had to take either a pro-Castro or anti-Castro stance. Right? So you can imagine, if we were to do this, say, write an essay either in favor of or opposing Donald Trump. Right? People will have different opinions. There's prevailing views, at least on this campus, in favor of one particular position. But you can also imagine reading an essay on either side. The question is, people were either given choice or not. And the challenge is to infer what the underlying attitudes were of the author. Okay, so it's either freely chosen or assigned. Okay, and the dependent variable was, well, what did the essayist really believe? Right. So that's the nature of the experimental design. All right. So here's some of the results. All right. Again, you can refer to the textbook if you're just in this. So the when the essay was written under conditions where the author could write whatever they wanted to write, these results were entirely unsurprising, right? That when they were writing a favorable essay in favor of Castro, people assumed that the actual favorableness of people's attitudes was also pro-Castro. And when they wrote an anti-Castro essay, they thought that people that the authors were opposed to Castro. There's nothing exciting or surprising here. Okay, but the question is, what happened when people were given an essay and they thought that people had been randomly told which topic to write about? Okay, now, to give a little bit of a backstory, the people who did this study, Ned Jones and his students, they thought that all of this study was going to be really boring. They thought that when they're freely chosen, people were going to make strong, appropriate inferences, but when the stance was randomly assigned, they would say, we can't learn anything from this essay, because they were assigned to the essay topic. And so they assumed that there was going to be no difference there, right? And so this was basically just a preliminary study, and then they could go on and start looking at more interesting things. But what happened was they found this sort of a surprise. That when people were told, look, they were forced to write this essay topic, people still assumed that, well, even if they, were forced to write a pro-Castro essay, I'm assuming that they really must like Castro. And if they even if they were forced by the instructor, by the experimenter to write an anti-Castro, they assumed that the essay was reflective of the individual's true feelings, right? So you can imagine. So the idea is that the experimenter, the participant might be thinking, yes, I know he was merely contemplating the assignment given to him, but to some degree, I think he personally believes what he wrote, right? So this is not necessarily an unreasonable inference, right? That people's true feelings might leak out. Or if he's really if he's really opposed to Castro, it wouldn't have been this strong with this dogmatic, right? And so you can make an inference there. But it reflects sort of an underappreciation of the fact that people were randomly assigned to a particular position. So again, this is kind of it's one of these early studies. There's been lots of variations of this particular kind of research, but the basic idea is that when you look at somebody's behavior, people don't think very strongly about the situational cues, the inducements. They look instead at the behavior. Right? There are limits to this. If we see somebody, make some crazy demand, and we can clearly see that somebody's holding a gun to their head, we can imagine the power of that situation, right? But many other times, situations aren't as obvious as people assume. Okay. Again, the conclusion here is that people are inferring attitudes or dispositions, inclinations, beliefs from behavior even when they shouldn't. I'm going to tell you about one other experiment. This is kind of an interesting one. Okay, this was Lee Ross. So the first one was Ned Jones, the correspondence bias guy. This one was done by the guy who coined the fundamental attribution error, Lee Ross. Right? So this is sometimes been referred to as the Alex Trebek effect. Lee Ross didn't have anything to say about this. But the question is, okay, so Alex Trebek is the host. Is Jeopardy still running? It's sort of this video game, it's America's favorite quiz show, right? But he basically was that? I think he has retired. Okay, so a little bit of a backstory for my native example here. right, is that, here was this guy, sort of this small guy, and there would be a variety of, the trick to the show is that there would be answers to things, and then people have to state what's the question, right, but he knew all the answers, right? And so the question is he smart? It's like, well, he's got to be smart because he has all the answers, but he has all the answers because it's scripted, right? And the writers, the quiz writers, they give him not only the questions and the answers, right? So, but still, people don't often think about that. I mean, he's up there in the show, he's answering out, he always knows the answers. He must be this freakishly intelligent master of trivia, okay? That's also Alex Trebek. And if all we knew about it was his youthful career in the boy band of the day, we might come to a different conclusion about how smart Alex Trebek is. Right? So the whole point of the Quiz Bowl study, right, was to say that we often, people don't always take into account people's roles. We see this guy, an actor always plays, sort of aggressive, bad guy kinds of roles. We assume that they must be something like that in their real life. Why else would they be cast in those roles? Maybe the person's just a good actor, right? The backstory of this study actually came from Lee Voss's personal experience becoming a new professor, right? So when he was getting his PhD, he looked kind of like this guy. Right? Just this young, eager to please person, and he thought that everybody who served on his dissertation committee was brilliant. If you want to know how a dissertation goes, after 4 or so years of graduate, you propose a new independent line of work, and you put together a committee, your advisor, and 4 or so other faculty members whose job it is to grill you to the point where you don't know the answer. Right? And if you can answer every single question that your committee answers you, your committee has failed, right? Because the trick is to see when do we exhaust the candidate's knowledge and how do they respond to that, right? Because science progresses to the point where we realize what we don't know, and that's sort of an important thing. Right? But Lee Voss thought his committee was brilliant because he'd been working on this project for years, and at his committee meeting, people were asking all kinds of esoteric questions that things that he hadn't even thought of the answers of. So he thought his committee was just, thank goodness I got this committee. I must have gotten the most brilliant people at the university. Well, they gave him his PhD. It doesn't come with a magic decoder ring. It doesn't come with an instant boost in IQ. But he took a job across the country at a different university. And when he got there, students said, Professor Ross, you're the new guy. Can you serve on my doctorate committee? And he was the new guy, so of course he said yes. And he got there and he said, look, I'm only a few months removed from what you're going through. And he realized that when he was asking questions, the questions must have seemed esoteric to those students because they got educated in a different university. He was coming from, and he had his own idiosyncratic pool of information, right? But the students didn't know that and assumed he was brilliant, right? And so what Lee Voss is not known for his modesty, but at this moment he realized he hadn't gotten that much smarter. He was just in a new environment, a new setting where the roles were reversed and people were not fully appreciating the questioner has read the dissertation and can ask whatever they want, drawing from whatever idiosyncratic pool of knowledge that they have. So what Lee did, and this is his gift as an experimentalist, is he drew from that experience and designed a study to test it, right? So, so participants were in his study randomly assigned. One got randomly assigned to the quiz master perspective, and one to the quiz editor. If we had more time, I might pull some of you down here. Flip a coin, and you're either going to have to write questions for other people to answer or to answer those questions. Okay? And so it was random. There's also a third condition. Some people were simply asked to observe. Right? But there's essentially one person is the questioner, one person is the contestant in this quiz bowl study. All right, so the questioner writes questions, the contestant answers questions. Who has the tougher job? The quiz taker. Right? So the quiz masters come up with general knowledge questions that people might know, but that you think are going to be pretty difficult. Right? Each one of you has your own idiosyncratic sources of information that you can draw from. Oh, I bet people don't know how many people know this, and ask those kinds of questions. When I met my wife and we started dating, apparently we both thought that the other person was brilliant, right? Because she had read things that I hadn't read of. I had read things that and sort of boring fight things. But apparently she was impressed by knowledge. Turns out I was right. She really is the brilliant one. But for a while, at least, we both thought the other was brilliant because each of us had, our own idiosyncratic things that we knew and didn't. Okay? So if we ask who's smarter, we have to realize that participants were randomly assigned to condition. So based on random assignment, who's smarter? Yeah, well, if the quiz taker can answer all of them, then maybe they are. But before the quiz bowl, right? Both groups of participants are equally smart, right? Because people have been randomly assigned, right? It's not like we just said, okay, we're going to put all the smartest people in the quiz master condition and all the less smart people in the quiz taker. People are randomly assigned, right? So people aren't likely to be smarter than one. But here's the results. Again, if you want to go back to it, this is in the textbook. So if you ask, right, how smart the quiz taker was, right? The questioner, the person who wrote the questions, didn't think that the contestant was any smarter or less smart than themselves, regardless of how well they did. Right? If they answered a lot of the questions, they thought they were smart. If they didn't answer any questions, they thought they were less smart. But they didn't think, on average, that person's no smarter or less smart than me. I was using my own idiosyncratic questions. But everybody else assumed that the person, the contestant who had to answer the question, I couldn't answer any of these questions. That questioner must be really smart because they know things that I don't know, and maybe I'm not as smart as I thought. Right? So the questioner rates themselves, the question answerer, the contestant, rates themselves as less intelligent, and the other is more intelligent. Right? And observers tend to agree. They think that they're especially generous to the person writing the questions, that person, maybe because they didn't know the answers themselves, so they think that the questioner was really, really smart. Okay? So, again, the conclusion here is the same as the given one. People form dispositional inferences even when they shouldn't. Okay? And so understanding when you're continuing to read through chapter 5 in the textbook, you want to focus on not only the logic of causal attribution, but the errors that people make. The fundamental attribution error is a big one. Okay. There are others. It's a self-serving attribution bias, and you have to observe it.